Nick Shirley's manhood. Literally, that's what he's doing. We've got that story for you. Also, I don't know if anybody out there has heard of Lindsay Clancy. Apparently, I'm late to this party because everybody knows about this tragic case where she admitted to strangling her 3 children. But I am just now this morning figuring out the amount of feminist women who are sympathizing with this child murderer, and so I have to talk about it because I am absolutely, I'm in distress by seeing. I mean, we know feminism is a mind virus. It's part of the woke sex religion mind virus. I just didn't realize how bad it was when, in the face of just what is objectively evil, the strangling of 3 children, a mother doing the deed. And yet feminist women are coming out and trying to blame the man. We've got that story. Also, James Comey, back in the news. Paul Sperry reporting on James Comey and how the government is trying to convict him for his threats against President Trump, the 8647, that he just happened to find the seashells. Oh, look, I stumbled upon this on the beach. I didn't put it together. I just found it. Huh, isn't that interesting? We'll talk about the government's case against Comey. And again, you guys know my position. I really don't care how you have to go after these deep state oligarchs. If you have to Al Capone them one tax charge at a time, I'm perfectly fine with this. We got a great show. I've got Eric Haynes with us today in seat number 3. We're going to have a great time. Thanks for watching, and the show starts right now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, folks, as always, broadcasting live from the state of Arkansas. We really do appreciate it. Can't do the show without you watching, broadcasting on Live from America TV, the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. Also, I know Live from America is also broadcasted on YouTube now as well. Also, shout out to Hometown TV, where we're on cable there on one of the digital channels in north central Arkansas. So glad to be with you if you're watching. Eric, my friend, how you doing? It's great to have you back.
So great to be here and great to be part of the conversation.
It's always great to have you. I want to remind everybody before we get into it, before we get started, that the Paul Herrell Program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. All you got to do is scan that QR code and you can donate to help veterans get access to life-enhancing and a pain-free life. Honestly, with red light therapy, doctors have prescribed a long list of veterans' red light therapy panels. However, the VA won't cover them. And so we're trying to get these panels in the homes, medical-grade devices in the homes of these veterans. Scan the QR code, and you can donate monthly, annually, quarterly, whatever you want to do. We would love it if you donated $1, $5, whatever you can, because all that adds up. Eventually, we can get these veterans the panels. It's a fiscally sponsored organization, which just means there's a third party kind of like operates as a trustee to make sure that there's no funny business with the money, so you can trust it. And also, if you're a business owner and you want to partner with us, we'd love to integrate at your point of sale with your customers and give your customers the ability to donate $1, $5, $10 to Healing Veterans Project. And we really appreciate them, and we're happy to partner with the Healing Veterans Project. Okay, so let's get into it. This was the headline over at, oh, you know what, Eric? I forgot to switch this out real quick because Rob is indisposed today. He wasn't planning on being indisposed today, but he is. Anyway, here we go. This was the headline from, this is the USA Herald. California, AB 2624 reaches Newsom as Stop Nick Shirley Act journalism fight explodes. Okay, so a California privacy bill, that's what they're branding this as. This is about the privacy of those taking taxpayer money. You take taxpayer money, the public doesn't need to know who you are, and we need to keep that private. So they're billing it a privacy, they're calling this a privacy bill. Obviously, we're calling it the Stop Nick Shirley Act. Other people are doing that because that's exactly what this is. This bill would not exist if it wasn't for Nick Shirley doing what any mainstream journalist could have done, should have done over the years, but has chosen not to keep this scam going, to keep the fleecing of taxpayers going. But this honestly is... this is what awaits. More of this, more of like just openly saying, okay, we've been caught in the fraud, right? We've been caught in the fraud, and so we are going to now make a law where you can no longer catch us in the fraud, or we're going to make it illegal for you to, as a matter of fact. And that actually brings us to my favorite segment. I think this is my favorite segment of the show, Taxpayer Barbecue. Yeah, so that's essentially what's going on. They're taking our taxpayer dollars, they're laughing at us, they're setting it on fire, and then when we say, hey, we know what you're doing, stop it, they want to use the government to essentially make the exposing of this illegal. The legislature's official history shows that the Senate passed this bill in a 30-10 vote on August 18th. The Assembly concurred in Senate Amendments 5919 the following day, and the bill was presented to Newsom at 1:30 p.m. It's written by Assembly member named Mia Bonta, and would extend California's longstanding safe-at-home address confidentiality system to qualifying immigration support providers, employees, and volunteers. Covered facilities could include nonprofit offices, community legal clinics, law offices, and healthcare facilities providing services to immigrants. Applicants would have to document their connection to a covered facility, provide evidence of recent threats, harassment, or violence, and submit a sworn statement explaining their safety concerns. The controversy, however, centers on provisions governing the online publication of workers' personal information or images. Critics contend the bill could be weaponized against citizen journalists who enter publicly accessible locations, record employees, and investigate organizations receiving taxpayer money. Again, exactly what John Stossel, back in his ABC 2020 days, cut his teeth doing. Nick Shirley, known for his confrontational videos alleging fraud involving government funding. First of all, are they really confrontational videos? You go watch his videos. I don't think he's... I wouldn't call it... I mean, he is confronting them, but I wouldn't call it... Confrontational has almost like a hint of violence underneath it. So I don't even say they're confrontational. It's just a guy showing up asking questions like, who are you? It says that you have a bunch of kids here, or, you know, it says that you're supposed to be a hospice house or whatever. But anyway, alleging fraud involving government-funded programs has argued that the proposal could protect questionable operations from public scrutiny. So that's what we've got going on. As a matter of fact, Eric, I know you have, when this story first broke months ago, I don't know when it broke, but it was a while ago. But the Minnesota, because I mean that's where he was first. I think Nick Shirley's first video was Minnesota, right?
Right. Yeah, that was Leering Center stuff.
Okay. Right.
So, and when that hit, we were all talking about all the specifics of it, and then as a collective, we kind of just said, and I'd mentioned, just wait till this thing hits healthcare.
That's right. That's what you said.
Wait till this thing hits the healthcare exposing. And now here, look where we are now. So
you were exactly right. So he goes to California and he hits on. I'm pretty sure he exposed the hospice. He exposed a lot of this stuff, and it is billions and billions a year.
Adult daycare centers.
Daycare centers.
Yeah, and then right across from it, you've got little like mini banks, mini Western Union places for sending. It's just, I mean, it's all just a gigantic scam.
Huge. And
Dr.
also,
Oz walked the streets with him.
Yep.
Remember during that segment they did, and they're just looking around like it's in broad daylight. It's not not even really hidden.
Right.
All these buildings are it's just all fraud.
And then you had I'll just call it counterpart to this. Also, you got to mention Tyler Oliveira, who also then went to Texas and exposed the H-1B thing as well. I mean, which was just like mind blowing. The same thing going on with Somalians is essentially going on with Indians, and they're making parts of Texas Little India. Right, so that was a big deal as well.
All these folks need is to scam senior citizens out of their Medicare numbers, and then it's over. They've got them as a billable patient for life, and you just keep stacking more and more Medicare numbers on top of these billing practices, and you just ride a gravy train of fraud. That's what these people have been doing for years, and it's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars.
So here's Nick Shirley about this. I guess he's on. It looks like he's on Fox News. So here's Nick Shirley on Fox News reacting to what they're trying to do in California.
Very interesting connections. With her husband being the Attorney General of California, their goal as a family should be to prosecute and take care and make sure that there is so little fraud in the state that they can have such a peaceful night of sleep. However, while the Attorney General is supposed to be prosecuting fraud, his wife is creating laws to let fraud continue. They're specifically saying that NGOs who receive money based off immigrant services don't have to disclose their money. And so we know that they use those services to commit fraud. Very interesting connection.
Yeah, so I didn't know that.
Being
so
Attorney General.
That's what he went up to her and started asking her about. He's like, isn't it weird that your husband's part of the California DOJ, basically,
right,
and should be prosecuting these, and you've sponsored a bill to eliminate the ability of people like me to be able to expose it because I'm doing his job.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the irony here is just mind-blowing. And you know, her idiotic responses were, isn't it wonderful that the people of California can choose whatever they want? Isn't it great that that was how she started every sentence. Isn't it just wonderful that California can do that? You're just sitting there just, you know, getting angrier by the second because she doesn't care.
Yeah.
She's not doing
so
anything.
she's essentially covering up the ineptitude for her own husband. I mean, her own husband, like you said, part of California's, you know, enforcement, executive enforcement. Your job is to enforce the law and go after wrongdoers, go after criminals, go after thieves. That's what we're talking about here is theft. And he doesn't want to do it, so let's make it illegal for journalists to expose what you refuse to prosecute. It's sick, man.
We'll see if Newscom's got the balls to sign this bill. It's on his desk. He hasn't signed it yet, but
we will see.
I would love to see if he's actually willing to do that with all of his aspirations. I mean, that'll come back to bite him back.
Yeah. Well,
if he does.
With all of the hubbub about the passage of this California bill, we now have this headline from the New York Post: California Democrat making $200,000 in taxpayer cash crashes Nick Shirley interview and is accusing him. By the way, if you got kids watching, now's the time. I'm sorry, this is part of the news. I'm covering this because it's just part of the news. So viewer discretion advised. If you got kids, this is the time to turn it off. You can check back in later. Nick Shirley interview. This guy crashes him and accuses Nick Shirley of having a, quote, small penis. And so that brings us to our next segment for today, which is Left Turn at Crazy.
Left turn ahead. Crazy.
Yeah, so the headline says it all. I really don't want to read it again, but you're going to hear a lot about this.
Small manhood.
It's small manhood. Yeah. So the best clip of this is over at Retard Finder over on X. Nick Shirley destroys this loser who approached him with a flyer reading, allegedly, Nick Shirley has a small penis, prove me wrong. And so there's also a lot of built-up animosity towards Charlie Kirk in a confrontation like this as well. Just seething hatred from the left about people who are exposing their schemes. This is what it sounded like.
I can do the same thing, Nick. What does that do for you?
Mia Bonta, do you think her creating a bill that would make it basically illegal, give someone a $4,000 fine for looking into immigration support service providers?
Did you guys hear that Nick Shirley has a small penis, allegedly?
Wow, that's so adult of you.
Did you hear about this? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. Well, I don't know. This is what they're reporting. Have you seen this?
Well, the reports are wrong.
They're reporting. Well, we don't know. Prove me wrong.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
Prove me wrong. It was good enough for Charlie Kirk. Prove me wrong.
You don't want to do that.
Well,
Nick Shirley says, "Yeah, I don't do that."
If you consent.
I mean, we are in California. They do support pedophiles.
I think you're over 18. So there are news reports happening that Nick Shirley has a small penis. Do you have any comment on Nick Shirley's allegedly small penis?
Out here,
allegedly small penis.
It's risky for him to be out here. He could be banned or criminalized.
Exactly. I don't think there's having a small penis. Is that a criminal? Are you going to introduce that legislation, Assembly member?
Hey, sir,
to
well,
ban Nick
to look at
Shirley's
your penis,
allegedly
you'd have to
small
lift up your
penis?
fat to even look at it. So
Right,
you should work on that before you allege somebody else
Appreciate
about
your
their
service.
penis.
Hey, gentlemen, have you guys heard these public reports? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. There's an investigation going on. If you like, there you go. Thank you so much.
I'm doing just fine. To see yours, you have to literally lift up a flab of fat to look at yours.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nick.
You literally had to go like this to tuck your tummy and look at your
Well,
own
I
penis.
appreciate.
The grown man.
I mean, I don't have. I'm not. There people aren't reporting on me having a small dick. Like I don't have any reports, but
I don't think anyone would ever make a report on you. Period.
I mean,
And now, who is this man that would come out and put such a false statement on a paper to put all around Sacramento? Well, his name's actually Terry, and Terry is the Chief of Staff of the California State Assembly. So this man is the Chief of Staff of the entire Assembly of California, and this is what he's doing.
Yeah, so it's not some rando, crazy purple-haired leftist.
Right.
You know, this is an official. This is a guy who's got bona fides. He's employed by the state of California. He's been given the blessing of the State General Assembly of California, and he is so triggered by Nick Shirley, even though they've got a bill that's essentially going to Johnny sweep the legs any sort of investigative independent journalism in that state regarding fraud. He feels so compelled and triggered, he has to go confront Nick Shirley with this juvenile junior high prank.
Disgusting.
These people are crazy.
Did you? By the way, did you hear his initial comment there when he said it's good enough for Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I did.
Did you hear that?
Mm-hmm.
The prove me wrong thing? Well, it was good enough for Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So, I mean...
Oh, man.
You know, there you have it.
This guy looks down and hadn't seen his manhood in many years. And here he is accosting.
Yeah, I mean, you've triggered a gay man. I mean, I'm just assuming that obviously this guy's gay.
It's feminine.
I mean, it's apparent to me that this guy's gay. Okay, and does anybody look? We're about to have. Honestly, this is going to be great. So we're about to launch
he rides that horse.
We're about to launch our new website in the coming weeks, right? So we've got a website coming, and we're also going to have daily polls out on the website for you guys to go click, and that would be a great poll. Do you think California State Assembly Chief of Staff is gay based on the evidence in this video? Yes or no? Maybe. See results.
With his time.
Oh yeah, you can get a photo.
All right, so here's a celebrity. Okay, so here's a celeb. You know, he's kind of a celebrity, and she's like, "Hey, I want to get a photo with Nick Shirley." Well, this is triggering to Mr. Big California State Assembly Chief of Staff.
You want a flyer?
Do you want to take the photo?
No, I'm gonna.
This is a beautiful lady right here, sir.
Thank you.
See, we're not being hostile.
Okay.
You don't get to touch my thing.
Who has it now?
Steal my things. That actually is a crime.
Come on.
Thank you. You can't steal
Come
my
on.
stuff.
Making it work out so people can actually see your penis.
Yeah. Now that it's a
I know, 'cause
crime,
all
the
the-
guy is literally doing an impersonation of Big Gay Al from South Park.
Yeah.
You guys remember Big Gay Al?
Hi there, little fella.
Yeah.
How are you today?
I'm super.
Super. Thanks for asking.
That's who this is. Big Gay Al left the
South
state
Park.
of Colorado and went and became the California State Assembly Chief of Staff.
The blood's flowing into your arms. It's not flowing into your incredibly, allegedly small penis.
Oh, God.
Nick, you don't get to touch that. It's not yours.
Hey, she wants a
I can do
photo.
the same thing, Nick. What does that do for you?
You can't get it though.
Come on, Nick. Sergeant, I need my Sergeant. I
Here,
need
let's
my
get a
stuff
photo.
back.
You want your photo? Look at all of the papers this guy made. He's gonna put these all around Sacramento. Look at this. Look at this.
Is it part of having an allegedly small penis that you feel the need to steal?
No, you just put it in my face, so I grabbed it. Look, you want to grab it back?
but no one's putting a
You want it
small
back?
penis. I do want it back, please.
I know he is. He
I
is
am
breathing
gonna
cardio.
call-
This is California politics. This is hilarious. See, people love me. No way he gets in a Tesla. No way. No way you get in a Tesla. He probably doesn't like Elon Musk. Look at him. Absolute clown. He likes fraudsters.
All right, now
it's a clown show.
somebody astutely pointed out that he does get into Tesla. So this guy is essentially a walking contradiction.
Yeah, right.
But somebody points out that if you see there on the screen, he's got an Elon sticker. Somebody zoomed in, so he's got an Elon with a line through it sticker. So this is his way of trying to remain intellectually consistent. He's like, I have a Tesla. because I like the technology, but I don't like their CEO.
So it's part of his deception.
And so I want to be considered, I want to be considered hip with the cause. And I am not a traitor. I'm not. I'm not a. I'm not a Republican.
Wow.
So I'm going to have a Tesla, and I'm going to put the Elon sticker with the line through it, the ban Elon sticker next to it, which is it's still just a cope. It's still a massive cope. And in his and I will say this, in his defense, the status of Elon Musk being cool or not cool to the left or to the right has changed pretty quickly, like over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I remember my friend Jacob Holloway, who has a Tesla, and he's he worked for Trump's campaign in Nevada in like 2016, and but he has a Tesla, and he said he would get in the Tesla drive, and he'd be in the deep south somewhere. I think he's based out of Georgia, and he'd get some truck that would pull in front of him and then gas it, like with the big diesel and create the big plume of smoke, because Elon Musk was considered, oh, you're some environmental whack job, that wants to take away our gas guzzling, that sort of thing. That's who Elon kind of was to the right at one time. But then Elon became very acceptable and based to the right and actually was the right's billionaire. That Republicans ran him out of D.C. within 5 months because his ideas were actually doing what Nick Shirley was doing, exposing the fraud, and he actually wanted to do something about it. But anyway, that's another story. But now, if you're a leftist and you own, then they went to firebombing Tesla dealerships. It's really kind of funny to where it's like, because I told my friend Jacob, I said, dude, man, like, you got to be careful now. You're at charging stations. There's like violent leftists going around there. Like you used to have to potentially watch out for the right, although the right wouldn't be violent. The right would just like make fun of you.
Right.
But now the left hates Tesla. I think that's so funny how fickle we can be. Anyway.
Certainly the left. Yeah.
Yeah. Just a general society. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. So anyway, that's it right there. That is called left turn it crazy.
Left turn it crazy.
For real. Sure. Like that is a perfect example of what we're dealing with, and we can't I don't want to live under this. No. I don't want to live under this nonsense. And I know none of you do either, but we have an issue. We'll talk about this later because I think we'll talk about the midterms if we have time towards the end of the show, because the numbers out of Alaska kind of concerning. Some people now turnout is low, so that's what this is. The midterms are all about turnout and all about motivating. And here's the deal: President Trump, I know he's going to do his thing to try to get people to come out, but
got a midterm convention coming up.
Yeah, that's true. But when you've got John Thune as the leader saying, we just got to make the fact that we can't pass the SAVE Act, we got to put that on the Democrats and make that a campaign issue and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, man, that's not going to work.
No.
As much as I would like to do that, I just don't think that's the winning strategy.
No.
The issue is these Republicans are wanting us to allow them to maintain power, and they're not passing Trump's agenda. They're not codifying Trump's agenda. And so if they do get back in power, I mean, there are some that say, look, we may lose the House and we may lose the Senate. I mean, if they lose both chambers, President Trump's agenda is effectively dead at that point in terms of codifying it for the next administration, codifying it for the next generation, making it very difficult to undo. Mm-hmm. Right now, Democrat gets in there and they can just undo everything. So I don't want to live under these people. I don't want to live under their ideas. That's why these states, after the Supreme Court ruling on redistricting, saying, the South no longer has to run their political systems and districts with one arm tied behind their back, while the Northeast, that have several 60-40 states, are all blue. The South can now do it. The reason the South called special sessions and decided to redistrict, and there's still going to be more that'll do it in the next cycle, the reason we decided to do that is because people are desperately trying to use political power that they have legally to make sure we don't have to live under these crazy people anymore. And they're trying to do it as a last gasp within the confines of the system we have during this cold civil war, because we don't want it to go hot. But if the left gets back in power, I'm just telling you, what they're going to do to Christians You can't even imagine at this point what's going to happen, because this is all I told this to Rob yesterday, and I really do believe this. Underneath all of this, some of them won't say it out loud. Some of them will say it out loud. But I think underneath all of the left's angst and frustration with us, it really boils down to the fact that we're Christians.
Religions?
I really do believe that. They may not articulate it, but I think ultimately it comes down to the Christians.
Yeah,
in their
what
minds.
they've articulated well has nothing to do with necessarily an affront or an assault on Christianity, but an assault on capitalism. And we're going to fix the affordability problem, because we know that you guys are coming out of your universities with no jobs, and your rent's too high, and you want a lot of things for free. That's at least what they're saying. But are you saying underneath all that is really just an attempt and an affront to Christianity? And
they blame all of our voting habits on Christianity. If you believe in Jesus and vote, they're saying, okay, well, that's why you're voting for Republicans. And then, of course, they always love to play, well, you're a hypocrite because you're voting for politicians that aren't perfect. That's essentially their argument. You're voting for politicians that have made moral mistakes. And it's like, okay, you totally misunderstand. I think ultimately, though, it is the morality of God that you can read about, the character of God that you can read about in the Bible that informs our opinions and our beliefs of what we should do, to be obedient, to love the Lord our God with all our heart. I think ultimately they just blanketly say, and many of them don't believe us.
Because you definitely see radical Muslims going after and making that a part of it, because we are the infidels.
Right.
Literally.
Yes.
So I totally see your point there. That is absolutely happening.
At the height of well, this wasn't the height. I don't at all.
The Jews.
So at the beginning of the big push where the LGBTQ alphabet soup people, RSTLNE, would you like to buy a vowel enclave, when they were really taking off, this would have been in 2015. At least they were taking off in Arkansas in about 2015. And there were people in Arkansas that decided to pass a bill called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. It was the same bill that mirrored what Bill Clinton and Al Gore signed in like 1993.
Right.
All right, we were just trying to put that. This was in the wake of the cakes and the flower shops and that sort of thing. So I was at the Capitol and I was covering this, and there was these big protests. So the Rainbow people showed up at Little Rock at the Capitol, and they had this big protest. So I was doing man on the street. And kind of like what Nick Shirley was doing there, and I was just asking these people, like, but what about, what about their right, their religious convictions? They're not trying to tell you not to be gay, but they're just trying to say, I just can't do this. I don't want to bake the cake for a wedding that I believe weddings are a religious ceremony, and I just can't do it. And they basically said, well, you should have thought about that before you decided to have a business in America. So from their standpoint, it is, if you want to have a business license, you have to agree with our religion, with our worldview. You have to be willing to do that. So then I naturally went to the abortion. What about a doctor? Should doctors be forced? Yes, if you want to be a doctor, you have to perform abortions when it's required of you, or you can't be a doctor. And I'm like, okay, these people are crazy. But as I pushed in more, the idea of a sincere religious conviction to these people was, they thought I was lying. They thought the right was lying. They thought we were making it up just to be prejudiced against them. That's that's the main thing I took away there. And I thought, wow, that was kind of the first time I thought, wow, both sides believe they have the moral high ground. And when both sides believe they are morally superior to the other, and we're talking about these issues, this is going to end with winners and losers. This is going to end with one side or the other, their ideas being, totally discredited and rejected and banned, outright banned. Now, what all has to happen in order for that to happen, I don't exactly know anymore. But that's what I came away with after that was, oh my gosh, they don't even believe us. They are so dark, they're so twisted, they're so in the snare of the devil.
Wow.
That many of them do not believe that we are honestly believe in God, and that it's they just think it's a weapon that we use to hurt them. So, and that was in 2015, and it has only gotten worse since then. in terms of their resolve. Now, we've rejected it in 2024, but it's pretty crazy. Okay, so let's sound off in the comments. Tell me what you guys think about that. I'd love to hear you get your responses on that. All right, so James Comey, speaking of crazy, 8647. He just found the seashells. Okay, so we've got an update. Paul Sperry has a flurry of posts over on X about this, and it's fascinating because, you haven't really heard a lot about this. It's kind of gone away. He was indicted for his seashell thing. Obviously, we had reports. I think the last I heard was maybe we're saying that maybe the DOJ is going to say that you use this to sell books. You used a threat against the president to make money, right? That appears to be at least part of the government's argument based on this flurry of tweets by Paul Sperry. All right, so new text messages obtained by federal investigators reveal embattled former FBI Director James Comey and his book agent bragged about his 8647 threat against President Trump going viral on social media. Quote, "I'll be okay if it sells book."
Good grief.
Comey told his agent. Comey's agents are Keith Urban and Matt Latimer, who also repped the anti-Trump anonymous author and ousted former Trump White House aide Victoria Coates. Okay, so that's obviously a little tidbit of information, kind of establishing birds of a feather flock together, right? So he's okay as long as he sells books. What's your reaction to that first post?
Sounds like Fauci. It sounds like we really know what's important to you.
Yeah.
I mean, we know what's important. What was important to Fauci?
Yeah, money
and fame,
power.
Yeah, we know what's important to Comey, selling books,
Ego.
Yes.
Well,
this is all. They're just narcissists.
Yeah,
they're absolute flagrant and disgusting narcissists.
Also, keep in mind underneath, and again, I don't care how you go after somebody like James Comey. Obviously, I would much rather it be treason, like charge the guy with treason. But whatever you got to do, Al Capone or whatever. And this may not work out. Let's just be real. They may not get a conviction out of this at all. But I will say, and I don't think the government is coming at it from this angle, but I think practically speaking, what is abundantly clear to me when the former head of the FBI, who is arguably the nation's top spy, okay, we've talked about this, is posting 8647 to the world, where we know, based on Clapper and Brennan or whoever, talking about how there are still lifers, and I'll just say communists, that are embedded in the FBI that are waiting this administration out. They're hiding. They're doing everything they can to not get fired. But we also know that those people have acted maliciously in the past. We know that false flags are real. We know that assassination attempts are real. We know that subverting this administration at all costs, and doing it quietly is real. So it's very much like James Comey is a military general who has been exiled. So that's how I look at it, and I think it would be helpful for all of us to look at it that way. The FBI Director James Comey is in the 21st century. Your generals of armies are your intelligence oligarchy spooks. Okay, so he is an exiled general. He is, quote, out of power, and yet he has friendlies still in the government, in power, that are more loyal to James Comey than they are to the Constitution and certainly the Commander-in-Chief, President Trump. So, practically speaking, when an exiled general tells the world, including his minions, that are waiting for him to come back to power, waiting for his side to come back to power, to kill the President of the United States, to me, that is a secret, or it is a public, but also, potential comms or communications to potentially actually assassinate the president, who has been, assassinated, or there's been attempts, two of that we know of, right? Two times that at least we know of. So, to me, practically, that's why I think, he did not just find the seashells, okay? I'll never believe that, ever.
No. But unless you got Unless you had someone that came forward with a video of him walking up with the rocks, and I mean, wouldn't that have been great?
That'd been awesome. I wonder if they have
see him organizing them in that 8-7.
Pull up the satellite data.
Yeah,
I wonder if anybody's done that in the government. Like, this may not be admissible in court, but
yeah,
hey, you want to see James Comey play with seashells?
Yeah,
seashells by the seashore. You want to see it? Because we've got the footage. That'd be awesome. Here's another Paul Sperry post. The passages that federal prosecutors cite from James Comey's 2025 novel FDR Drive are compelling in establishing mens rea, which is called a guilty mind, because they depict conduct that is similar to a not-so-subtle call for violence against President Trump alleged in the Comey case. Well, I'm going to be honest. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence for conviction. Okay? All right? That doesn't give me a lot of confidence for a conviction. I mean, if I think there's probably more, but I'm measuring my expectations here. I think we all should. But, I mean, surely they've got more than, hey, we think in this one book in 2025 we can establish that you had a guilty mind because of the way you depicted, the way you wrote. I don't know. We'll see. Here's another post by Sperry. James Comey and his D.C. lawyer David Kelly refused to provide federal investigators the original photo Comey took of his 86-47 seashell threat on Trump, target of 2 prior assassination tries, because it held key metadata. So the FBI had to serve Apple with a warrant to search his iCloud new court docs reveal. So they refused to give them the original photo. Now sound off in the comments. Eric will watch for the post or whatever. What metadata is valuable in that context? I really would love to know what metadata Comey would not want the government to have, or at least have to go through Apple to get it. Maybe he's just being uncooperative, but I'm just curious. Like, is there something else in the metadata that would? Maybe the photo was a live photo, so you get a little bit more, because the live photos show you 1 or 2 seconds of video.
Yeah, you get 2 to 3 seconds.
So maybe they actually have some video evidence.
Oh wow,
which would be hilarious if his wife was the one that took the photo for him. And he's 1 to 2 seconds placing the shells and then getting out of the frame.
Fix the 7. Got it, honey.
Could be hilarious. I was just walking down the beach on the seashore, and I saw these seashells.
Oh, weird.
Look at this. Isn't this an odd formation? Here's another one. Prosecutors will argue at trial that a book by James Comey shows he had a state of mind. This is the previous tweet, basically. Had a state of mind to kill President Trump through stochastic terrorism, in Comey's own words, by posting an image, 8647, to his 200,000 Instagram followers. Comey's novel describes a podcaster who, through the wonder of the internet, convinces his fans of killing his foes. So that's what they're going with. It's where a charismatic leader jacks people up, but through the wonder of the internet avoids a direct connection to what comes next, Comey wrote in FDR Drive, which came out just 5 days after Comey posted his seashell threat in May 2025, less than a year after 2 attempts on Trump's life, including one in which he was shot in the ear. Quote, he knows an attack will follow his words, but he closes his eyes so he can say he wasn't part of it, Comey wrote, providing more evidence of intent. Now, that is kind of creepy, though. Like, that is kind of weird. People are susceptible to social media messages that offer a sense of purpose through violence, Comey also wrote, and because those messages are in your pocket reaching you constantly through your buzzing phone, it's an order of magnitude more effective and more dangerous. You know, I'm not surprised that this guy did this, and he wrote about it. He wrote about what he did, because this guy, I've looked at several interviews of Comey. I've studied his rise to the top when he was apparently a Boy Scout, in the whole John Ashcroft on his deathbed. I don't know if you guys remember this, but John Ashcroft was on his deathbed, allegedly, and the Bush administration and Alberto Gonzales, who was not Attorney General yet, Comey was a deputy attorney general, and he had this whole long-out spiel about the Patriot Act and how George Bush was trying to get John Ashcroft to sign off on the Patriot Act because it was about to expire, and they wanted Comey to do it, and they were pressuring him on his deathbed, and it was this huge thing, and, James Comey was this amazing guy who was for, your privacy rights, and that was all nonsense, right? He was only doing that because he was, friends with Chuck Schumer, and they were trying to make, they were trying to attack George Bush. I'm not saying George Bush wasn't worthy of attacking. I'm just telling you that's what was really going on there. In the wake of all of the Russiagate framing Trump for treason stuff, I've seen these interviews where, he's caught dead to rights. Even George Snuffleupagus of ABC News, even George Snuffleupagus of ABC News is sitting in this interview with Comey, and we now know that Comey briefed Trump on intelligence about the Russians and having dirt on him, and we now know that James Comey knew that it originated from Trump's chief political opponent, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Snuffleupagus asks Comey, don't you think Donald Trump had the right to know the intelligence that you were briefing him on came from Hillary Clinton? Even Snuffleupagus asked the question. And James Comey, with straight face, just says, no, I don't think he did. And then proceeds to give some answer that is psychotic. It's a level of lying that is like, it makes George Costanza, look like a saint. Like, the level of lying, I don't think, here's the deal, I don't think he believes his own lies. I won't give him the benefit of the doubt there. I will not give James Comey that credit. I think James Comey is a psychopath, not a sociopath. He's a psychopath. I really believe that about this guy. Just after looking at this body of evidence, certainly a sociopath, right? Certainly that. But does it go from sociopath to psychopath? I don't know. When you're talking about, look, I think, in any profession, there's percentage of that profession that can tend to be crazy, right? And there's higher percentages depending on the profession. But we're talking about government. We're talking about the intel agencies. You don't think these guys get off on the power they have of being able to decide who lives, who dies, who gets spied on, whose secrets get used?
Oh, yeah.
Think about Herbert Hoover, man. Think about his proclivities, sexual proclivities, but then all the blackmail he had on everybody else. Can you imagine if Herbert Hoover had the technology that James Comey did?
Herbert Hoover or J. Edgar Hoover?
Sorry, Edgar Hoover. Yeah. Sorry, not Herbert Hoover. Sorry,
Herbert Hoover once
Hoover
stayed
was
on this
the
floor. The vacuum guy? No, the president.
yeah. Hoover was the.
Sorry, I didn't.
Hoover was
Hoover.
Hoover was the president that was got blamed for the Great Depression. Right?
I was going to say the Great Depression.
Yeah, he said chicken in every pot, and then the Depression hit. So there were no chickens. Chickens were gone. They were gone.
Heard of Black Monday?
Yeah, J. Edgar Hoover. Can you imagine if J. Edgar Hoover had what James Comey have? And that's the thing. Like, these people that aspire, and that's the thing, they aspire to get this type of power.
Yeah,
and they revel in being able to use it against other people.
And then when it starts slipping away, then they start grasping at straws and start, really, really showing their true colors, which were always there before, but they had the power. And then when they start to lose that power, that's when they get desperate.
Yeah.
And that's when they do stupid, stupid stuff, like make seashell numbers into the sand. Like, that is just so juvenile.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but look what it got him.
Yep.
It got him exactly what he wanted. He made a whole circuit through all the Sunday shows and all the mainstream media shows because of that.
And
because of a stupid stunt with seashells by the seashore.
I think ultimately, yeah.
Like, come on.
That's got to be his least favorite poem
Is
at this
that on
point.
us for even giving him the attention that he wanted? Is it? Is it?
No, because I think James Comey wants President Trump dead.
Oh.
I really believe that.
Well.
And I think a lot of other people do too. they see through this nonsense. I mean, they all talk about what makes this country great is the peaceful transfer of power. No,
Right.
that we didn't have a peaceful transfer of power. We didn't.
Right.
We had literally, Obama got on that chopper, and they were all sharpening their knives, figuring out. Obama ordered the fake intel assessment we now know, thanks to Tulsi Gabbard and Congressman Rick Crawford. We know this. He literally ordered a fake intel assessment to set up this whole thing that destroyed his first presidency. And it did destroy it. Because it gave squishy Republicans like Paul Ryan, well, this guy may be in there because of Russia. I don't really think I'm going to build that wall. I'm not giving you the money you want. I mean, remember Paul Ryan? Remember that? Remember all the Republicans that bought into the Russia collusion hoax?
Sure.
And the same, even though now it's proven false, it's the same thing with J6. There's still Republicans that buy into the J6 narrative, don't want to admit the federal involvement there, the false flag operation that it was. Mm-hmm. And again, we have two pipe bomber stories. Anyway, another Paul Sperry. A new court exhibit reveals a relative of James Comey sent a blistering text to wife Patrice Comey. Now, this is interesting. This kind of shows you that there are people in their life that have been watching their BS and are like, you guys are crazy and you disgust us. Listen to this. A text was sent to Patrice Comey lambasting them for posting a call for violence against President Trump, asserting, quote, I have held my tongue for a long time, but I just can't do it anymore. You guys have really gone off the deep end over the years with your Trump derangement syndrome. 8647 is a call for violence no matter how you spin it. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I am thoroughly embarrassed to have ever defended the absolute coward that is your husband.
Wow.
You and Jim are some of the least accepting, most hypocritical people I've had the displeasure of knowing. I hope Jim goes to jail for his crimes.
God bless Aunt Betty.
Yeah.
Or Cousin Betty.
I have a late Aunt Betty. That's funny.
Or whoever else that sent that. Golly,
that's great.
Man.
That's great.
She needs to be at the next Republican National Convention.
Yeah. Man, appoint her senator for South Carolina, whoever this lady is.
Good grief.
That's
that
great.
was awesome.
Oh, man, that's fantastic. I hope he goes to jail for his crimes. That's great. Here's another one as we wind down. This is the last of the Paul Sperry tweets. Federal prosecutors argue there is...
those last... I'm sorry, I keep going back. Those last two sentences, it's just... I mean, that's a relative.
Yeah.
Like...
We're assuming it's a woman. I mean, it kind of reads like a woman rap. Or maybe it was a dude. I don't know.
Man, love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
You and Jim are the least accepting. That's interesting because,
See y'all at Thanksgiving.
Yeah. That is funny, the least accepting. You guys are the least accepting, most hypocritical people I've had the displeasure of knowing. That's funny because, he's on the left. There's photos of Jim Comey wearing like rainbow shirts. He's down with the woke sex religion. He's down with the cause. That's great. All right, last one is this one. Here we go. Federal prosecutors argue there is reason to doubt, Paul Sperry writes, ex-FBI Chief James Comey's story that he stumbled upon 8647 seashell formation while walking with his wife on a North Carolina beach. In new court papers, they reveal the shells were located behind a sand dune in a spot beachcombers could not easily discover them. Quote, and there is no evidence that anyone else arranged, photographed, or even saw the shells, end quote. So they have reason to doubt that he just stumbled upon them. So from this, it sounds like that there was a space that was kind of off the beach that somebody used as kind of an exhibit. Like, this is a great place to build an exhibit that nobody's just going to stumble upon. So I don't know. But I mean, you guys don't believe it. I don't believe it. Nobody believed it at the time. Nobody believed it at the time that this guy was just like, would you look at that? 8647. Well, isn't that interesting? Go listen to what Comey says on Stephen Colbert's show. I just thought to myself, wow, that's certainly interesting, And then my wife said, 86, honey. I mean, back in the restaurant days, that's what they said when they wanted to cancel an order. 86 the ketchup, And I thought, oh, well, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing. And, 47, Well, yeah, that's interesting. I had no way of knowing that meant kill. Well, yeah, the director of the FBI who is responsible for people being killed in one way, shape, or form, right? Like indirectly, maybe directly, but certainly indirectly. You're the head of the FBI, right? Like you decide in some way, shape, or fashion whether people live or die as the person in the FBI. The head, arguably the most powerful spook that there is, and you don't know what 86 means. Yeah. You don't know what 86 means. Like you've never heard the term, hey, we need to 86 this operation fast because they're onto us and they're going to tie us back to the false flag that's about to go down that then we're going to cover up. You've never heard that? You've never heard 86? FBI seems to exist in a lot of ways to create crimes and then cover them up, never solve them. Anyway, okay, so
how are we still talking about Comey?
I know. I'm sorry.
No, it's not you.
He should have been in jail a long time ago.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like, we should have ostracized him from society. He should be exiled with Napoleon on a mountain.
He should be
somewhere.
gone. Should be gone. All right, real quick, kind of the title of the show. We don't want to live we don't want to let the Democrats rule us, destroy our country. Senator Elisa Slotkin. Okay. Elisa Slotkin, this is the Democrat plans for the Supreme Court. Listen to this.
I want to clean up the court so that we can get back to them being like actual jurists on behalf of the Constitution and Americans. So two things. Number one, they're combined. You either get 18 years on the Supreme Court or you hit 75 years old and you're out. Period. So that, and by the way, if we did that, there'd be two right now who would be, right? I want to clean up the court.
All right. First of all, you just love and politicians on both sides say this. We want to clean up the court, and we want to make them jurists again. As if that level of neutrality is even possible. It's not possible, and it's so ridiculous. Where we're to believe that there are ways, especially in this day and age, where people can just put politics aside and do the right thing, when in reality, doing the right thing is also going to be perceived as political, and it is political. Everything that your government does is political. Obama used to get away with this all the time, like, we got to just come together, we got to pass the budget, and we got to do the things the government needs to do. And they would say that this is just what we got to do as a government, as somehow this is like nonpartisan, and in reality, it was always partisan. It always is partisan. Your judges are partisan. Your courts are partisan. Your legislators are partisan. Your dog catcher is partisan. There's always going to be some ideology that is not neutral, because neutrality is a myth. Cultural neutrality is a myth. You're either a pagan nation or you're a Christian nation. It's either one or the other. It's not a question of, we talked about this yesterday, it's not a question of whether or not a country has blasphemy laws or, shameful things that, you get shame heaped upon you if you do them. It's what kind of standards do you have? Okay. I mean, back in 2020, over the last 10 years, the blasphemy laws was, even if you are a leftist, like, I do think that, like, this should be reserved for women's spaces. Blasphemy! You're out of the movement. Cancel you. Fire you. Yeah. That is their religion, right? And so it's not a question of whether to have one. It's which one you have. And this is the same thing with these jurists. Like, we just got to clean up the court. Yeah. We got to find a way to let them actually judge what the Constitution says again. Sorry, you're either going to read what the Constitution says, or you're going to make up what you want it to say. Those are political positions. I think one of them is correct and right and honest and good, and I think the other one is evil, wrong, and wicked.
Totally.
You know, I mean, you think about the 14th Amendment. Go ahead.
And you said it right. They just make it up. Whatever fits their narrative, they just make it up. You didn't see her saying this when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was alive. She was one of the main representatives from Michigan that was praising Ruth Bader Ginsburg and all her glorious years on the Supreme Court, fighting for people's rights. Like, she wouldn't have said this when Ruth Bader Ginsburg was alive, but she says it now because she sees a chance to encourage knocking two conservative-leaning Supreme Court justices off the court. So
that'd be Alito and Thomas.
Yeah, you say that what fits your agenda and your narrative, and this is the Democrat narrative.
Yep.
Either, get some of the older Republicans off and stack the Supreme Court with who we want the next time we get in power.
Yep.
That's what they want.
Now, fundamentally, I'd like to ask your question on this, though, Eric. What are your thoughts about term limits for legislators or for, she was talking about basically 18-year terms for Supreme Court justices? I mean,
well,
I would say at this point, I'm not for any changes because I don't want to work with the left at all, and I want to make the modern iteration of the left illegal, and I want to go after the people that are funding stuff that I think they're doing things that are illegal. They're just not being prosecuted for it. But at a 30,000-foot view, the principle of it, what would you think about term limits?
We did the analysis. It's been a couple of months ago when we looked at when we laid out the ages of all of the senators and representatives, and we placed them on a list of, and it kind of blew our minds a little bit to see the elderly nature of so many of them and just how old they are. And not only that, but how long they've been there. They haven't done anything else. You look at guys like Bernie Sanders, never had a job in his life other than doing what he's doing right now. And it's just, I'm 100% for term limits because you see what it does to people like Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and, I forget the lady from California that they literally wheeled her in a wheelchair.
Dianne Feinstein.
Yeah. Your heart goes out to those situations because they're not even very functional. I mean, this country elected a president that was barely functional. Maybe not in the right. I wouldn't necessarily say he got 80 million votes.
Right.
But
I was about to say elected.
I mean, it's crazy what goes on and how long these folks stay in power and the power that they get and not being able to let it go.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, in the Oval Office,
they're not helpful. They don't do anything.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, in the Oval Office, because Mitch McConnell, speaking of the elderly, Mitch McConnell is missing in action.
Yeah.
We still don't know really where he is. A lot of people don't trust these photos that are coming out, and all this was done to apparently, if there is a conspiracy here, the motive would be we don't want to have a special election because this is Mitch McConnell's last term. But President Trump gets a question from the Oval Office about term limits.
It's been about 69 days since we've seen Mitch McConnell. Sometimes when you look at Congress, it looks like the cast of Cocoon. Yeah. But I read a Cindy Adams column in the New York Post recently, and she talked about how we need term limits and someone needs to hold Congress accountable. Maybe you should be the person to do it. Would you support term limits for Congress or some type of cognitive testing? Because maybe if we had that the last 4 years, we wouldn't have ended up in some of these messes.
So term limits are very popular with the public. I've seen it both ways. I've seen where people go in and they get termed out and they're very talented and they're at the height of their career, politicians, and you end up with total rookies in there, nothing gets done. And I've seen it the other way where people are there too long. We see that all the time. I see both. I always like to say that a term limit is an election. The public's pretty smart. You see that last night. We had some great success last night. The Republican Party had tremendous success last night. But I like to say that term limits should be elections. But I'm okay with term limits. Remember, the people that have to pass term limits are the people that are going to be voting on them to get out of office. So it's a little bit tough. That's not the easiest vote to get, is it, huh? But I'm okay with it.
For them to limit their own power. So President Trump says he's okay with it. Interestingly enough, President Trump, I think one of President Trump's most historic positions this second term has been to end the filibuster. That is a big deal, that the president has said the Senate must end the written paperwork version of the filibuster where you don't actually have to stand up and talk. That alone would be your term limits at this point. That alone would correct the problem. Because these geriatric senators would not have the stamina to do their jobs. And so we are being robbed of our own government. We're being robbed of our own government the way it's written down on paper. We should have right now a bunch of, let's just say Gen Xers. It's interesting that the boomers have held on to power so long that we have a millennial vice president. Not a Generation X vice president, a millennial vice president. The millennials have essentially been, Generation X has simply been leapfrogged over because the old guys will not go home and spend the rest of their good years with the grandkids. Marveling over the fortune they made via insider trading. They just refuse to do it. Like, you've even, insider trading is essentially legal in Congress, and it's going to be forever. It doesn't matter what law they pass, because you can always give, nephew Jimmy at Thanksgiving will get the tip, will get the stock tip. It's always going to happen. The only way to end insider trading is to actually have Christians with a strong moral compass in government who don't want to do something underhanded to get their money. Like, that's your only chance to end insider trading, just so you know. And it's not just being a Christian, but also being a Christian and having the convictions of, I'm not going to get my money by grift and graft, right? I'm not going to do it. But all that being said is these guys won't go home. Mitch McConnell, 5-10 years ago, refused to go home and spend the rest of his career, the rest of his life, reflecting on the life he's had. I don't know if he has grandkids. I don't know, but whatever. He refused to do it, and all the rest of these guys do as well. If you got rid of the filibuster the way it is now, and in order to filibuster, you had to actually stand up there for 24 hours, 48 hours, and we had robust men, full of testosterone, up and down and run, and actually debating. Excuse me. You would actually have your government back, and many of these guys would go home. I really believe that. Right now, does anybody think that? Let's just take, and I don't dislike Chuck Grassley entirely. I mean, I do think he stalled some of the president's nominees, but take Chuck Grassley. You think he could do it? You think he could go in a 48-hour filibuster? Or be there, and meet the rules? No, I don't think so. I think I'd put him in the hospital. Gosh,
48. No.
I mean, I'm 42, and it would drain me to do it. So the job is meant for people in their 40s and 50s and 60s. We'll say 60s to be able to debate and carry out the people's business. And the reason they don't like it is because when you put people through, the lobbyists have successfully found a way to mitigate any potential mental exhaustion that would cause somebody to offer an amendment, offer a solution that nobody sees coming in the legislative process. And it's like, okay, we're going to do this to end it. Okay, yes, agree. Boom, it's done. And now the people, like, they've literally taken the ability away to negotiate in front of the public. That's another thing the filibuster would be used for, the actual filibuster where you have to stand up there and not just this paperwork one. It's disgusting. All right, we got to go to break. But before we do, you heard what President Trump said about term limits. I just want you to know that way back in 2016, when President Trump was running in the primaries, he came to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and I was in attendance. And I asked President Trump about term limits. And I went and I pulled the audio. We don't have video. We only have the audio version of this. But here is my question 10 years ago to President Trump about term limits. Take a listen. Well, I thought that...
Other questions? Any questions? Yes. Hi, this is Paul Herrell. I was wondering what you thought about term limits here in Arkansas. Politicians can now stay in office longer than this time last year. Some people think the language on the ballot was even deceptive. What do you think of term limits nationally?
First of all, so one thing, you get a standing ovation and then you take questions, which I totally disagree with. That's okay. He wanted to take over. It's like Elton John. He does this great song, it's over, and they call him back for an encore, and the last song isn't as good. It's always good. We had a nice, beautiful standing ovation, have a good question, and he wants to know about term limits, okay? Not the most exciting subject, but that's okay. I've seen it both ways. Term limits are interesting. I've seen some amazing, good politicians get thrown out of office before they should. And I've likewise seen some real amateurs come in because of the fact that that's happened. At the same time, I've seen some people that should not be in office and they're there too long. So you can live with either way, and I know what you're going through here. You have a little bit of a complicated thing. A lot of people consider a term limit an election, right? You have an election. You have an election, you get voted out. But I can live either way. I know both sides of it very well. I've seen some unbelievably talented people have to leave office. And likewise, I've seen some people that shouldn't be in office, they stay forever. And so it works both ways. Okay, yes, ma'am.
First of all, Paul, that was a great question. You're a great American.
He did not say that. He was upset.
First of all, Paul, you have a lovely tie on today. You look great. You look fantastic. Thanks for coming.
No, he did not say that. He said it makes no sense to do the questions after my speech, and I got a standing ovation and now do questions. He was criticizing the Republican Party of Arkansas. They had put the fundraiser on.
Yeah.
It was a whole state
He's
party.
not wrong.
No, he's not wrong at all.
It should be YMCA playing,
right?
Not
right.
Paul getting to ask a question about term limits.
What you have to know is all of the Republican Party of Arkansas bigwigs, they were just there to make money on Trump. None of them took Trump seriously. None of them.
This is 2016.
Yeah,
they didn't
2016.
Think he had a chance.
That's right. They were all laughing at him.
Oh my!
I was looking around the room. They were all like laughing at him, and there was not a lot of them that believed in his message or thought he had a chance. But they knew he was popular, and they just wanted to sell out the convention, and they wanted to make a bunch of money in Hot Springs that night, and they did. People got pictures with him. You got to pay to get your picture with him. I mean, they really cleaned up. So that was the analysis, and I came to the microphone as a big critic of Asa Hutchinson at the time because they had just had this ballot amendment, and I don't think Asa was responsible for that exact amendment, but he certainly supported it. And they basically had a ballot title for the people to vote on that said to establish term limits. That was the beginning of the title. Well, we already had term limits.
Oh.
So this new thing that everybody voted yes on, because they didn't know we already had term limits, actually lengthened the time people could be in office, and it made me really mad. So people were mad at me for asking that question because I was in a room full of Republicans.
Yeah,
and my question was, "Hey, what do you think about term limits?"
Paul pokes the bear,
and you hear my question. I said, and here in Arkansas, we had a ballot that a lot of people thought was really deceptive. We had a ballot initiative, and a lot of people thought it was really deceptive. But what do you think about term limits? And so my question, and I'll be real here, right? If I had to do it over again, I would ask, and knowing what I know now, I would probably ask something different. But I stood up to the microphone to literally an attempt to humiliate all of the bigwig Republicans that were there that supported that fraud on the people of Arkansas. So my question was kind of a middle finger to them. And, in hindsight, maybe I would do things differently. If I got to, if I knew I was talking to the president of the the future president of the United States, I probably would have had a different question. But that was the point of it. And if you notice, though, President Trump's answer in 2016 at that Hot Springs event versus what he just gave in the Oval Office yesterday is remarkably the same, remarkably consistent.
Yeah.
I can live with it either way. I've seen good people go. I've seen bad, it's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
But it is functionally kind of a moot point because they're never going to vote themselves out of power. They're just not going to do it. So
See the breaking news?
No, what do we got?
Fartwell's home was just raided, and they just pulled him off of an airplane.
Do we have video of this?
I don't have it right here in front of me, but I'm sure we can get
All right, I'm going to find it
really
during the
quickly.
break.
But we'll come back from the break with some with some updates around the breaking news on Eric Swalwell.
All right, that sounds good. That sounds good. All right, we're going to be back here in just a minute, folks. It's the Paul Herrell program live from America. We're with you to the top of the next hour. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for watching.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago, he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier. And when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about, 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning as we prepare for, this is the eve of Friday. That's what I like to call Thursdays, is Friday's Eve. Broadcasting
Friday Eve.
Here on Live from America. And we're from the state of Arkansas, if you guys are just joining us. We really do appreciate being a part of the program. We got this developing news, breaking news And thanks to Jeremy for making us aware of this. His show, Live from America, is going to start here at the top of the next hour at 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock Eastern. FBI agents confronted ex-Congressman Eric Swalwell, who, before, all of his sexual proclivities with Fang Fang, or, the domestic abuse, was really most famous for passing gas live on MSNBC. It was most famous for that. He's in.
My apologies.
Yeah, he's in trouble, though. Let's see here. Eric Daugherty saying ex-rep Eric Swalwell at San Francisco Airport, he was confronted by the feds. They seized his cell phone as part of a criminal investigation into his alleged sexual misconduct. Then they searched his house and seized more files. Don't forget that Eric Swalwell was just exposed by being compromised by a Chinese spy. Yeah, he took, now we know, right, cash, campaign cash.
Just breaking moments ago, Justice Department is now investigating sexual assault allegations against former Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell. According to a source, they are beginning that investigation, and Democrats are facing questions now about what did they know about this, because there was quite a bit of rumor and buzz out there. Did they decide not to mention this in a public forum? Swalwell has denied these accusations, but he admits to, quote, mistakes in judgment. The Wall Street Journal reports that there were, quote, whispers about his behavior with women for years. Quote, Alex Evans, a former Swalwell chief of staff who was working for a super PAC supporting Swalwell's candidacy, said rumors came up in endorsement conversations and, quote, as the last box that needs to be checked before they commit. Evans said that he never saw that behavior that raised the red flags and, quote, he was living a complete double life.
This man was on HPSCI, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. This man was the perfect mark for the communist Chinese, the perfect one. And once they've got the blackmail on you, they have it. This is a blackmail operation, pure and simple. The Democrats don't say anything, whether it's sleeping with a Chinese spy or abusing your girlfriends or whatever.
Or your escorts or whatever.
Yeah, you've got a few things here. You got adultery. If that means anything to the Democrats, you have adultery. You can blackmail somebody with adultery because he was married. You also have the fact that you're cheating on your wife with a Chinese spy. You've taken the campaign cash. Now they've got you for that, and and now we also have the domestic abuse situation. And so you're on your perfect mark to be put on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence that's supposed to oversee the intel oligarchy, much of which is also, I think, compromised with Chinese influence, because I believe that the coronavirus was created by us and then exported to the lab and was leaked intentionally. I think elements of our own government are responsible for 7 million deaths worldwide, if not more. And I think the non-monolithic aspects of the American government that are evil conspired with other factions. It could be the monolithic government of China or even the non-monolithic government of China. Obviously, we know that there are different factions even in communist China. I mean, that's why at one of those party meetings, Xi Jinping had somebody escorted out. Remember that? And you're like, ooh, probably never going to see that guy again.
Yeah, headed straight to the gulag.
Yeah, yeah. That guy. That's not going to work. Yeah. Not gonna work here anymore.
Not gonna work here anymore.
Not gonna work here anymore. Na'id. Why is that so hard?
You know that there's nothing wrong with Mike Bolton. Oh yeah, well at least your name's not Michael Bolton.
Hey, are you related to that singer guy?
PC load letter. What does that mean?
PC load letter.
Yes. Why does it say paper jam? There is no paper jam.
I could go on. I'm going to stop.
We could do
I'm going to stop because there's so many other quotes that I want to say right now, but I'm going to stop because it's just going to build. We're just going to keep going. We are.
Hey, check out Channel 9. Check out this chick.
It's like,
hey, Peter, man.
No, man. Hell no, man.
I believe you get your head. You just said something like that, man.
Yeah, I'm doing the drywall down there at the new McDonald's. All right. I'm over. It's over. All right. So, former Democrat congressman, this is from the Gateway Pundit, Eric Swalwell, who is under federal investigation, received a nasty surprise at the airport a few days ago. As the Daily Mail reported, FBI agents confronted Swalwell with a search warrant when he landed at San Francisco Airport on Saturday.
What would you say you do here?
Then they took the former congressman's electronic devices, including his cell phone, reportedly as part of a federal criminal investigation into sexual misconduct. Now, Gateway Pundit is saying sexual misconduct. Fox News just said domestic abuse. So this better be about the Chinese spy. This is the bigger charge. Is the Chinese spy in taking sovereign wealth?
It won't be.
Yeah. You think it'll be Al Capone style? Just get him whatever we can?
Yeah.
You're probably right. This man was on the House Intelligence Committee, though. Needs to be made an example of. But maybe they don't. I don't know. How many other people on the Intel Committee are being blackmailed as we speak?
Yeah.
Honest question. And I think we know the answer. It's not zero.
Sorry. I'm still laughing.
It's okay.
Hey, Bob.
Excuse
Bob?
me.
Peter, take us through a typical work day for you. Well, Bob, first thing I do when I come into my office, I just space out for about an hour. You what? Yeah, I do that 2 or 3 times a day. I'd say in a given week, I only get about 15 minutes of real work.
It is one of the best cult classic movies ever.
Oh,
there's no
so
doubt.
good.
We're talking about Office Space for those of you who don't know. The New York Post, this is their headline. They confront Swalwell. They seize his phone at the airport. Now, I think this happened maybe a couple of days ago. I saw one report say that it happened a couple of days ago. Maybe it didn't just happen because the Gateway Pundit tweeted former Democrat congressman who was under federal investigation received a nasty surprise at the airport a few days ago. Is their take on it? We're just now finding out about it, but it is relevant.
First time I've seen about this.
I mean, this is a poster child of a guy who is essentially a puppet, and was just basically used as a mouthpiece for, every far left radical agenda that you can think of.
Okay, so this happened on Saturday, and his home was raided on Sunday. Thanks, Jeremy.
So he was a darling of the left. He was on MSNBC every time you looked up.
This guy was going to run for president.
Yeah, especially during the heart of the Russia collusion hoax. He was literally everywhere all the time. Right there, kind of tied at the hip with Adam Schiff, and they were lying. He's constantly lying.
Absolutely.
This guy needs to go to jail for a long time. He needs to be. Look, if you're a congressman, you're one of 435 people, 535 people of the. If you take the Senate, the most important people, arguably, in the country for sure, but also in the world, and you're on the Intel Committee. And you're sleeping with a Chinese spy. You're taking campaign donations from sovereign wealth. Mm-hmm. You must be thrown in jail. You must be made an example of for those crimes. And, put everybody else that's in a similar predicament on notice. And maybe they'll, who knows what'll happen. I don't know. But this is part of, definitely part of cleaning up government for sure. Hey, in other news, there's a viral clip going around of a woman visiting India. A white woman gets a year-long visa to India, but then she becomes culturally enriched and immediately wants to leave after only 2 weeks. All right, so check this out right here.
No, it's a great start in this town, to be honest. I'm honestly, kind of over India already. I think I'm just going to leave. The men here are just, there's something wrong with them. I just need to get out of here. I'm just done. Sick of the cow poop on the roads. Sick of the trash absolutely everywhere. Look at that garbage. It's disgusting. I got the year-long visa because I wanted to come here and, do a whole tour around India. At this point, I don't even want to stay 2 weeks. No, it's a great start in this town, to be honest.
So she wants to leave now. She got a year-long visa, wanted to explore India, and she can't get over the trash. She can't get over the men that she says have something wrong with them, and she can't get over the cow worship, the bovine feces all over the street. I didn't even realize. I mean, I knew the whole cow thing, but I didn't even realize the stuff about that they just have cows just walking around, just like loose cows on the street. I had no idea. That's absolutely insane.
So I'm a foodie.
Yeah, this video, by the way, has 5.1 million views and was posted 2 days ago. So.
And I watch food videos all the time, and it never ceases to amaze me. Like, I'll watch all these great food clips and get inspired to cook certain things, and then I'll keep scrolling, and I'll see one from one of these little markets in India where these guys are sitting with their legs full, and they're just grabbing stuff, and there's dirt and stuff everywhere, and they end up making this big poopapalooza in a big pot, and you just think, I'm gonna be sick. And then you'll see this video of them, having thousands of these shrimp in these big tubs, and they're pulling them out and they're injecting them with stuff, and that's the stuff that sometimes arrives in our, grocery stores here in the U.S. It's like you got to watch that stuff. It is absolutely disgusting, and I can see exactly, and my heart goes out to her because. That's exactly what you get over there.
Yeah, and it's funny because, we mentioned Nick Shirley at the top of the show, and also Tyler Oliveira and what he did down in Texas exposing H-1B, and all the people saying they want to make Texas India, and they're seeing all their friends that they saw in India are now living down the street from them in Texas.
Yeah.
And you have obviously, why they want to leave and come to America. They look around America and say, oh, this is a great country. Look, we don't have all this trash on the road. And yet, not only are they taking our jobs, they're totally transforming civilization here in America, where honestly it looks like there are parts of America that it looks like we have lost a war. Like it looks like our country literally has lost a war in a lot of places, where they have a 90-foot tall monkey statue in Texas. A 90 feet tall. Imagine what a basketball goal is 10 feet. So we're talking 9 basketball goals of a pagan deity, a false god, a demonic god in Texas. It does look like we've lost a war.
The baboon Baal.
Yeah, basically. Might as well call it that.
That was a joke.
I like it. I like the alliteration, though. The alliteration's good. Contrast that
the
footage.
Babylon Bee, the baboon Baal.
Contrast that footage with footage that has been posted by the Liberty Daily. Footage of the opening of the Mall of America in 1992 shows a radically different world. Now, I know it's an apples and oranges comparison. We were just showing you actual India and talking about America. But anyway, regardless, watch this video.
The bargains are coming! The bargains are coming! Hear ye, hear ye! The mother of all shopping crowds was waiting as the doors opened.
Yes, shop till you drop. We are professional shoppers.
By noon, the 2 parking ramps were filled with 13,000 cars, and that sent the mall's war room into action.
We were able to divert to off-site parking properly and efficiently and effectively within 5 minutes.
There was congestion on the roads, but the plan seemed to work. Meanwhile, the traffic jam continued inside the mall. It took almost an hour to get on some of the most popular amusement rides, and the wait continued in the food line.
Well, I placed an order at about 1:27 and got the food about 2:20.
Mall officials say the delays were due in part to a green workforce.
You sure got a variety. You can buy anything you want, I guess.
This place has over 300 stores, some very specialized. Just what this doctor ordered.
And I found a book that I've not been able to find anywhere else, Human Anatomy by an illustrator.
Some people came just to look. This California man says he likes taking pictures of cultural icons.
And this is really one of them. This is a high water mark of where we're going.
Have you been to the Mall of America recently, Eric?
Not recently, but I did when you said we were going to do this segment. I texted my folks because we went as a family on a family trip to the Mall of America for like a little mini vacation when I was growing up.
How long was it?
It was 1994 or 95.
I bet it was pretty amazing.
It was 4 floors of awesomeness.
Awesome. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It was literally incredible. They had like little mini concerts going on in one of the little atriums. All the stores, and back then, it's not like I'm getting all my clothes from Amazon. That was our family trip. like in the summer to get school closed for the year.
Yep.
And so that's what we did. I mean, we flew up there and we did I think we were there, Paul. I think we were there for 3 days.
Yeah.
And so we would do like a floor or something each day. It was wild. We flew up there with another family and who also had a couple of kids about my age, and we did other things too. It's not like we went up there just to go mall shopping, but that was the experience. That was the trip. The focus of the trip was the Mall of America, and it was incredible.
So this is incredible to me because I went in 2012. I was in Minneapolis, and we took the train or whatever to the Mall of America, and it was a ghost town. Now it was a ghost town. The first person I saw there was some Muslim in some sort of, Muslim garb or whatever. Now, the rides were still good. They were still operational and that sort of thing. But in terms of it being some mecca of shopping or stores, no. The reputation, if I remember correctly, was, hey, be careful when you go because it's
That's sad.
It's dangerous. And so that, it was the heyday in the 90s. It opened in 92. By 2012, when I went, and I'm pretty sure that was 2012 because it was an Americans for Prosperity conference that I was at there, a bloggers conference, and I was just on Arkansas radio. This is back when, AFP was.
Think about what an experience it was.
AstroTurfing, the Tea Party movement is what we now know, but back then we didn't really know yet. But it was, I went and had a great time on the rides, but it was not. The Mall of America was.
Think about what an experience it was back then too. Like my little middle class family from Southeast Missouri drove to St. Louis and flew to Minneapolis, St. Paul, Minnesota airport, bought flights to go up there just for this trip to spend a few days at this mall. That's how big of a deal it was back then. And I still remember it to this day. When you said we're going to do that, I immediately texted my folks, says, what year was that when we took that trip with our friends to Mall of America? And it was just awesome. Like you said, the rides and stuff like that. Me and my younger brother were riding roller coasters, and then we're going to go to Banana Republic and Gap and Structure and buy some clothes. Go to Abercrombie and Fitch.
Back in the day, man, that's what you did. That's
all
what
right,
you did.
sorry, that's my
No.
Abercrombie and
Fitch. I just find
reference.
it, as a cultural data point. Do with it what you will. Now we're going to move on to another cultural data point that is extremely disturbing. Why are so many white liberal women identifying with a child murderer? This is the story of Lindsay Clancy, and unfortunately the story isn't just about her murdering her 3 kids, strangling them to death. It's about the feminist reaction to her being an admitted murderer, a confessed murderer. I didn't know anything about this story really before this morning. I had seen snippets of it.
Strap in, bro.
I saw Matt Walsh post about it, and I was like, okay, what is this? And so I did a deep dive this morning on this story, and so I want to get to the truth of the matter, and so that's why it's time for one of my favorite segments on the Paul Herrell program, Render the Fat. Low and slow, think and understand. That's what we're trying to do here, man, because this is one of the craziest stories that I've seen in quite some time. And it really is a symptom of the general cultural rot that's taking place right now. Over at Zero Hedge, authored by Stephen Watson from Modernity News, why are liberal white women identifying with a child murderer? Now, before we get to an attempt to slowly answer that question, I think we have to understand what this case is actually about. And for that, there's a girl over on X says that it's all politics, at It's All Politics. Her name is Chloe, and she actually has an excellent breakdown to bring all of us up to speed about what is happening with this Lindsay Clancy case. Watch this.
So who's Lindsay Clancy, and what is going on? Buckle up. In January of 2023, Lindsay Clancy, a Massachusetts mother of 3, strangled her 3 kids to death in her basement with exercise bands. They were 5, 3, and 8 months old. Her trial is this week. She's being charged with first-degree murder, and the question is whether or not she was undergoing a psychotic episode and didn't mean it, or if she carried out premeditated murder. So either she's committed for life or imprisoned for life. Now, how did we get here? So after her third kid was born, she started losing her mind. Postpartum anxiety, depression, paranoia, insomnia, and evolving psychosis. And in 2022, she started telling mom and husband that she was having thoughts of killing her kids and started seeking big-time medical help. Now, at this point, she's on at least 12 different medications, including the antipsychotic Seroquel, which includes hallucinations as a symptom. New Year's Eve 2022, she finally checks into a mental hospital. 5 days later, she checks out, saying she wants to be home for her 5-year-old's birthday. Then a couple weeks later, in January of 2023, she's apparently having a really good day. Like, she's not being crazy. She texts her hubby saying, I didn't cook dinner, let's do takeout. He leaves the house for 25 minutes to pick up said takeout and grab Miralax from CVS for his 5-year-old daughter. Security footage confirms this alibi, by the way. And while he's gone, she lures them to the basement and spends about 4 minutes per kid them. Then her arms and neck, and then jumps from a second-story window, permanently paralyzing herself from the waist down. She's on 6 medications at the time. Husband returns home, sees all the bodies, calls the police. And that audio recording has not been released to the public, but reporters in the room said they heard it, and it was just sickening. This story is tragic and vile, and somehow online weirdos have managed to make it worse. Some quick facts before I explain. People are conflating postpartum depression with postpartum psychosis. 13% of American women get postpartum depression. 1 in 1,000 get the psychosis. It's very rare, it's symptoms-based, so you can't find it on an MRI, but it typically presents very suddenly in the first 2 weeks after childbirth. Symptoms include hallucinations, delusions, severe insomnia, and yesterday her mom testified that Lindsay texted her in October of 2022 saying, will you stay with me? Something is wrong. Horrible insomnia, anxiety meds making it worse, really, really scary. I don't want to be alone. Patrick testified that Lindsay called him and said she did it because a man's voice told her if she didn't do it now, she'd lose her chance. It's looking like she went crazy. The prosecution, the people prosecuting her for murder, they have a very, very difficult job. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she was not crazy, just cold-blooded. But either way, she's still going away for life because her children are forever gone. That's the tragedy. But instead of focusing on that, online weirdos are blaming the man. Here's what I mean. Blue-haired people, for instance, are throwing themselves out of windows to prove that she fell out of the window weird. She must have been shoved. It was the husband. Yeah, Patrick, he was not at CVS, according to these ladies. He hired a body double, drugged her, the children, shoved her body out the house, and then staged the rest of it. And the evidence of all this, it doesn't exist, but he did remarry another brunette after his former wife unalived all of their children. So, guilty. There's also women saying this.
Many of us see ourselves in Lindsay. Many of us know that we could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things.
What?
Like, get help. She had a psychotic break and committed multiple mortal sins. That's not the same as you feeling down after having a kid. And then there's women out there saying that if men aren't talking about this case, it's because they're abusive.
If you're a man saying, like, she should just go to prison, she did it, Patrick's innocent, leave him alone, he was a great dad, I'm just going to assume that you are abusive.
Yeah. There is not a single piece of evidence that he was abusive. Women, you're making us all look bad. The reality is she was on an insane cocktail of psychotropic drugs at the time of the murders. It's really sad. And it's terrible to see that she was severely struggling with mental illness. Mental illness is real, and it is very, very scary. But also, girls, stop being weird and totally sympathizing with the child killer and blaming the husband. Lindsay confessed, the defense agrees, and she'll likely go to the ward for the rest of her life. I swear, these people do not care about the children at all. They just want to make the guy look bad because they hate men. But hey, I mean, at least Candace Owens has a new thing to warp and make millions off of.
So that is the long and the short of it. I mean, I found that video to kind of, I mean, I look, I know feminism is a mental, it's rotting our society. It's, you know, the rot began with abortion, right? I mean, if you have the right, if we can't tell women, no, you can't murder your child in 1973, it's very difficult to tell them, no, you can't do all these other things, right? I mean, you know, because I can't murder my child, but women can in the womb. So it set feminism on this trajectory to essentially destroy. They're obviously in charge, right? They're a protected class. They can murder their children. And anyway, so your thoughts on that? I would love to know your thoughts on that, Eric, especially of the cocktail, because that is true. This woman we may need to revisit the whole medical field of psychology and prescribing. I don't know how many drugs she was on, but
so some things to keep in mind: psychiatry and psychology. Psychiatry can prescribe medications. She was prescribed these medications by psychiatrists.
Psychiatry,
and those in that community, they go to a lot more school than those that operate in more of the psychology aspect of things. I've worked with a lot of psychiatrists in my career, throughout my career, and a lot of them openly admit, like, I have a tough time with a lot of patients dealing with their care because I become more of a chemist. I need to add a little dose of this. I need to up their dose of that. I need to lower their dose of this, lower their dose of that, add this onto the cocktail, and hopefully I can get their neurotransmitters and their mental health appropriate. But when I look at this list of medications that she was on, it blows my stinking mind. And because I know what this list of medications and this cocktail can do to a person.
It's 30, right? 30 something?
Yeah, listen to these names. So a combination of Zoloft, Prozac, Remeron, Disaril, amitriptyline, Ativan, Klonopin, Valium, buciprone, hydroxyzine, Seroquel, Lamictal, Ambien. These are all high-powered medications, and they don't interact well with each other in a lot of cases. This is an insane cocktail of benzodiazepines, mood stabilizers, sedatives, sleep aids, antidepressants. Some of the antidepressants are the same exact thing. So they're SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They're supposed to do the same exact thing. And then they're adding tricyclic antidepressants on top of that and other medications that should not be taken with each other. They all have side effects and a terrible profile for a lot of things. And so especially for this lady, the benefits of this cocktail does not outweigh the risks. It is bad malpractice what this lady was on, and I would challenge any of her healthcare providers to try to come up with a reasonable explanation why they did not look through this cocktail more carefully and say, I think we may be doing this lady a little bit more harm than good. This is disgusting, what I'm seeing here as far as this massive cocktail of medications for her. And bless her heart. Like, I know my sympathy goes out to her and what she was dealing with, and her mother showing her some of the text messages from her reaching out to try to say, I'm not right. Mm-hmm. I do not feel right. I need somebody to be with me. I don't need to be by myself. Like, there's part of this where my heart and my sympathy really does go out to this woman and what she was dealing with, and it's incredibly frustrating to see this list of medications and the profiles of these medicines and what they would do to a person when taken in combination the way that they were. And that's that's half the list. So
wait a second, that's only half the list? There were more?
Yeah, there's more. I just went through the ones where the specific name for them. I mean, there are others on this list that I didn't even mention.
But you mentioned SSRIs, and so I would be remiss if I didn't say, like, how many mass shooters that are men that do we later find out are on SSRIs? This is not the first time where something like this happens, and you turn violent because literally the drugs themselves apparently make you violent and crazy and do things that maybe you otherwise wouldn't. Some might even say, some of these drugs, some people claim thin the veil, the spiritual veil, make you more susceptible to spiritual attacks.
This really is just like the perfect storm of a bad situation and things coming together. Her not getting the appropriate level of help from the people she needed to. Her getting the wrong help from the physicians that are prescribing her this massive cocktail of medications. No one that can intervene, and poor, helpless, innocent children that are no longer with us today because of the actions of this perfect storm of bad mental health treatment. It's really, really sad.
Well,
and then the feminist movement jumping on board to try to affirm this and try to rationalize it away. Like, don't do that. Well, like, don't go that way. That's way too far.
Well, that's what they're doing. The phrase "same Lindsay" is now trending on TikTok. apparently a lot of women today have fantasies about killing their own children, and that's why they're identifying with Lindsay Clancy so much. Here is just one of those videos.
Trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I'm terrified of Callan getting sick. He's a sick baby. A sick baby is miserable. He's sick now with a double ear infection. Clearly has a bellyache. It's miserable. I feel like the other kids are going to get him sick all winter long. She wrote that, right?
Correct.
I always feel strongly against sleep training. Dude. I feel like it's abusive to let the baby cry and not respond.
Making
but
these
I made the
videos
decision.
while they're making videos with the soundtrack of the court testimony, of the text messages while they take care of their own kids. That is sick, man. We have a lot of really sick women out there to be doing something like this. Absolutely disgusting. Large online female community has launched a coordinated TikTok movement in support of Lindsay Clancy, the Massachusetts mother charged with strangling her 3 children. Participants are declaring their allegiance from whatever state they're in using Labor, already an anthem and anti-patriarchy circles, as their soundtrack. Many portray Clancy not as a woman whose defense cites severe postpartum psychosis, but as an almost certain victim of her husband, whom they insist must be the real perpetrator. It just goes on and on. And you saw the video right there. I mean, it's absolutely insane. This lady, who's this lady? Hang on. Actress Lisa Rinna says she and her female therapist agreed that Patrick Clancy killed his children, not Lindsay Clancy, because women don't strangle. Quote, my therapist looks at me and goes, he did it. I was like, wow, yeah. Again, why are so many white liberal women identifying with a child murderer? So I'm sorry, I've got to ask, are all these women on drugs as well? How many of these women are on some sort of antipsychotic medication? It's absolutely insane, man. And that brings me to this Matt Walsh tweet, because William Wolf, who's the head of the Center for Baptist Leadership, doing a lot of great work trying to save the Southern Baptist Convention from its leftist drift, which we need people like William Wolf. But he says, Matt Walsh just nailed Big Eva to the wall. Not a single evangelical commentator who had so very much to say about Nick Fuentes over the last year has had the courage to touch the Lindsay Clancy train wreck. He said, quote, please take note of all the conservative influencers and commentators who are very eager to issue lectures to young right-wing men and scold them for their spicy jokes and for their edgy podcasts they listen to. And yet right now, they're very hesitant to deliver any rebuke to the legions of radicalized women openly celebrating a mass murderer of children. I think there's some truth to that, but do you know what's at the heart of that is? We talked about blasphemy laws earlier. You know, one of the blasphemy laws of the left, you are not allowed to tell women no, generally speaking, in our society. And because of that, it leads to, what does it lead to? It leads to what we're seeing now. It leads to them taking a terrible situation and somehow inventing a conspiracy when she's confessed to doing it. Like that lady said, the guy has the alibi. He went out to CVS. He's on camera at CVS, but they think that he somehow did it himself and then threw his wife out the window after slitting her wrists.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I don't even really know what to say about that. But that's the truth of the situation. Is we are a very sick society, generally speaking, and we got a lot of work to do. A lot of prayer to do, and a lot of but again, at the same time, politically speaking, like these ideas, this mentality, they've got to go. They've got to be consigned to the dustbin of history if we're going to save the country. That's where I'm at with it. Anyway, my goodness, I cannot believe that though. 30-something drugs. She had a massive cocktail of drugs in her system. So I think she probably will be found insane, and she'll go to a mental institution for the rest of her life.
Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, I think you're spot on in that.
And, you know...
and I'm not saying she's not insane. And what this cocktail shot and catapulted into, a rocket booster of insanity That absolutely seems to have happened here. And she was reaching out and trying to communicate and wasn't really getting anywhere. But this is the same problem you find all the time with tragic situations, is that people then come forward after the fact and are like, yeah, we kind of knew he was like that, or we kind of wondered when, not just he kept to himself or had some weird conversations at the dinner table, but like, these guns were missing from the gun safe and whatever else. It's just, this stuff happens, and unfortunately, too little too late.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Man.
But I seriously believe that the medical profession in this situation needs to be held accountable for this.
That's what I would, yes.
And that doctors that were prescribing these medications like this in this way at this load need to be held accountable for that, and need to have their licenses pulled, or at least be brought to justice to say, in the same way that Michael Jackson's doctor that kept loading him up with all of his people have to be held accountable, or it's just going to be the cycle is just going to continue.
Now it's time for our last segment of this Thursday, this great Friday Eve, and we call this segment Degree in Dumb. So for this segment, Degree in Dumb, we're highlighting the Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who is now going viral in a video that's received 2.7 million views in just over a day, about why he won't send his daughter, that he's raised right, to the liberal woke sex religion school known as Harvard. Keep in mind, Harvard used to be a school that taught theology. It was originally a seminary, and it no longer is that, unless you're going to say they study the theology of demons, the doctrine of demons. Take a listen to this really good clip.
Can't say no.
To Harvard?
Yeah.
Well, me and Mom can say no.
Catholicism, to us, is everything. It's the basis of our marriage. It's the basis of our family. So I'm nervous about the idea of Paloma going to Harvard. We spend a lot of time nurturing and providing formation for our kids, giving them an environment where they are steeped in faith and values. And so the idea of dropping her off at a place that would undermine that or try to undo all those things makes me worried.
And again, I don't want them to get one viewpoint. I want them to get a lot of different viewpoints. But I don't want them fed only one viewpoint that is contrary to the way my kids were raised. Listen, my problem is we have thought about how we raised you and how hard we've worked to, I think, raise what is a remarkable young girl. If I send you there, I think what happens is they have professionalized figuring out how they can take good young girls like you and, I think, corrupt their minds. You don't have to believe what I believe. You don't have to have the political viewpoints that I have, but I do think it's important that you make those choices for yourself and you have a fair representation of what they are. And I don't think the Harvards of the world give you that kind of well-rounded picture.
He's exactly right.
Spot on.
Spot on. Listen to this. That Harvard, what do I call this? The propagandists at Harvard have figured out how to professionalize. They've professionalized figuring out how they can take good young girls and corrupt their minds. And folks, that is not just true of Harvard. That is true of so many of these universities that are not preparing people for careers. They're not preparing people for jobs. They're preparing people to be communists. And they're preparing people for, some sort of revolution. And they're turning them against their parents. And this is true in a lot of public schools as well. Not all public schools. There's still great public schools out there. Depends on where you're at. But it's certainly true of universities where parents do. This has tragic stories where they raise kids up to 18. They're good to go. And then they buy into this idea that you have to go to college, and they're literally handing their kids over to people that hate their parents, the enemy. Mm-hmm. I would call them the enemy easily, spiritually speaking, 100%. And for more on this, just what the scam it is in general, not only do you have this component of warping your mind, But you also have a really great point. There's a great website out there called degreefree.com. And if your kids are still 8 to 10 years away from college, you need to go to this website. You need to start using these resources because your kids don't necessarily have to go to college. And there's this Degree Free over on TikTok is a great follow because we get comments, we get rants like this. Listen to this.
They're stealing all of this time. They're stealing all of this money. And they're selling false expectations, and they're selling lackluster employment preparation, and they're not doing anything well. And then they've managed to brainwash an entire group of people so that when they go out to the market and then apply for the exact jobs that they should have applied for at 18, they say that the employers are the ones exploiting, when the employers are like, this was the market value wage before you bought a degree and then another degree. How is that my problem to then pay you what you think your labor is worth when you have no skills? And if anything, you have negative skills because the college ruined your expectations and taught you the opposite of what is actually true in the market because the people teaching in colleges don't know what's going on. They're stealing all of this.
That is a really good point. So many of the people in academia don't actually know what's going on. I think because of AI, in 10 years, a lot of universities are not going to exist in the same capacity that they do now. I think President Trump could really speed that process up. I think in a lot of ways it's a good thing. There needs to be massive reforms. President Trump could speed this process up by not allowing these Chinese immigrants, to come over here, to get educated. Because he even said, well, if I did that, it would hurt a lot of the Ivy Leagues. Well, maybe that international tuition needs to be hurt because we're totally disconnected from, services rendered and what you're actually paying for. I think she makes an excellent point here. That this is not going. Now, there are some reforms, and I believe Arkansas has made a stab at this. I don't know if they passed it into law, but I think they're working on this and I think this is a good idea. Universities in Arkansas or any state should not be able to charge more money than what the average job is for that degree in the marketplace. So now think about that.
Yeah.
Think of how good that would be. Like say, okay, the average, if you're going into marketing, okay, the average marketing job, which by the way, with AI, that's going to make it really difficult. The average job for a marketing salary, I don't know, let's just say it's $50,000 coming out of college. That would mean that university cannot charge you more than $50,000 for that degree. And that kind of limitation, I think, would be really healthy.
Every parent needs to listen to Mike Jobs do an interview. Any interview he's done over the past 10 to 15
years. You mean Mike Rowe? You said,
Mike Rowe,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
Dirty Jobs, Mike Rowe.
Maybe he should just be called
Mike Jobs.
Old Mikey Jobs over here. He'll get you a job. You just got to listen to him.
I mean, all the progress that he's made and toward helping trade schools and toward exposing the light on the college situation, yeah, it's absolutely
amazing.
Absolutely need to be a part of the conversation.
All right, that's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program, this Thursday edition. I hope you had a great morning with us. I had a great time. Thank you, LFA audience. Thank you, chat. We will see you guys tomorrow morning. We'll be here with bells on. And God bless everybody out there watching. I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Scan the QR code, make your donation to help veterans get red light therapy that the VA will not cover. And we will see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Good morning, LFA family. How you doing today? It is Thursday, August 20th, year of our Lord, 2026, and you are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this beautiful show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And we are broadcasting live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa, but it's not about me. It's about you. It's about the truth. It's about the country. And it's about that man right over there, Mr. Producer Eli, on his second favorite day, Friday Eve. Eli, how we doing?
I was going to say second favorite day. Don't jump the gun. I do have something to look forward to tonight. It's a burger and potato casserole. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Hit that rumble button. Hit that share button. We got some news to get to, baby, and let's go.
Let's go. T. Collins in the building. How you doing? J.A. Fish is here live today. How you doing? Patty is here. Gina Marie. William, 2861. Mad Tess. We've got Antlob in the building. Ashley Garland. Hopefully everything's going okay with your husband and his job search. Wayne is here. Kikalo. Big Mama Campbell. Barb Naylor. Sherry Welch. Dan Burton. We've got Claire Clark in the building. Dane's ex. Tina is here. Fun Mom. Back in the live chat. How you doing, Fun Mom? Good to see you. Savvy Soul is here. Coral Reef. 30Q is in the live chat. Good morning. JMM Jam in the building. We've got Miss Non. Is that what it is? Sorry, the chat's going far too fast. Pat K, how you doing? Good to see you. It's me, 77, is here. Dana from my former state of New Hampshire. How you doing? Dolly Diva in the live chat. Gaynell, how you doing today? GR Messick says there's a commie in the house. That's Eli's job. And TD Hodges. Good morning. How are you? Welcome to Live from America. Let me get some headphones on here. That's right. The chat is absolutely flying. So that's a big testament to you guys and how much you guys are engaging in the live chat. Look, there's two things that push you in the algorithm. Number one, engaging in the live chat. Number two, reaching down and hitting that thumbs up. Those two things right there do so much for the algorithm on any platform, but especially right here on Rumble. So if you've not done that yet, please hit that thumbs up and please engage with us in the live chat. We appreciate it. Aaron says, I started listening to Jeremy after I realized how full of crap Crowder and Bongino were. Ouch. Well, I don't agree with that, but I do thank you for being here, especially how much you and I disagree on things. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? A little bit of respect. Disagreeing is fine. Freedom says, we had a swine the entire show. Well, don't worry. We got rid of that. Just gave a thumbs up, says Piglet. See, sometimes I'll get on and I'll even forget to hit that thumbs up. So very important that we do that. M Design, good to see you. I want to jump over to YouTube real quick. I want to say hello to some of the people over there. We've got Jason, Mr. Good Citizen. We've got Cankersore. Ouch, what a name. Hope you don't have one. Positrack in the live chat. How you doing over there? Andy Kimball in the live chat. Just the Truth here in the live chat as well. We've got Ken Wah, Carlo Genovese, and Nage HW. Troy, good to see you over there, and Swiss Michael and Knockout. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate having you here. My name's Jeremy Herrell again. This is Live from America, and this is the show that we built every other show around here on LFA TV. And we've had some great people come and go. We've had some not so great people come and go, but we keep pushing forward. Somebody said Smartland, Iowa. Is there any other place to be? Andy says YouTube here. Thanks for being here, Andy. Jennifer, good to see you over there as well. And the Heart of Wolf's Adventures says, hi, Jeremy. Door Slammin' McGrowan here on Rumble just gave a $5 donation. With the, Anna was just last weekend promoted from general manager of West Texas Motels to the director of revenue of the entire corporation. Congratulations, Anna. And thank you, Arthur. We appreciate that. Okay. LFATV.us. LFATV.us. That is our official website. LFATV.us. Make sure if you want to, any information on LFATV, any shows that we're doing, any short clips that we're doing, the news, updated news, whatever it is, join in and join the fun there. We got a lot going on over there. We got the store over there. We got the newsletter over there. We've got the donation site over there as well. For all those who listen on podcast, wherever you get your podcast news, just type in the search bar Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. It should pop up as soon as you type in Live from America. You can follow that, download that podcast as well. You get 2 a day, Rise Up and Live from America. If you want to follow us on X, we're a lot more active over there now as well. It is at LFATV US. Again, at LFATV US. And if you are still a person who has Facebook, then you can follow our channel over there. Please give it some reviews. We'd appreciate the kind reviews over there on LFATV's Facebook page as well. There's no shortage of places to follow us. And if you personally follow me on Instagram, Eli, I don't know what's been going on with Instagram lately, but I'm getting like 250,000, 500,000, and 750,000 views, 20, 30,000 thumbs up over there. It seems like Meta is allowing the message to grow. And that's all we ever needed. Take the leash off and let us go. And people resonate with people like you and I more than they resonate with people on the left. And the proof is in the content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all well and great. Stop talking about it because maybe they just forgot. Now somebody's sitting there going, oh, damn it. Forgot to censor Jeremy.
Truth, that is how it works over there sometimes. Not going to lie. It comes out of nowhere. Now, TikTok is TikTok, right? It's always going to be horrible. But they've actually been letting the message go over there quite a bit too. So, hey, the message is growing. We're growing. The kingdom of heaven is growing, and that's the most important thing. I wanted to play this video. President Trump, yesterday, President Trump vowed to do more for the American people in the way of, well, I'll let you be the judge.
And a historic executive order banning any attempt to create a central bank digital currency. We launched Project Crypto to modernize rules so that our financial markets can move into blockchain technology. I established the United States Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, making Bitcoin a permanent asset of the United States Treasury, which has turned out incredibly well. I also created the United States Digital Asset Stockpile to hold custody of all other digital assets, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been amazing. I signed a historic executive order banning.
So this is great because what this does is it allows more autonomy in for folks that have digital currency. Now, most people probably don't have digital currency. As a matter of fact, the only reason I have digital currency was because I downloaded Rumble Wallet, and people started donating to me, gifting me through Rumble Wallet with digital currency. So that's the only reason I have it. Now that I have it, I feel the same way as I feel about having gold or silver or any other physical or tangible assets. Not something that can be, manipulated or taken or stolen or divvied up or redistributed by the federal government or by big banks or anything like that. So another great move that President Trump did for us and for this country. And I put out that video the other day, yesterday, actually, and the video that I'm talking about is the video of all of President Trump's accomplishments, because every single day of the week, you're going to hear about, oh, President Trump didn't do this. President Trump hasn't done that. President Trump hasn't done this. President Trump hasn't done that. But what you won't hear about, because the mainstream media and people just for whatever reason don't want to look at the good, they only want to focus on the bad. What you're not going to hear about are all President Trump's accomplishments. So I even forgot a few. What I did yesterday morning, and I did this live on the show yesterday, but I did it for short clip purposes because I knew it would go viral, is I listed out everything that I could remember reporting on about President Trump's accomplishments. And after I did that, I then took that and I double verified and double fact checked. As a matter of fact, I want to bring something down here for you. Some people said, oh, what'd you do? Just Did you just regurgitate something that you read online somewhere or whatever? No, I actually went through the entire list and put it out myself. Here it is right here. This was my sitting down at the computer going, okay, what have I reported on? And everything that I could remember reporting on, I ended up listing out. So after I ended up listing it out and double verifying it from the second time from the first time that I verified it when I reported the stories, I went and I made sure, just again on every search platform that you could take any of these things that I'm scrolling and put up to see if I'm right or if I'm wrong. And what I did after that, after I double verified to make sure that those stats are absolutely correct, I then put out a short video that said, fact check me, I dare you. And this was the video. It has about 500,000 views on Instagram alone because it resonates with so many people. I'm going to pop it up on the screen for you. If you haven't seen it, go find it and share it for me, if you will, okay? For all of you who love facts, rather than just TikTok content creators regurgitating something that they heard on their favorite podcast or in passing, you want to know what President Trump has actually done for this country? You always hear that. What has that man done for this country besides raise gas prices, even though ExxonMobil and Chevron are reporting record high numbers, and even though the groceries are tied right to that? What has he done for America? Well, I don't know. Feel free to look all this up and fact check me. Tax refunds on average up 17%. Your 401ks, depending on who manages it, up 30 to 80%. The trade deficit cut completely in half. Prescription medication down to a 60-year low. Inflation at 3.5%, regardless of the Iranian conflict. $19 trillion of money. $19 trillion of investments have come into this country, and that is the bullish number. The conservative number is 10. The refinery, first refinery built in Texas in decades. Eli Lilly, Merck & Company, Stellantis, Rivian, Honda, Hyundai, Apple, Nvidia, Toyota, Ford, semiconductors and chip companies like Micron, TSMC, Texas Instruments, and more, all building in the United States of America. Jobs right here. Wages for the bottom earners up 5.5%. Wages for median earners 4.6%. Gun rights restored to nonviolent felons. Border absolutely and completely closed. Trump cut out illegal aliens from 4 refundable tax credit programs that they were getting that saves the United States $3 billion a year. The government workforce down 20 to 30% with firings from USAID, EPA, Department of Education, and more. Trump accounts for young kids, setting them up for a wonderful and great retirement. The homicide crime down to a 50-year low, down 75%, overall crime down 30%. 8 global wars or conflicts stopped outside of what he's doing in Iran right now, which, hey, at least we're getting something for that rather than nothing, which we got in Ukraine and Russia. The USA is now the largest oil and natural gas exporter. Terrorists have forced NATO countries to pay their fair share and create great trade deals for the United States. Defunded Planned Parenthood, NPR, PBS, took out Maduro and 3 generations of Iranian Ayatollah leadership. Pushed the Olympic Committee to stop male and female competition. Got the World Cup here, which was great for our brand and brought billions of dollars in. Beautified D.C. and got rid of the graffiti, the trash, and the crime. Found hundreds of billions of dollars in Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP fraud, and other subsidy programs. And let's not forget the following stores agreeing to lower prices: Walmart, Sam's Club, Kroger, Target, Giant Eagle, Mayer, Albertsons, H-E-B Family Fare, Piggly Wiggly's, VC Grocery, and Martin's Supermarkets. So yeah, explain to me again with facts how he's not helping the American people. Oh, and by the way, fact check me. It's free. I forgot something on that list. Tens of thousands of children who were trafficked and missing found and reunited with family members and taken out of harm's way and put in the safety of people who actually love and care about them. Found from the Trump administration. Now, if your only argument is none of that is true, or, oh yeah, look at the way gas prices are and look at the way that beef is and grocery prices, well, you can blame that on ExxonMobil and Chevron. You can ultimately probably put the blame on the Department of Justice for not holding them accountable sooner. I'll give you that one. I have my gripes on that too. But when you have ExxonMobil doubling its last year earnings in quarter 2, from 7.2 billion to 14.5 billion. And when you have Chevron quadrupling their earnings this year over last year, quarter two of 2026, from 3 million to 3 billion to 12.1 billion, I think I'd put my blame on them. That's where I think I would put my blame. Again, if you want to say, well, the Trump administration isn't holding them accountable and putting them in prison, hey, I'm right there with you on that one. But other than that, you cannot dispute those facts that I put in that video. So go find it, share it. It's doing well. I think the world needs to see it. Carl Higbee just talked to his team. They said, oh, congratulations on that video. That video is killing it right now. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Because it matters and because it's resonating. Having said that, let's go to the Lord in prayer. Shall we? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' mighty name we all say and pray, amen and amen. Christina Mosier says, you know, all you have to do is use your brains and follow the numbers. I know, isn't that so weird? Eli, it seems like that's like a difficult thing to do these days, you know? It seems like it's much easier to just repeat your favorite, you know, short clip TikToker or Instagrammer or YouTuber's narrative. But if you actually go look this stuff up, there's no way, unless you absolutely want to, that you could dispute the facts and the numbers that I just put out. Which means by default, you would have to say, I guess President Trump is doing a pretty good job. But too many people's pride overtakes their knowledge.
I mean, again, dude, we're talking about a generation here who's been taught over the past 15, 20 years that 2 + 2 does not equal 4. It can equal whatever you want. So that was the seed that was planted, that put into their heads that, oh, well, we can make up anything. And to me, it's going to be the truth, because you can't tell me my truth. I know my truth.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Eli. And when you look at it, it's like the DEI is the problem, right? The affirmative action era is the problem. The diversity, equity, and inclusion is the problem, because while those sound great, they don't work great. Because what happens is you take away skill. You take away the time invested to achieve something, to master a skill, to be able to do a specific job. I mean, we don't want DEI hires flying planes. We don't want DEI hires doing, brain surgery or any kind of major surgery on you as a person. You want people who are qualified. Merit-based system. Merit-based system will always win. The whole no child left behind, everybody should be given the same opportunity. No. Everybody is given the same opportunity if they're in the United States of America. The opportunity to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, we might want to take that life one away because half the country likes to kill potential life. But, we'll leave it at that. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You've got to go pursue. You have got to do something. You can't just go, oh, give me, and have it land in your lap. So, anyway. Cat lover. Jeremy, you look very great, refreshed today. Looking great. Thank you very much. It's probably the hair and the beard cut, right? That's probably what's doing it. All right, we're going to get ready to go. But before we do, we're going to get ready to start. But before we do, I do want to thank OFP Farms. Guys, there is only 10 days left of this sale. 15% off your entire order over at OFP Farms. 10 days left of the sale. 15% off by going to OFPfarms.com and using promo code LFA today. Shop OFPfarms.com. For all of your skincare needs, farm-crafted goat milk and tallow skincare, including lotions, magnesium creams, bath bombs, deodorants, beard oils, and so much more. And they've got such a great packaging and such a great gift box set. I showed it to you yesterday. How can you go wrong with this amazing, beautiful, and wonderful product from OFP Farms? You can't. So reach out to Denise and Corey today. They've been in business for about 12 years now, and they hope to continue to stay in business with purchases from people like you. If it's something that you love, if it's something that you want to continue to order, then you might want to get the 15% off deal right now for the entire month of August, which is only about 10 days left. So big shout out to them, ofpfarms.com, promo code LFA. That is ofpfarms.com, promo code LFA. And also, we just talked about the digital currency. Download Rumble Wallet. Look, even if you don't even have any digital currency, sometimes it's good to have the wallet for when the digital currency comes. And you see President Trump fighting right now, banning any kind of central digital currency headquarters. So that means autonomy for you and your portfolio, if your portfolio includes digital currency, like Bitcoin, like crypto, like Tether on the blockchain, okay? You hear a lot about crypto, but you may not know a lot about it. Well, you don't have to know a lot about it to download the wallet from Rumble right now. All you have to do is go to wallet.rumble.com, click that QR code that's on your screen. If you're watching on your smart TV, by the way, you can get the Rumble app on Fire Stick. You can get it on Roku. You can download it on your Samsung TV. If you want to watch it on your TV, download the Rumble app, find this channel, LFA TV. Then you can just grab your phone, click the QR code, and go back to chatting on your phone, because we'd love to have you watching and chatting at the same time. Wallet.rumble.com, or go to your app store, Apple or Android. Download it for free today. Have it for free and start engaging with people, being able to gift them money back and forth. No middleman, no processes, no processing fee. It's straight autonomy in your digital currency field. So, wallet.rumble.com. That's wallet.rumble.com. Okay, first slurp of the day. Let's get to it. You guys remember, this time of year, people are still on vacations getting ready for school. We hit 3,000, Eli. We picked 10 shirts to give away. How about that? We hit 3,000. Producer Eli picks 10 shirts to give away. Okay? Noah Braun says, there is no Rumble app on my Samsung Smart TV. I think it's too old. Yeah, some of the older ones don't, but if you do have a newer Samsung TV, you should be able to find that app on the Samsung App Store. All right? Okay, here we go. First and foremost section of the day, we got to get into California. Paramount is planning on ditching California and going to Texas. How many businesses are going to leave California before California gets it? How much of these Fortune 500, how many of these Fortune 500 companies, how many of these companies that employ thousands and thousands of people are going to leave California before California wakes up, before Gavin Newsom says, you know what, maybe it is a problem? Every time that Gavin Newsom is asked, and again, for me, I'm okay with it leaving California because I don't live in California. I'm okay for the hurt to keep compounding on these Democrat policies, but what sucks is those in this chat who live in California. That's what sucks. Those in this chat who live in the state of California that continue to see their taxes go up and get nothing else for it, and they see the businesses that are in their state cutting tail and heading out. Why is that? Why do they do that? They do that because it is not profitable for them to be in California anymore. And every single time that he is asked about this, what do you say about all the people leaving? What do you say about all the people that are getting ready to or packing up and bouncing? What do you say to how, the U-Haul costs going to or going from California? What do you say to that? He'll say the same thing. He'll sit there and he'll do this and he'll talk with his hands and he'll sell you this BS line of, yeah, what I say to that is California has with his deep, raspy, salesman voice. California has, the sixth largest economy in the world right now. We are leading the world in tech booms, and we have the Silicon Valley. And blah. He'll say all of that, but what he doesn't say is, and he'll say that they have a number of people moving to California. Well, he doesn't actually say a record number of people are moving to California. He says population growth. Oh, we have population growth going on here in California, and, we got this going on, we got that going on, and then this, that, and the other. And no, the population growth is coming from illegal aliens, and they're not contributing. They're at least not contributing as much as hardworking, tax-paying Americans who are getting a livable wage and taxed by that livable wage, and they're damn sure not contributing, even as a whole, what somebody like a Paramount or a SpaceX would contribute to the state. The state regardless of how big it is, regardless of how much of the economy is, contributed by the state of California, it's basically under the same exact monetary and economic pressure as the entire country is with its debt. Here's the thing. The country has people investing into it and moving into it to manufacture to avoid tariffs. California has companies leaving it, not investing in it. Tyson Foods over in Rock Island, Illinois just closed last week. 2,500 jobs. The estimated hit to the city is like $150 million annually just from employment. What do you think that's going to do to Rock Island, Illinois, which is already a struggling city of the Quad Cities? What do you think that's going to do to the food shelters, the homeless shelters, the food pantries at churches? Like, look, I'm not a big fan of Tyson Foods, but regardless, that's one business leaving one area because they were employing too many illegal aliens, and they don't want to right size, and they don't want to course correct and hire Americans, so they're out. Chains leave their state. Amy says, how many of those employees were illegal? I don't have an exact number of how many were illegal, but I can tell you it was enough to make them say, we're just gonna wash our hands of this. Chasm85 says, it cost me $12,500 to get a U-Haul from California to Oklahoma. That was the rental, plus you add the high cost of fuel to leave the state. I've heard about those U-Haul stories about how much it costs to leave and how much it costs to go. I've heard those stories. So that's a whole nother situation. That's a whole nother conversation to have. Like, what's U-Haul doing there? Now Paramount leaves. Here's the story. Paramount board of directors has repeatedly approved a plan to move the Hollywood giant out of California, with Texas among the states being considered for its new home. The San Francisco Chronicle, so this is a local paper that I'm taking this from, the company could begin relocating operations as soon as October 1st. Now that merger with WB is about ready to happen, okay? They don't want to be in a liberal or left-wing state after that merger. Why would you? The plan depends on whether California Attorney General Rob Bonta refuses to negotiate over the state's lawsuit seeking to block Paramount's roughly $110 billion acquisition of the Warner Brothers and Discovery companies. States including Tennessee, Georgia, Texas, Arkansas, and others are on the table. Texas Governor Greg Abbott's office has publicly encouraged the company to make the move. Yeah, I would too. I would too. I would welcome a company like Paramount coming into Iowa. That would be amazing for the state of Iowa. I mean, it's not like a data center, which is another thing that's plaguing Iowa, right? Spartan Cave says, I'm an hour and a half late, but I am here, cannot miss LFA with Jeremy. Spartan Crave, glad you made it. Appreciate you being here. Make sure you don't forget to hit that thumbs up and also share on your socials for us, okay? Quote, Paramount already maintains major production facilities in Texas and has filmed numerous successful productions in Texas over the years. Abbott's press secretary told the New York Post, companies that leave high tax, high regulation states like California will find opportunity and succeed here. End quote. Bonta is leading California and 11 other states in an antitrust lawsuit seeking to stop Paramount from acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery. Why? Because the people that will own Paramount and also the people that own Fox, I'm talking like Fox Sports and all that, they lean right. So they're trying to stop the acquisition or stop the merger of these companies that the ownership leans right. And in the meantime, shooting themselves in the foot by getting rid of the company. What company is going to want to stay in a state that tries to demonize or punish them just for growing and getting bigger? B-Hop says, Iowa Midwest seems like a great area for data centers, plenty of water. Well, we got a lot to talk about data centers. Look, data centers, we'll have a conversation about that when we get to flock cameras, okay? We're going to be talking about flock cameras again today, specifically here in the state of Iowa, but we'll get to that when we talk about that because I don't want to overshadow this. The state claims that the combining of the two entertainment companies would reduce competition, increase prices, and hurt workers. Here's the thing. TV is not needed. Streaming services are not needed. You choose whether you want to engage or become a member of a streaming service. If Netflix were to merge with, let's say, Hulu or whatever other streaming service, you might be able to say, well, that's a monopoly. You're going to raise prices. In which I would say to you, it's a capitalist market. We live in a free world where you have free will. Don't sign up then. Go get cable. Go stream. There's plenty of other streaming services you can go to. There's also a streaming service called Freevee, and it gives you free TV. Go watch that. How about that? There's another one called Fandango. That has free stuff on it with ads. Go watch that. You don't have to stream these services. See, it's not about they're getting bigger and they're going to be able to raise prices to whatever they want for you to stream their services. Eli, I'm old enough to remember when these same people, when we were getting silenced on social media and the government was working with the social media companies, which is illegal, by the way, to take our social media pages away from us. And we said, hey, that's illegal. That's silencing people's opinions and dissent. They said what? These are private companies. And no matter how big they are, they can do whatever they want to do. So it isn't so fun when the rabbit's got the gun, is it?
Damn Skippy to that. Hell yeah.
Hope says Tubi is also free. I think Fandango ended streaming service. No, they didn't. They bought Vudu and they rebranded, actually. What's up, Eli?
I hate to take your time on your show to do it, but I will give a little bit of free advertisement to Tubi. They got some old school movies on there.
Yeah,
Get
they do.
Tubi. T-U-B-I. Tubi is what it sounds like when you sign on. It's
Yeah, no. Tubi, Freevee, Fandango. Most of them have free stuff on there with ads. So quit crying. Quit crying in your microwave society where you want everything that you want it right now. The fact of the matter is you're not going to be able to stop it. And I actually pray that Paramount not only acquires WB, because I can't stand WB, but I also hope they move right to Texas. The person on the left side of your screen is David Ellison. He is a Trump supporter. The person on the right side of your screen is Rob Bonta. He's the California Attorney General. Who's going to win? Who's going to win? Well, it's already decided who wins. Paramount wins. Why? Because they have the freedom to choose to take their business wherever the hell they feel like it. How about that? C. Ward said cable in California costs $300 a month. Yeah, talk about price gouge. Eli, talk about, you know what they should have a problem with? They should have a problem with Comcast, as President Trump calls it. They should have a problem with Xfinity. You want to talk about a cable company and a phone company growing too big? How about Comcast? How about that? How about the fact that they raise prices on everybody? Somebody just told you $300 for cable. No wonder people choose streaming services. So they won't. I don't think Rob Bonta is going to win that. Paramount will acquire WB, and I pray they leave California because I wouldn't want to be there if I ran a viable business either. Why would you? See you later, California. You're doing it to yourself. Or this guy's doing it to you.
Belt's rolling in his grave. Even Ronald Reagan. I mean, James Watt, even with he'd be his, you'd be a little ashamed by what's going on with the Trump administration. I mean, they're stone cold ideologues. That's all they are.
Yeah.
They're ideologues. They're fanatics for special interests. Follow the money. Wholly owned subsidiaries of oil and gas interests, developers. They're in the extraction business. You talk about kids and grandkids, talk about generations. They don't care. They got theirs. Short-termism. That's all this is. That's what it represents. It's the worst of us. You know, these folks, many of them that, you know, people of faith, but there's no connection to their creator. Thousands and thousands of generations. And they'll liquidate it. They're in the process of liquidation. They're taking our inheritance, our collective inheritance, and squandering it in real time. So, yes, we'll do everything we can to use our moral authority and our formal authority, litigate as we must. Teddy Roosevelt's role in it.
You know, you talk about taking inheritance and just doing whatever you want with it. What does large government mean, Gavin Newsom? You are a proponent of large government, big government taking care of things, not capitalists, not corporations, not people, not businesses. You want big government to jump in and take care of everything. What is that? What does that mean? He talks about short-termism. That's exactly what the Democratic Party is, short-termism. They come in, they hire a bunch of people to fill the federal government. They get those people to go out. They give people short-term relief for long-term pain. That's why Joe Biden gave us Donald Trump, and that's why Barack Obama gave us Donald Trump. If things are going well under Democrats for 4 years, they don't go back and vote Republican by an overwhelming majority. So spare us your gaslighting, Gavin Newsom, cokehead.
I'm so sick and tired of this idiot saying everything is so great in California. The state's burning down. It's fallen apart by the cliffs. Businesses are leaving. Hollywood's closing up shop and taking off. You want to follow the money, Newsom? Why don't we follow the money as to where it went with your, your high-speed rail that you built 1,000 feet of? It was supposed to go from, San Diego to all the way to San Francisco or something. 1,000 feet. And you think the government and Trump is wasting money.
Yeah. Or we can go to your wife's 501c3 where she apparently made lots of money, millions of dollars for her and her family and friends. I mean, we could go there. We go there as well. We could also go to the fact that you were gifted like homes, which I believe is illegal when you're a governor. I mean, I don't know what the laws are in California. Neither do I want to, but morally probably pretty bankrupt, right? Now, speaking of moral bankruptcy, is there anyone more morally bankrupt than this guy, Eric Swalwell? Is there anyone more morally bankrupt than that? I mean, you could probably put Adam Schiff in that same category. You could probably put Ruben Gallego in that same category. You could probably put Mitch McConnell in that same category. Chuck Schumer, Kevin McCarthy, Nancy Pelosi. All birds of the same feather. But here was the breaking news that I was able to get this morning and relay to Paul Herrell when he was on. Eric Swalwell on Saturday, so it's kind of weird that we're just hearing about it this morning. Eric Swalwell on Saturday was detained stepping off of an airplane in San Francisco by the FBI, searched at the airport, devices including his personal phone confiscated, and then after that released just to find the FBI raiding his home the next day, which was Sunday, so 4 days ago. They raided his home. They took files, documents. Allegedly, they took another computer and even another phone. Possibly another phone. So, and they're saying that it's related to the FBI investigation into his sexual abuse and misconduct. I have a feeling that while that might be true, that they've confiscated his devices for the investigation into abuse sexually and assault sexually and misconduct sexually, I do have a feeling that, it's not going to ruffle their feathers or hurt their day if they find something about Fang Fang. You see, this is what's called the past catching up with you. You see, when you don't come clean to the people of the world what you've done and allow them to make the decision on whether or not they should vote for you or not, and you let the past catch up to you, you're going to drown in it. It's called karma is it rhymes with witch, and it defines a female dog. There's another one that says FAFO. It's F around and find out. And you guys have seen that thing before, right? Here's a graph. Here's the FA graph. Here's the FO graph. He is now all the way over on the FA graph, and he's all the way over on the FO graph. And when they meet, it is FAFO. What goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. I don't know how many different ways there are to say this, but you're not in trouble for farting on live TV, sir. You're in trouble for your criminal activities. And the fact that this man, or lack thereof that word, was on the Intel committee and national security information, classified information was given to this POS the entire time that he was dating a Chinese spy, using campaign funds on her, bribing each other back and forth, whether knowingly or unknowingly. And then, of course, the sexual assault, sexual abuse, sexual misconduct stuff that your own party threw you under the bus for to get you away from them. They threw you overboard so you didn't sink the ship. And here you are today. Oops. Eli, I think this is one of those times where you can go, oops, loser. It's about time this guy gets what's coming to him. I hope there's some video footage that gets released about him getting detained in the airport, frisked by the FBI, and having his cell phone and other devices taken. Oh, that would be gold.
Oops, 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 oops.
Eli's got a little cheese over there, got a little wine. He's got himself some Wham-burgers and some French fries. Everybody on the left over there freaking out. I can't believe the FBI did this. Corrupt at its finest. Going against your political opponents. Well, I don't think Eric Swalwell is a political opponent to anyone anymore. Just going to go out on a limb and say that.
Not so special. Just breaking moments ago, Justice Department is now investigating sexual assault allegations against former Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell. According to a source, they are beginning that investigation, and Democrats are facing questions now about what did they know about this, because there was quite a bit of rumor and buzz out there. Did they decide not to mention this in a public forum? Swalwell has denied these accusations, but he admits to, quote, mistakes in judgment. The Wall Street Journal reports that there were, quote, whispers about his behavior with women for years. Quote, Alex Evans, a former Swalwell chief of staff who was working for a super PAC supporting Swalwell's candidacy, said rumors came up in endorsement conversations and, quote, as the last box that needs to be checked before they commit. Evans said that he never saw that behavior that raised the red flags and, quote, he was living a complete double life.
And their question is, how long did Democrats know about this? Oh, I don't know. How about since day one? You know, what's funny is the Democrats, the left political party of this country, acts just like the allegations about Jeffrey Epstein. You notice that? It seems like they have people into their big tent of whom they absolutely have to know these things about this person, but they use it to keep them in line. You ever wondered why Republicans can't all vote for the same thing at the same time, but Democrats seem to be locked in step with everything, even if they've been on record saying that they don't agree with it? It's because of stuff like this. The Democrat Party operates just like the allegations towards Jeffrey Epstein. Honeypot people, get people that you can hold things over their head, Keep them under your control until you can't anymore, or until it starts to affect you, and then throw them under the bus. That's the Democrat way. Folks, we're only 200 people away from giving out free t-shirts and hats. So if you haven't done so yet, help us out. We'd appreciate it. So that's the big news of the day. Where they'll go, where it goes from here, I don't know. What I would love to see is I'd love to see Kash Patel and the FBI release video footage. They've got to have some. And if they don't have some, which I'm sure they do, I'm sure there's some footage from somebody in the airport. We need that footage. Give us that footage, please. They might be waiting to drop it at a perfect time. I don't know. But speaking of the FBI, we got to go and we got to talk about Seth Rich. Because the former FBI, not the now FBI, the former FBI is caught withholding documents in the Seth Rich case. And this is a story by Joe Hoft as of today. FBI caught withholding documents in the Seth Rich case. Ty Clevenger again caught the FBI lying and hiding documents in the Seth Rich case, and this is not the first time. It is believed. And by the way, if Kash Patel still has not rooted out these people in the FBI, I don't know what you're waiting for. I really don't know what you're waiting for. It's August 20th of 2026. Eli, can you do me a favor? Find out when Kash Patel became the FBI director. Been there for quite some time. You've been there what we call a minute. So if there are still people in the FBI that are still like this, I don't understand what you're waiting for, sir. Eli, what do we got for a date? When did he become the FBI director?
That would be February 21st, 2025.
Okay, so here we are, folks. It's a year and 7 months. Now, I'm not here railing on Kash Patel. I'm not saying he's done a bad job. But you would think that the very first thing you did is root out the people that are not there for the right cause and get them out. That's just me. That's what I would do. I wouldn't want the same people that have been in there continuing to muddy the waters when I'm trying to, clean up the FBI. That's just my 2 cents. But let's get to this. The deep state DOJ and FBI have gone through extreme efforts to cover up any information in the past that they've had on Seth Rich. Rich is who many people believe transferred the DNC emails to WikiLeaks during the 2016 election. He was a Bernie fan who worked with the DNC at the time. He was reportedly upset with what the DNC was doing to Bernie. They stole the election from him. They steal the election from their own people. That's what blows my mind, is the Democrat voters speak and the Democrat establishment says, yeah, that's nice. We're going to do whatever we want to do, but still vote for us, right? Blows my mind. On July 10th, 2016, Seth Rich was found shot in the back due to what law enforcement labeled at that time as a burglary. Yet his wallet, phone, watch, they were all left on his person. Now, this is the same time that WikiLeaks began dropping damaging DNC emails that showed the inner workings of the Hillary Clinton campaign. It is believed that Seth Rich forwarded emails from Podesta to WikiLeaks. That's how we found out some serious stuff about Podesta. Eli, remember that video? Remember that video that we only had really audio of? Where it sounded like Podesta was like raping that kid and making the kid call him an alias? Do you remember that video? That sick, disgusting video?
I think I remember us talking about it or something. I've probably locked it out of my head because I can't stand hearing crap like that.
Yeah, you guys remember that, right? We played it here a couple times. I don't have it pulled up in any archive right now. I've probably gotten rid of it myself at this point. But does anybody remember the nickname? Mr. Shy says it was pure evil. I remember that. Does anybody remember the nickname? It was kind of like, it was kind of disgusting because it was a nickname that, producer Eli says a saying. He says, damn Skippy. Well, the nickname was Skippy. That was the nickname. And producer Eli started saying damn Skippy around that time, and I was like, because that was locked into my brain. That's at the time that all the information about Hillary Clinton's email and her server and the bleach bit and the hammers and John Podesta and the Pizzagate and the adrenochrome and the satanic baby rituals and the eating the kids. That's when that all came out. It was one of the most disgusting time periods we'd ever seen when it come to leaks. And all you have to do is look at what they did to WikiLeaks, look what they did to Julian Assange, and look what they did to Seth Rich, and it might shed some light on what these people were onto. We all know without a doubt that it is a lie to claim that the Russians were involved in the transfer of these emails. There's simply no evidence that Russia was involved at all, and there still isn't today. There never has been. Hillary wanted to deflect attention from her email scandal and the contents of her emails. She also wanted to punish whoever sent those emails to WikiLeaks. This is why so many people on both sides believe Seth Rich was murdered. I even have a song about it, about Seth Rich, called Drain. It's not about Seth Rich, but he's in it. It's the song Drain the Swamp. I said, let's talk about Seth Rich and why we never see him. And it was about those emails. It was about that deep state calling out people on both sides of the aisle. So I call on the FBI, and I'm sure you all do too, to stop playing games, stop Eric Fartwelling around, get rid of the people that are still in there, that are entrenched, still lying, still holding information, and put the information out. It's about damn time the American people get it. We're so sick and tired of being left in the dark. We're so sick and tired of reading redacted BS, where you get these files and everything except for and, the, and is redacted. Redacted and, redacted is, redacted the, redacted was, redacted in, redacted come, redacted go. It's about time the American people start getting to the bottom of what these deep state bureaucrats and scumbags have done. Now, I'm not saying that one person can do this. Look at President Trump is trying. Kash Patel's trying. Todd Blanche is trying, but this is deep, 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 deep stuff. Amy says Eric Fartwelling around, LOL. It just came to my mind. We're going to move on to this story from Jack Davis of the Western Journal. Here's the headline, which we will not bury the lead. Democrat congressman under ethics committee investigation for alleged inappropriate sexual contact. Surprise. Color me shocked. A California, of course, unbelievable. A California Democratic congressman who is the chairman of the Congressional Dads Caucus is now under investigation by the House Ethics Committee. The House Ethics Committee said, quote, it is reviewing allegations that Representative Jimmy Gomez may have engaged in sexual misconduct in violation of the code, official conduct, or any other applicable standard of conduct, including engaging in appropriate sexual contact with a House staffer in violation of Clause 18B of the code. Quote, the committee notes that the mere fact that it is investigating these allegations and publicly disclosing its review does not itself indicate that any violation has occurred, the statement said. Gomez did admit to having extramarital relations, but said it was legal, according to Politico. Hey, Eli, do you think that extramarital affairs should be illegal?
I know it's frowned upon very highly in the Bible. Illegal? I don't know. I don't know. That's a tough one.
Well, I look at it like this.
Why I guess they would be.
I look at it like this. If you take an oath in a jury stand and you lie, you get in trouble for perjury. If you take an oath to serve the public as a police officer or law enforcement agent, and you go back on that, you can face some serious legal trouble, especially if what you did is illegal. You take an oath to get married, you need a justice of the peace or a priest or a pastor or somebody that's eligible to do that, and then you go cheat, but there's no consequence for it, except for maybe civilly. I'm not saying I do or don't agree. I'm just saying I wonder if it should. I wonder if it should. I wonder if somebody could say, and maybe a misdemeanor, maybe not jail time or something, but something, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it should. Maybe that would, discourage people from doing it. I don't know. They should have some accountability law. Somebody gets hurt in that. Somebody can show that they've been hurt. I know there's a civil discourse for that, but I don't know. I'm just curious. I'm just asking questions, folks. He said he cheated on his wife, with whom he has one child, but said such filings as were consensual in nature and haven't violated any law or house ethics rule. Well, I would say it. I would say that it violates a house ethics rule. I'd say that. At the very least, you're not showing good ethics. You're not showing good morals there. You're not showing good ethics as somebody who has asked the people of your state to vote for you, and then they do, and then you go cheat on your wife. He said he was deeply sorry to his wife for the pain and embarrassment that he's brought to their lives, and noticed that he sought professional assistance to help recenter and heal his relationship to move forward with honesty, transparency, and respect. See, if you do this as an elected official, I think you should step down. If you really want to focus on your marriage to bring in honesty and transparency and respect back to it, and you've done this while in an elected position, and there are now investigations against sexual misconduct, maybe even some kind of abuse, I think you got to step down, right? That would be ethically correct. That would be morally sound if you say, you know what, I screwed up. People do. I'm going to go get some help, but in the meantime, I'm going to step down. See, these people are so worried about their power and so worried that they'll lose it that they just don't care about life anymore. And it's sickening, to be honest with you. Eli, I am 47 years old. I've been accused of a lot of things in life by people who had no idea what they're talking about and people who do have an idea what they're talking about. Do you know what I've never been accused of, Eli, ever? Sexual assault, sexual misconduct, sexual abuse, domestic assault, domestic misconduct, domestic abuse, or any kind of sexual engagement of an unwanted nature ever. I wonder if I'll get my first one when I run for office. Seems to be par for the course.
Well, probably. That's usually about the time those things happen. If you're running for the first time and you're Republican or conservative, or I don't know if you're older and, you make some kind of thing in the public news. Oh, yeah, this guy assaulted me 30 years ago. Oh, 30 years ago. It's been a rough 30 years, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Anybody want to take bets? Let's take bets, okay, in the live chat. And we'll save this show for if that day ever comes. Let's take bets in the live chat. We'll put the live chat up. How many of you think that when I run for office, that somebody's going to do that? Like, especially if I start making waves. If I win a primary, that's when it'll come. It won't come until you start making waves. How many people think that that'll happen? If it does, we'll laugh it off and be like, and I guarantee you, Eli, it'll be somebody that I've never met in my entire life. You watch. That's what they do. It seems to be par for the course these days. Everybody's a sexual assaulter, I guess, in the whole world, right? Let's see. Let's see what the live chat says. I've got it pulled up now. I know you guys are about 20. Dottie says, yep. Guarantee you'll try it, Jeremy. Your wife needs to brace herself. Oh, she knows what they'll do. MTG will be the accuser. You're probably right. Wheezy, I'm sure they will. It will. Jeremy will win. Well, thank you. Your prison time will probably come up. Oh, yeah, that definitely will. Matter of fact, I'll bring that up. I say yes. Wouldn't be surprised. If it happens to Bill Clinton, can give you advice. Oh, Bill Clinton can give you advice. Yeah. They definitely will dig up your past. You know that. Well, they can dig up my past all they want, but that's not in my past. That'll be something that's never happened. E. Jean Carroll coming for you. It will happen so they can blackmail you. Well, you can't blackmail somebody if there's no truth to it. You know what I mean? Oh boy, better be careful. You called them out for their BS. Hip hop, read my $2 rant. Okay, I'll read it. Hold on. If your prison stint doesn't do it, accusations will. Yeah, exactly. Adultery in the military goes against the UMCJ law. It carries a fine big time and a reduction in rank. Semper Fi, says MDUSMC. There you go. Oh, somebody said you'll probably get swatted. Well, we've actually had worse than that. You know what I mean? At least swatting, there's law enforcement involved. We've actually had people show up at our house many times saying they're going to kill us and had to call cops on them. So, you know, bring it on. Eli?
Why is it always like sexual assault charges too? You know, why can't it be like, this guy cut me off at 3rd and Main back in '95. Don't vote for him.
This guy drives like he's from Massachusetts. Don't vote for a masshole. Right? I'm trying to brace myself for whatever comes out. But, you know, never happened yet. So it'd be funny if it did. I'm talking about the accusations, right? I've had a lot of accusations, but not that. Most of the accusations are like, oh, this guy is eating up, he's a goy slop, he loves Israel, he's a puppet for Donald Trump, he's a bootlicker, oh, he's a felon, he did something in 1997, you know? He's an agent for Mossad, he's getting $7,000 a pop. Eli.
I just came up with a good one that I've never heard of before. Like, if you support Putin, you're a pootlicker. Huh? Huh?
I got a song for Eli. It goes a little something like this.
I'm a loser.
Anyway, moving right along. James Comey. Been a while since we talked about James Comey. We got some more text messages coming out of the James Comey camp. But first, when's the last time you ordered some beautiful Rise Up coffee?
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise Up Coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
Cool thing about it is you can get the American Pecan, which is a gourmet coffee roasted right here in the great state of Iowa. You can get that in the regular or the decaf, but the dark rich Sumatra Gold only comes in regular. So order yours today. Now, James Comey. James Comey sent a blistering text to wife Patrice Comey for posting call to violence against President Trump. A relative of James Comey did this. According to a new exhibit in the criminal federal case against James Comey, this is, by the way, Eli, we're only 140 people away from t-shirts, so get those fingers going, folks. According to a new exhibit, check this out. The federal case against James Comey, his wife, Patrice Comey, received a blistering text message, from a family member for posting, quote, a call for violence against the president. Now, this is per investigative reporter Paul Sperry. If you don't know who Paul Sperry is, he's a very, very talented journalist, and he's always posting some of the most breaking and amazing, shocking news. This is per Paul Sperry, quote, I've held my tongue long enough, but I just can't do it anymore. You guys have really gone off the deep end over the years with your Trump derangement syndrome. Quote, 8647, you know damn well that's a call for violence no matter how you spin it. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm thoroughly embarrassed to have you ever defended the absolute coward that is your husband. This is a relative of Patrice Comey. This is an in-law of James Comey. Saying these things to their, whoever that is, their sister, their daughter, who I don't know who the relative is. But this is the text message. You should be ashamed of yourselves. I'm thoroughly embarrassed to have ever defended an absolute coward that is your husband. You and Jim are seeing some of the least accepting, you and Jim are some of the least accepting, most hypocritical people I've ever had the displeasure of knowing. I hope Jim goes to jail for his crimes. Whoa! What? That's huge. This is just some of the, Eli, Steve nevertheless says, Jeremy assaulted me in 1967 during Vietnam.
Must have been under a rice paddy.
Yep. Also, 12 years before I was born. Good morning, Vietnam, right? Oh, the late, great Robin Williams. Jeremy, I wouldn't have been an infant. I wasn't even alive. I wasn't born until 79. So now we have a relative of James Comey's wife, an in-law of James Comey, and we have this text message that's been released per Paul Sperry. The FBI and the DOJ has been telling you for a long time, Todd Blanchard said it, Kash Patel has said it, that what they have, as far as evidence, proof, whatever you want to call it, is far more than the general public has. And now we're starting to get a little taste. Right? Now we're starting to get a little taste of what they have. Steve says, I remember when the FBI came to the old studio. So do I. I was just wrapping up my show. Who is it? FBI. My response. Yeah, funny. Leave it at the door. I thought it was the UPS guy. Because they would always deliver right to the door, knock on the door, say, package, and then they'd walk away. I said, yeah, that's funny. Leave it at the door. They said, no, seriously, Federal Bureau of Investigations. I went over, opened the door, and there they were. The Federal Bureau of Investigations. Can we have a talk with you about January 6th? Ugh. What do you want to talk about? Well, we've got complaints that you were at January 6th. I was there. And that you went up on the steps of the Capitol and entered the building. I said, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't have that. You don't have that complaint. You also don't have that footage. Were you in the Capitol? I said, you're the FBI. You tell me. Was I in the Capitol? Well, we've got some complaints that you were. It's a possible blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, where's that possible at? The only thing that saved me and producer Eli's life as free men was a friggin' Uber receipt, Eli. That's it. An Uber receipt. Thank you, Uber. Nobody can do what you can do.
And by the way, someone complained. Who? Don't I have the right to face my accuser? Who specifically complained? And why would they complain? There were thousands of people there that day. There, but that one guy, he went up on the steps. Well, we'll go check with him.
Yeah. I should have said, I don't know. Did Nick Fuentes tell you that through the megaphone that he was screaming, storm the Capitol, drag him out? Was it him that you got it from? Or was it from Ray Epps, who was actually doing the same thing and helping rip the gates apart? I'm just spitballing here. But Alex Ann said, Jeremy, I remember that day when you told us about that. You had to show him a receipt from the garage. No, I had to show him. I showed him that too. I showed him Eli, a receipt from the garage that we had from getting our vehicle back that day, that truck. But it was the Uber app that really did it. It was the Uber receipt, because the Uber receipt took us away from the Capitol. So that is what did it. And after that, they were great. After that, I even spoke with them again after that about, people that were threatening our lives and stuff. So they were just doing what they were told. They were just brown shirting me. Getting back to this story, though. Oh, Eli, do you have something to say before we get back to the James Comey story?
Just thinking, you should actually get Uber for a sponsor for the show. Do you not want to be accused of something you never did? Trust Uber and get their receipts.
Did Uber save you from going to jail because you decided to show up at January 6, 2021 in Washington, D.C.? If they did, put your testimonial right here. Uber, the #1 Lyft ride-sharing app on earth. They can even get the FBI to leave your door. Uber. Have an Uber time.
Remember, Uber, we've got the receipts.
Yeah. Then Arnold Schwarzenegger pulls up in a Lyft car and says, it's not an Uber. It's not an Uber at all. It's Lyft. Come on, get in the car. Let me lift you up to the chopper.
Screw your freedom. I mean, get in the car if you want to live.
Yeah. Somebody said, meanwhile, Michael Bird's still walking free. Absolutely. Last week, Paul Sperry revealed that there is evidence that Jim Comey's wife, Patrice, sent him a Google screenshot of a nonviolent definition of the term 86 2 minutes prior to James Comey posting the 8647 Instagram. But the affidavit for a search warrant in James Comey's presidential threat case reveals that his wife Patrice sent him that Google screenshot of the nonviolent thing. But also, they also got a text message that they released as well. So it shows premeditation, #1. And then it shows what a family member said post 8647 about their disgusting act. I was just walking along a beach. That's what he said, Eli. I don't know. I was just walking along a beach and I came across these seashells that were put in this weird pattern that wasn't natural. So I just decided to walk on over there and take a picture of it. 8647, I thought, wow, that's weird. I wonder what it means. I'll take to social media and post it. Maybe somebody can fill me in as to what 8647 means. Unbelievable. This is where we need Mike Crispy, Eli, to just chime in.
Unbelievable.
What's that?
Unbelievable.
One more time? What'd you say?
Unbelievable.
That's what it is. Okay.
Let's go, baby. Yes, Frankie.
We're going to keep playing Mike Crispy sound bites until he comes back, I swear, Eli. We're going to keep doing it until he's forced to come back.
If we can just get enough recordings of him, we can just start piecing our own shows together, and we can use AI to make it look like he's actually on the network.
Yeah. Here's what I want to know. Since we're talking about that, Eli, that seashell thing, I wonder how many people over on YouTube are typing 8647 as we speak. Count 1, knowingly and willfully making a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States of America. Count 2, knowingly and willfully did transfer and transmit in interstate and foreign commerce a communication that contained a threat to kill the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Comey is facing up to 20 years in prison. In his first statement, Comey implied that he did not assemble the shell formation, that he just claimed to just walk up on it, stumble across it, and take a picture of it and said, wow, this is interesting. Quote, I posted a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assumed was a political message. I didn't realize some folks associated those numbers with violence. It never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. Yeah, I returned the money back to the bank that I robbed. It's okay. I prayed for the woman that I raped that she would feel no longer violated. It's okay. I slowed down. I'm not doing 100 miles an hour in a 45 anymore. I slowed down. It's okay, Eli.
the weirdest thing. It's the strangest thing that Comey seemed to be the only person that came across that specific set of shells in the order that they were in. And him of all people.
Yeah.
Come on now.
Well, that's the thing. Him of all people. Like, if I do it, it's one thing. If Comey, the former FBI director who's been in, prosecuting positions his whole life, different story. However, later, James Comey peddled the BS story of explaining how he stumbled upon the formation of shells as he was walking down the beach with his wife. Quote, "We were walking down the beach." Eli, I wish we... Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. This will be a blast. Ready, guys? Here, we'll read James Comey's story with this in the background. Here we go. James Comey says, "Look, we were walking down the beach. We went to the beach to prepare for this week, and we were walking back towards the road, and we saw the sand that somebody had arranged shells with numbers on them. And Patrice, my wife, said, 'Why would somebody put an address in the sand?' And I said, 'I don't know.' And we stood over it, looking at it, and said, 'I think it's some kind of a political message.' But then Comey threw his wife under the bus and said, she said, 'I was a server.' She did a lot of work in the restaurants. It meant to remove an item from the menu when you run out of ingredients. And I said, well, to me, as a kid, it always meant to leave a place to ditch another place. And she said, well, that's very clever. You should take a picture of that. And I did. And I posted it on my Instagram. And though nothing more of it until I heard through her that people were saying that this was a call for some kind of assassination, which is crazy, said James Comey. It's just all so crazy. Me and my wife had no idea. Yeah, okay. The DOJ says there's no serious dispute that fired FBI Chief Comey's seashell post could be read as anything but a Trump threat. The Justice Department defended its criminal prosecution of former FBI Director James Comey in a court filing Tuesday, arguing that there is no serious dispute that his Instagram photo of seashells arranged to read 8647 could be understood as a threat against President Donald J. Trump, according to the reports. Prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina urged a judge not to dismiss the case, saying that the jury, not the court, should decide whether the May 2025 post constituted a threat against the president's life, because Trump is the 47th president. According to The Hill, the government filing stated, the issue presented is who should answer the true threats question. Comey seeks to take the question away from the jury before the government presents any of its evidence or even the allegations setting forth its theory of the case. No authority supports his attempt to shortcut these proceedings. The filings represent the government's most detailed explanation to date of its indictment. The Associated Press reported that. They came in response to defense motions seeking to dismiss on the grounds that included vindictive prosecution and that post did not amount to a true, real threat. The government also invoked Comey's crime novel FDR Drive, released days after the post to bolster its case, according to NBC News. The filings described the book as centered on a far right-wing media personality whose foes are killed after he singled out his enemies by name and suggested something should be done to them. So there's a lot more surrounding this story than people on the internet are talking about, and it should come out in court if it is proved, or if a jury of his peers believe that it doesn't constitute a threat to the president, but maybe is bad taste. That should at least be the case. But here's the problem with it. And I point you no further than our YouTube channel. It's what people have done afterwards. And what people have done afterwards shows why a former FBI director can't do this. Because he's had 3 assassination attempts since then on his life, whether it's close call or not, and every lefty out there is typing 8647. So when you add all of that in, it does not look good for one James Comey at all. Now, here's some good news for you as we're talking about holding these bureaucrats and deep state scumbags accountable. By the way, MDUS said, shout out to Jennifer Webster, member of the LFA family, passed her GED and walks on stage tonight to receive her diploma for her hard work and dedication to graduate. Jennifer Webster, it's never too late. Better late than never. And we are very proud of you here on LFA TV. Very proud of you. Good job. Here's a Florida FAFO moment, though. Vicious left-back judge who blocked President Trump's presidential library is kicked off the bench by a 30-year-old conservative attorney, Destiny Alvarez. Miami-Dade voters delivered a stunning rebuke Tuesday night, unseating Circuit Judge Mavel Ruiz after she temporarily blocked a transfer of prime downtown Miami property designated for the President Donald Trump's future presidential library. Eli, do you know who's not getting a library? Joe Biden. Do you know Joe Biden will be the only recent president in modern day history to not have some kind of a library or some kind of memorial to him? And do you want to know why he's not getting one? Do you know the answer?
I mean, I would assume my own personal belief is that it'd be like, a maximum of 3 pictures, a couple of them falling asleep, and one of them falling on the bike, one of them tripping up the stairs. But I thought I'd actually heard that it's because he can't afford it. He's not raising enough money for it.
Yeah, Eli, that's exactly right. His supporters, 81 million, and all the donors that stood behind him, and we did it, Joe. None of them are coughing up the money for a Joe Biden presidential library. Barack Obama's got one, as ugly as it is. Reagan's got one. Bush has one. Clinton has one. Joe Biden won't have one, which I find very odd. Again, if 81 million people voted for Joe Biden, 18 million came out of nowhere to help him over that hump. Where'd they all go? And not only where'd they all go, why did they all go and vote for Trump 4 years after they overwhelmingly supported Joe Biden? Isn't that odd? Don't you think his 81 million voters out there and the donors and the special interests that help get him over the edge, the $1 billion given to Kamala Harris to try to win a presidential election that she didn't even move the needle on, don't you think that those people would be propping up Weekend at Biden's? It sounds like they should be to me.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Say that one more time.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Well, you've not led an effective strategy to mobilize getting a public library in honor of your great presidency, your overwhelming defeat of President Trump, and your amazing job growth and creation, saving the country from despair and Nazi white nationalism. You would think that there would pony up the money, Eli, to get the library. What do you got?
I just think it's hilarious. There was a day where liberals could, cleverly deflect something, but I wanted to hop right over into YouTube when you started talking about this, and somebody's like, library talk while we're $40 trillion in debt. I don't understand why you guys comment things like that. So what if we were talking about the debt? Is us talking about it going to get us out of it? It's incredible how you just, who wants to talk about a library right now? We're in debt. Well, because it's a fair point. There's supposed to be 80 million of you numbnuts out there with all kinds of oodles of money that you just want to throw at Joe Biden, and you're not doing it. So what's the reason?
Not only that, it doesn't matter if a dog was president, we were going $40 trillion in debt. The debt clock has been climbing for decades like it is right now. It doesn't matter if a flower was elected president. That $40 trillion of debt was coming. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to tell you how to get out of it? You wouldn't agree with me anyway. You wouldn't believe me anyway. You wouldn't give us sugar honey iced tea anyway. If I told you here's the $40 trillion debt and here's how to get out of it, you'd say, that's not true. That's not true. Joe Biden was getting us out of it. Then why didn't he do it? Then why didn't he make the debt clock go backwards? Why isn't he getting a presidential library? Why isn't he president again? If he did such a damn good job at your coveted debt clock, that's apparently Donald Trump's fault too. You're so ignorant on the left. Just ignorant. By the way, tell us how to get out of that debt. Well, first thing I would do is stop giving money to everybody in the world. All right. Eli, find out how much the United States gives annually combined to all countries for aid. Can you do that for me? Annually. How much do we give to every other country for any kind of aid combined? What is that total number? Or let me guess, you're tax the rich, right? Take all their money, 8 months of government running. There you go, 8 months, and we're right back to it. That's just to run the government. That's not to clock down the debt, even. You people are not very smart. If you're going to claim something, at least don't be part of the problem. Be a part of the solution. Eli, what do we got there for numbers? Do you have anything yet?
The United States gives an average of $50 billion to $70 billion annually in foreign aid across the globe.
Wow. Eli, can you do me a favor? What percentage is 50 billion of 40 trillion? You have to get your calculator out for that. Or maybe just search it. What percentage is 50 billion when you're talking about 40 trillion? Let's go down the path of a Leering Center real quick here for you lefties over on YouTube. So if we took all the billionaires and millionaires' money in this country and we stopped giving all the money that we possibly could to every other country in the world, that might get us through 10 months of just keeping up with our stuff that we need to operate on. Eli, what do we got?
I got 0.125%.
Wow. So all your ways of making sure that we tackle the $40 trillion in debt are moot. It's stupid. It's ignorant. The only way to really tackle your debt is to do exactly what President Trump is doing right now, making us the largest energy exporter and energy manufacturer in the world. That we manufacture and harness all the energy in the world, and we export energy of the world. We refine the oil here. That's what's going to get us to a point where we take that money and the tariff money and all the trade deficit money that we are saving and all the fraud money and throw it towards the debt. That's the only way that you're going to do that, and it's going to take decades. The Joy of the Lord said, stop funding every war. Hey, the Joy of the Lord, I have no problem with that as well. But would you like to rack up how much money we've spent on funding wars even in the last decade? I'll guarantee you it's still less than 2% of the debt. Would all of those things help? Absolutely. But you're never going to be able to tackle that $40 trillion debt with confiscating money from other people or stop giving money towards our interests. It has to be done internally. It has to be done inside. Our budget for the annual expenditure has to go down by half. Instead of spending $10 trillion a year, we need to spend $5 trillion a year. You know the best way to do that? Cut the fraud, cut the waste, cut the abuse, get Doge back in there, codify all Doge finding, and deport every illegal alien in this country. We spend more on illegal aliens in this country than we do wars. Period. The Joy of the Lord said, I didn't think we refined oil here. Search Texas. Search the new refinery being built. And that's just one of 3 that they plan on building. Not just in the state of Texas. In America, that's one of 3. You need to cut the federal budget by trillions and take that extra trillion and put it towards the debt. That's the only way you're going to do it. And it's most of that is done right here internally. Not with foreign wars, not with foreign aid. It's getting rid of every illegal alien that's sucking off the tit of the American taxpayer, and also making sure that we cut our spending and stop spending trillions of dollars on government subsidy programs and government agencies that don't do anything but take away our rights. Man, people are stupid. You know who else is stupid? The Democrat Socialists of America, or I should say, the Islamic Socialist Party. Come to find out, it's been revealed that, you know, Hassan Piker, who is like the DSA's like spokesperson of the year. Come to find out, his brothers reportedly held top secret security clearance, worked on Air Force One and nuclear doomsday plane at Boeing. Why is it that Ray Epps, Nick Fuentes, and Hassan Piker are all attached to the government somehow? Ray Epps should be in prison. Clearly a CIA operative or an FBI undercover. Nick Fuentes took money from the SPLC. Clearly should also be in prison. Should have had to get a pardon from the president, but didn't. Hassan Piker out there saying the same garbage, and we find out that his brother had secret top clearance and worked on Air Force One before? Let's get into this story. While far-left Twitch millionaire Hassan Piker built an enormous following, attacking the United States, praising communist dictators, and declaring that America deserved 9/11, his younger brother was reportedly working on some of the most sensitive military aircrafts with the most sensitive military information in the country. Marat Piker, Hassan's younger brother and frequent live stream companion, spent more than 10 years working as an aerospace engineer at Boeing. According to a bombshell report by the Washington Free Beacon, his projects reportedly included the new Air Force One, the E-6B Mercury nuclear command aircraft, airborne surveillance systems, military drones, satellites, and Boeing spacecraft. Look, these people are attaching. Tucker Carlson's attached to these people. Marjorie Taylor Greene's attached to these people. Thomas Massey's attached to these people. Ryan Matta's attached to these people. Owen Schroyer's attached to these people. All these scumbags, birds of a feather, folks. Birds of a feather. According to Marat's public LinkedIn page, he worked for Boeing Defense and Space and helped lead the mechanical design and integration of the next generation satellite structures. I quote, I hold a master's in aerospace engineering from UCLA and possess active security clearances as we speak. A person familiar with Marat's employment history told the Free Beacon that he held a top secret security clearance position. Unreal, folks. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make this stuff up. This is why independent media is so important. Marat also admitted during a recent interview with Rolling Stone that he performed some work on Boeing's VC-25B program, the official designation for the next generation of the Air Force One. Quote, I actively worked on the VC-25B a little bit, Marat said. Hassan quickly undercut him and said, yeah, on the toilet. Don't let him act like he's anything cool, guys, and cut him off, and switched the topic. However, the Free Beacon noted there is some dispute over the extent of Marat's work on the presidential aircraft. A source familiar with the program claimed that he was not formally assigned to VC-25B and did not possess that specific clearance required for the program. Marat's own statement to Rolling Stone, nevertheless, indicates he performed at least some work connected with the aircraft. His public work history also reportedly lists the E-6B Mercury, often referred to as the nuclear doomsday plane. According to the United States Navy, the E-6-8 provides nuclear command, control, and communications between the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the U.S. Strategic Command. So, how many of these people that all of a sudden make these big names and change the course of political history actually have government clearance? Audrey says the U.S. refines 18.4 million barrels a day. Thank you, Audrey, for that. Again, citizen journalism is the best. Family says, Family Low says security, Medicare, and net interest on the national debt are each larger than the national defense spending. Kit Kat says they give out security clearances like lollipops at the bank. You're absolutely right. I don't understand how some of these people have security clearances. I just don't. I mean, Eric Swalwell had some of the highest. Elkona, bin Laden worked as a CIA agent under Bush Sr. He absolutely did. He absolutely did. Which brings me right to this guy. Actually, both of these idiots. Don Lemon and Abdul Muhammad El Sayed. Listen to this.
People in the richest, most powerful country in the world to hold $225 billion in medical debt. People have to choose between seeing a doctor or getting the worry of losing their entire life savings. The notion that a third of all households hold medical debt in our country when we're fighting a war to the tune of hundreds of billions a week, that to me is radical. The idea that in the richest, most powerful country in the world, every single person could have guaranteed healthcare coverage, wouldn't have to worry about falling into debt, could see it.
I wonder why he didn't talk about the millions a week given to the Taliban still. I wonder why he didn't talk about that. And I'm so sick of this free healthcare talk, it makes me sick. There's no such thing as free anything. Healthcare is paid for by the people if you have free healthcare. Ask Canadians. Ask an average Canadian if they like their free healthcare up there. Ask them. We've had them on. They'll tell you. They'd much rather be here under ours than they're under theirs. These people are utopia retarded.
A doctor without having to ask about their finances, that to me seems like the obvious thing to do. Now, people love to use that scare word. I'm not a socialist. I'm just not a corporatist. And we have in America right now where it seems to me that the interests of money making on behalf of corporations, whether it's the health insurance industry or the pharmaceutical industry, that their interests tend to come before what a healthcare system is supposed to do. I became a doctor because I wanted to take care of people, not because I wanted to make money for the health insurance industry or the hospital industry or the pharma industry. And I think that's true for every doctor in this whole country. And it's certainly true for the 350 million of us who either worry about seeing a doctor tomorrow or at some point because our system is so beholden to the people who make money off the system rather than all the rest of us who the system is supposed to take care of. The idea that...
Does anybody here know how much... Let's look this up together. How about that? Let's look this up together. All right. I asked, what is the cash discount for medical visits and healthcare visits on average in the United States? I want to thank Army Dog. The biggest solutions to turn back the debt clock would be to stop government healthcare and fraud. Dude, you're preaching to the choir there, man. I love you. On average, medical offices and clinics offer a self-pay or cash discount ranging from anywhere from 50 to 30 to sometimes 50% off. Because standard charges are often artificially high listed prices, cash prices frequently align closer to the lower than typical insurance negotiated rates. Check this out. A typical visit, an uninsured or cash pay primary care visit, generally costs between $700 and $300, $70 to $300, depending on the complexity and the length of the appointment. Some facilities provide an extra 20, 30, sometimes 50% off if you pay in cash. Eli, you used to manage a dental office, correct? Tell me the horror stories of trying to get money from insurance companies and fighting with them. Because I remember you used to say this all the time.
One more time, something cut out.
The horror stories of dealing with health insurance payments, fighting with them to get the money that they owe you for the care that people came in for. And when you manage that dental office.
A lot of times it was damn near impossible. I was told once we were going to be doing treatment on this person and they needed dentures and whatnot, and called, I'd love to name the insurance, but it's probably better etiquette to not to, but I called the insurance. You always go for pre-treatment estimates. Hey, if we do this, that, and the other, will you pay for this, that, and the other? And they'll either send you something back or you talk to somebody on the phone. It's always better to get something in writing. But we were like perfect example. We were told, oh yeah, this person's got all kinds of coverage, go to town, go to town. Thousands and thousands of dollars later, we finally submitted the claim. They didn't pay anything on it. Called them up. What are you guys doing? Oh, we don't pay for anything like that. He doesn't have any coverage for that. I said, why did you tell me he did? Oh, we didn't do that. They're deceptive scumbags, let me tell you.
So the reason I say that is, if you are a healthy person, especially if you're a younger person, let's say that this applies to people 18 to 50. If you don't have a need to have health insurance, you are far better off to take the $1,000 a month that you give some health insurance company and put it in your own account. Hell, put it in some kind of account that gives you back interest for your money being in there, for crying out loud. I don't know what it is, what you should do. But I'm going to tell you what, the minute my wife and I started doing that, even with 5 kids who were all healthy, and so were we never need the doctor, but we still needed things like braces for some of the kids. Our daughter broke her arm, this, that, and the other. Do you know that when we tapped into the money that we would set aside or put in our own account or in our own growing interest account, the money that we would have to take out of there was peanuts compared to what we would have just given away. Peanuts. You don't have to have health insurance. All you have to have is the means to pay for something when it goes wrong. Otherwise, you're paying for in case, and in case hardly ever happens. Anybody who's dealt with insurance out there knows that these people are raping you day in and day out. And on top of all that, Eli, even if you do have an insurance policy with some kind of with some healthcare insurance company, you still are on the hook for like a $3,000 to $6,000 deductible that you've got to cover before they even think things kick in. And then if things kick in, they still don't cover 100% of everything. Meanwhile, if you'd have been giving your money to yourself, you could have paid for it, been in and out. That's all I'm saying. Eli, you got any response to that?
I agree. There's a few of them out there that aren't too bad. We've got Cigna. Cigna's always been pretty good to us, but yeah, a lot of times there are insurances out there. I'm just going to say it. It's Blue Cross Blue Shield. I can't stand Blue Cross Blue Shield. They are absolutely horrible, and the federal aspect of their company is even worse. But they're one of the types that, you would pay $1,000 or more in the deductibles, and then, granted, you need anything after that, they pay a little, if anything, toward whatever you need, and then that deductible just rolls over again for the next year. So you're just throwing money at these people to exist.
I like what Weiser said. She goes, it may be working for Jeremy, but he suggests that you seek the advice of a professional before you do any such thing. Absolutely. This is I'm just telling you, if you're a healthy family, if you're a healthy couple, if you're young and you don't have any pre-existing conditions that need you to constantly, go and seek care and visit, I'm telling you, for the average everyday person, those are the people that the insurance companies are making the most money off of. They scare you and say, you need it, you need it, you need it. You don't damn need it. Do you know how many times I've been to the doctor in the last 20 years? Like 4. Like 4 times. Most people don't use the health insurance that is offered to them by their companies because most people don't need it. I'm telling you, if the people that don't need it started doing this in the tunes of millions, insurance would drop like that. It would drop like that. But they've scared more people in this country into saying that they need it. So then they just feel like they need it and they end up paying thousands of dollars a month. To me, it's the best thing that me and my family ever did. But for you, it may not be. I'm just saying, leave everything on the table. Okay? Now, more with El Said here. Talking about black voters. Come on.
To tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage.
What do you think just happened there? The guy saying you're an Arab, you don't care about black folks. I hate to say this, but I continue to hear it from older black folks, people like some of Denzel's colleagues telling me that they're uncommitted for you.
There's been an effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that the consequence of that. To tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. I'm proud of my African heritage.
What do you think just happened there?
Well, that's Michigan Democrat Abdul Muhammad El Sayed making a desperate effort to win over black voters who largely backed his opponent in the primary by saying he's also African. I'm proud of my African descent. Funny, it's the first time we've heard you say that about, as you're referring to black people. Now, I know that a majority of our audience is an older audience. I'm not talking about you guys when it comes to the healthcare stuff. I'm talking about the people like me and younger. Okay, that's where these health insurance companies make their most money. They make it off the people who aren't sick, who don't need them. And then they cover the people who are sick and do need them, but they don't do very well in a lot of cases. So again, don't say, Jeremy said I should get rid of my health care. Not saying that. I'm saying if you are in that age range and healthy, why are you doing it? Why wouldn't you keep the money for yourself? Set the money aside for yourself. That way it's paid, it's done, you get the discount, and you didn't pay $1,000 a month for the last 2 years and have nothing happen to you. Just going to go out on a limb and say it. Now I want to go, I'm going to stay in Michigan. I'm friends with this guy. We've been talking lately. I've been trying to get him on the show. He was we had a date for him to come on, but then he had an emergency. Hopefully we'll get him back on, but this was him speaking at the city council, the same city council meeting that Jake Lang was speaking at that I showed you yesterday.
The honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor of 180 Church where President Donald Trump came for his birthday weekend. It was there that I had an opportunity to pray over the president. And it was at that moment that he told me I would pray at the inauguration and I would be able to preach at the rededication. The reason why I'm here today, because Dearborn, in all of your prosperity and everything that you've done, the spirit of Hubbard is still in this city. The spirit of racism still dwells in this city. This is a city that has prospered with your mosque and your call to prayer. But yet it's on the back of my people. It's on the back of black people that we have funded everything you do. You look down on us. Your police enact injustice on us. And when Jake Lang talked about Jesus, he was assaulted because you are not up under American law. You are up under Sharia law.
Get it.
That is the reason why you have made no arrest. You laugh. You are 3 generations of racism in this very city. You know it. You have seen what has happened in this city. And it is my people that have funded you. It's my people that made sure that you have what you had. And you spit on us. You degrade us. But you're only 1% of this nation. We are not a nation of Muslims. We are a nation of Christians. We are one nation under God, indivisible, the God of the Bible, the God of the Lord Jesus Christ. That's the God in whom we serve. I want you to prove to me we're not up under Sharia law. Will you denounce, Councilman Herrell, will you denounce Sharia law?
Ooh, got him.
Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you I know you won't. Will you denounce Sharia law? Abraham, you went to Hillsdale. Will you renounce Sharia law? Will you renounce Sharia law? America, we have lost this city.
Get it.
This is a city that is no longer up under American laws. We are up under Sharia law. And we will not have it anymore.
Remaining.
Enough is enough.
Absolutely. Lorenzo is on fire. Give that man a round of applause. Will you denounce Sharia law? Will you? I know you won't. Will you? You went to Hillsdale. Will you? Will you? Will you? None of them did. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Michelle Dust just told me in Massachusetts, if you don't have health care, then they fine you at the end of every year when you file taxes? See, here's the problem with the healthcare costs. You want to know why they went through the roof? 2 reasons. Price gouging, but because of what? Illegal aliens. 30 million people on going to the hospital to get medical care with no insurance whatsoever. Who do you think pays for that? You think the doctors? I know we just showed that video and we're kind of going back and we're back and forth here, but I'm just, because I read through some of the comments. Who do you think pays for the illegal aliens when they go to the doctor, of which, by the way, thousands of them, tens of thousands, millions of them are going to the doctor for diseases that we don't even have anymore in this country. Sicknesses, ailments, cold, COVID. Who do you think pays for these illegal aliens to get their health care? You do. Through how? Through health insurance costs going through the roof. Again, you get rid of the illegal aliens and everything goes down. The healthcare costs go down. The price of homes go down. The dollar is stronger. More jobs for people. It's the illegal aliens. It's the illegal aliens. And it's the friggin' illegal aliens. And it's these healthcare companies that are price gouging based on that. The answer to almost everything in this country, get rid of illegal aliens. Back to this guy, killing it. Absolutely. Will you denounce Sharia law? Nope. See ya. Will you denounce Sharia law? Nope. See ya. You went to Hillsdale. I know something about you. You went to Hillsdale. That's a public school. Will you denounce Sharia law? No. How about you? Got him. Lonnie says, ship them out. Ice, ice, baby. Absolutely. Absolutely. You want to make this country great? Get rid of the illegals that don't belong here. That's how you make the country great. They're sucking off every system. They're putting a strain on every system, and they're not doing anything back, reciprocating something back positively. They do nothing but cry, complain, rape, murder, and leech. That's what illegal aliens do, because they don't know any better. They didn't assimilate for the American dream. They came in and leeched off the people trying to achieve the American dream. That's the difference. Eli.
That's the one thing I'll disagree with, though, and I'm not saying you got this from, like, the liberals, but they know better. They know damn well that we don't like all the crap they do in our country, which is rape and pillage and murder. They know that we don't like it, so they know that it's wrong. So I don't want to hear, I'm not saying to you, Jeremy, but in general, all these people, they don't know any better. They don't know any better. Maybe you did come from a scumhole country, but when you got here, you could clearly see that nobody was running around burning towns down and killing people and raping people. So you had to kind of put 2 and 2 together, no matter how retarded your mongoloid Somalian bulbous head is. Maybe people don't like that here in this country. I'm going to do it anyway, and they'll just say, well, I don't know any better.
No, you misunderstood me. I didn't say they didn't know that rape and murder and pillaging was any better. They were told if you come here, you will get. They were told that by the Minnesota communities. They were told that by Joe Biden. They were told that through the stupid CBP One app. If you come here, you will be taken care of. So they didn't come here to assimilate and work hard for the American dream. They came here because they were told, hey, you can leave your third world S-hole country and you can come here and you'll be taken care of. That's what they know. The majority of them is what I'm saying.
All right. I got you now. I'll agree with that. But you know what I'm talking about. There's so many people out there. Oh, did they rape someone? Well, they didn't know any better. That's normal in that country.
Yeah, no, I know that's happening. I know. Well, speaking of Fed boys, Nick Fuentes. First of all, I want to go out on a limb here and say this about James Fishback. Anybody who supported James Fishback, would you like to take this opportunity right now to apologize to anyone on his behalf? Just curious. Would anybody like to take this time to apologize on the behalf of James Fishback if you voted for him or if you wanted him to win? Because didn't he come out and say that Byron Donalds was guilty of human trafficking, spew a lie that the DOJ was investigating him for possible sex trafficking crimes, which they denied immediately, and said that he was going to go to Tallahassee and show all the unequivocal proof of what he was claiming that Byron Donalds did if Byron Donalds didn't come clean himself? What happened to that? Anyone? Just curious. However, Nick Fuentes says he ran a great campaign and congratulated him.
Not only showed us the blueprint, and not to glaze, but I do really mean this. He showed us how we should conduct ourselves. Fiercely intelligent and hardworking. This is how we all have to be. This guy was out there. He did 16 campaign events yesterday. 16 campaign events in one day. And then ended the day answering emails and phone calls from voters. And that was the pace of the campaign from the beginning. He no-lifed the campaign for months. Living on the road, he took 3 days for a honeymoon in Disney World and then went right back to work. Making no money, not having a personal life, living on the road, doing a dozen campaign events every day, emails, phone calls, always being on.
That's called a campaign.
Extremely knowledgeable about all the subject matter, having a policy on every issue. He was not just fluent in complaining about Israel. He was fluent in the other issues too. He was fluent in FAA regulations about aviation. He was fluent in the education system. He was fluent on all the policy areas because he studied also. And he was presentable. He could talk to people that disagreed with him and sound like a politician. He was funny and edgy, but he also knew where the line was. Fishback not only showed us the blueprint, and not to glaze, but I do really mean this. He showed us how we should conduct ourselves.
All right. He showed us how we should conduct ourselves, right? All right. First of all, what Nick describes is called a campaign. You go out and you knock on doors. You get a team of people to help you. You divide and conquer. You show up at events. Especially in the last few weeks, you hold multiple events every day. So, what did he show us the blueprint of? Losing? Lying? Panicking? Doing a Democrat move at the very end and then not coming through and showing what he had? Look, if he had proof of what he said, I would have been the first one to be like, sorry, man. Sorry, Donald, you got to go. But he never did. He never came out with that proof. Weird. He showed us the blueprint, though. What? In how to lose? Dan Bongino joined Fox News and was talking about the Florida election. And I hate to have to show. I almost hate to have to show Fox News clips more than I hate to show CNN clips, to be honest with you, especially when Laura Ingraham is involved. But I'm not going to pick. I want to get to the content, and the content here is exactly. Dan said exactly what I said. The best thing that could have ever happened coming out of any of these elections recently, especially in Florida, is that socialists win. Because we all know what a socialist is going to do in a general election. They're gone. And Dan kind of says that same exact thing in a different way, paraphrasing obviously a little bit, but in another way, another roundabout way, he says, look, it couldn't have happened better for us as far as the general is concerned. Here's what he said.
All this is Dan Bongino, Fox News contributor, former deputy FBI director. Dan, you're a Florida man. Is Florida going to buy Angie's shtick?
You know, I get up early, not that early, but, you know, around 6 o'clock, depends. And I get up this morning, pop over onto the elliptical, and I pull up a Politico playbook. And I got to tell you, there was like a celebration I heard break out at 6 o'clock in the morning all across Florida. Maybe it was just in my own head, but the results could not have gone better for Republicans. I don't want to get out ahead of myself. Listen, we still have a November election. You obviously have to show up. But this could not have gone any better for Republicans last night. We've got a great candidate for governor in Byron Donalds. But having Angie Nixon upset Vindman, who was one of the worst candidates at the top of the ticket. I've been down here in Florida. Listen, I've run for office. I didn't win. It's just a fact. But at least, you know, I showed up and knocked on the doors. Laura, nobody knew who this guy was. He was nowhere. There were no ads. He supposedly raised something in the neighborhood of $16 million. Where did he put it? Like NVIDIA stock or something? Like, what did he do with this money? Nobody saw this guy. So, you know, the socialists are taking a victory lap in Florida, but they're misreading Florida politics. It's like Angie Nixon ran against no one, like Casper the Friendly Ghost. There was no other candidate. It's not that the socialists won, it's that Vindman didn't show up. But having a candidate at the top of the ticket in the governor's race, David Jolly, and then Angie Nixon at the top of the ticket on the Senate side in Florida that has a huge population of Jewish voters while she's out there campaigning with from the river to the sea, Rashida Tlaib, and a bunch of Venezuelan and Cuban voters who some of them, their family, their property was stolen by communists and socialists, been tortured and put in prison. I mean, really, you couldn't have handed a better gift to Republicans.
Here to discuss all this is Dan Bongino.
I agree. You couldn't have handed a better gift to Republicans. I actually agree with that. Now, here's what we talked about yesterday. This is a problem, folks. This right here is a problem. This right here is the only thing that would get Republicans to lose in a general election. This right here. Rick said, just tuned in. God bless you all. Thank you, Ricks. Appreciate that. If you could give us a share, we'd appreciate it. Definitely give us a like if not. Either way, thanks for being here. 81% of Miami-Dade registered voters did not vote. In the 2026 primary election, 1.286 million registered voters in Miami-Dade County. 243,878 ballots cast. That's an 18.9% voter turnout. This is not good. This is the problem with Republicans and Republican voters. I want you to look over to the right there. It said in 2014 it was 14%. In 2016 it was 20%. In 2018, it was 21. In 2020, it was 31. In 2024, it was 20. And in 2026, it was 18.9%. Why are Republicans only excited when Trump is on the ballot? Trump said this 3 weeks ago. He said, maybe I'll have to run because when Trump's not on the ballot, it's very difficult to get people out to vote. Well, do you want to know why it's very difficult to get people out to vote? Because nobody is exciting. Nobody brings even a little of what Trump brings. DeSantis does as a governor, but not as a presidential candidate. Right? Let's just be honest. Zach Lane is great and actually was one of the people that had Trump's endorsement against him here in Iowa. He beat his opponent, and he's great, and I can't wait for him to become governor of the state of Iowa, but he's not Trump-esque, right? Mike Rogers isn't Trump-esque. Name me somebody out there who's got even an ounce of excitement around them that President Trump had to create MAGA. You have to make people want to come out and vote for you. You have to make it so they look at you and they go, come hell or high water, I'm going to vote for this person. How do you do that if you're not likable? How do you do that if you only put on TV ads? How do you do that if you only put out TV ads that talk about the other guy? You spend all this money to put your ad on TV so that the millions of voters in the area can learn about you, and you spend a majority of that time giving the other person free airtime, regardless if it's bad or not. CC says, come on, man, Trump was picked by the Almighty. I don't disagree with that a minute. But we live in the world. We don't have to be of the world, but we live in the world. And regardless if Trump was picked by God or not, people still have to come out and vote. Now, if Trump clearly is a person that God anointed and protected and saved, which I believe, then that excitement that people found in that is what got them out to vote. So either nobody else is being guided by God to run, or else people just aren't feeling it for whatever reason. The Republican Party is, for lack of a better term, boring. It's boring. Let's face it. Trump made Republican politics awesome. How are we going to replicate that? And those who can, and I'm not saying you have to be exactly like him. I'm not saying you have to say exactly the things that he said. What I'm saying is you've got to drum up some excitement. JDH Patriot, he made a good point. He said, I hate to say this, but when people start getting arrested and going to jail, then you will see more of an effort because they will receive results. Look, I'm right there with you, man. I want to see one every day. I really do. I really do. But I don't think handing your country over to Democrats because you're not getting all the results you want is the right thing to do. Now, I will give Ron DeSantis some great credit for the state of Florida. He's made it so the state of Florida is almost impossible to go blue. Check out the registration numbers.
And it had more registered Democrats than Republicans by hundreds of thousands. And it was a very, very difficult environment. And then so since I've gotten in, we've gone from hundreds of thousands more registered Democrats in Florida. We now have 1.5 million more registered Republicans. That's never happened anywhere in the United States of America at that scale. And it helped us in the first term. When I ran 4 years ago, we had 300,000 advantage in registration, which people thought that was unbelievable because Florida had never had a Republican registration advantage. And it's just gone bonkers since then. So that is something that I think's been really important. My view is these candidates have great opportunities that, quite frankly, we didn't have when I was coming up in terms of just the sheer number of folks who've affiliated with kind of how we've done business. And so I'm proud of doing that. I think that this state is I don't think this is a competitive state. For statewide,
I don't either.
I think that the some of these congressional ones, these are new districts. You got to introduce yourself to people. I typically haven't done a lot on those since I've been governor, at least in primaries. But I think some good candidates won, and so that's kind of exciting. Republicans would not have the House right now, the majority, had I not vetoed the map in 22. I mean, let's just remind everybody that was very important. And then now, this could potentially be something that's very significant for the November election. So we'll see how it all shakes out. But I do think that if you had a choice to be run in 26, may be more challenging. And it had more.
So the registration thing. So I was talking to Scott the other day, Scott Pressler, and in District 1, which is 20 counties in Iowa, Republicans have about a 60,000 registration advantage. However, in Scott County, where I live, which is the largest voting base in that district, we were actually just overtaken by registrations here in the county. So I got a hold of Scott and I said, Scott, I would love to get you out here in Iowa, do an event, do some speeches, get people inspired here in Iowa, and help us reclaim, because it's right neck and neck. Help us reclaim the amount of Republican registries here in Scott County. It's neck and neck, by the way. It's a very competitive district, one of the most competitive in the country. District 1, look it up. Not an easy district to win, no matter who you are. But there is a massive number of independents, registered independents. Those are the ones that we got to go and try to get them registered as Republicans. And if we can't get them registered as Republicans, let's at least get them voting Republican. The independent vote is where you win elections, not the Democrat side, not the Republican side. Most people vote their own party. Independents will vote either or. You've got to get them either registered on your side, so it's almost like an obligation to vote Republican, or you've got to win them over. And you can't win them over with lies, and you can't win them over with promises that aren't attainable. Like, I've been looking into what exactly in a perfect world, right? In a perfect world, what could a congressman do to bring relief to the biggest issues of people in Iowa? You want to know what the issue is in Iowa? Cancer and water and data centers. Obviously, the economy, jobs, stupid, right? That's what everybody needs. You need jobs. You need manufacturing jobs. This area has a lot of manufacturing jobs. John Deere is right here. You've got Arconic. You've got these big, massive companies that actually do manufacturing and factory work here in this area. It's massive. Amazon is right down the road to this massive building. But if you look into outside of jobs, it is the cancer rate, the water, and the data centers. Those are the biggest issues. So I've been studying very, very hard on what I can do as a congressman to actually bring relief to those people. And the biggest thing is amendments to bills that have already passed, or introducing bills that are going to help my state along with everybody else's state when it comes to these same issues. A lot of Midwest states are having this issue right now. The water, the data centers, the land, the cancer rates, the pesticides and everything that's running into our waters, our aquifers drying up. That's why people don't want the data centers. It isn't about the surface water that's the problem. We got the mighty Mississippi right here. It's about the aquifers. That's where the water is taken from for these big projects. So anyway, I know I kind of went off on my own little thing there, but you got to be able to say, look, I'm going to go do this for this reason. And I'm going to bust my butt to get this done for you. And if I don't get it done, I get it. But at least you're going to know that I'm working for you hard. I'm negotiating. I'm trying to get bills sponsored and co-sponsored and introduced. Like, that's the best you can do. Kay Lewis said Scott County is liberal. Not true. Scott County is trending red. This area, Scott County, I believe is red +3 right now. I believe. It used to be liberal, but it's been trending red for the last 3 election cycles. And I'm talking about presidential midterm. So I believe since 2020, it's been trending red. I believe we're R+3 right now. At least that's what I'm thinking off the top of my head anyway. So how easy is it going to be for the House of Representatives, Democrats, to take the House or take the Senate? Well, let's see how easy it will be for them to take the Senate. Not very easy, actually.
Control of the Senate, Democrats would need a net gain of 4 seats, which likely means defending all of the seats that they currently hold that are up for election, and then flipping 4 additional seats from red to blue.
Think about that. They need to keep all the Senate seats they have right now, and then they have to go and flip 4 more. So that's Alaska, Maine, Texas. Where else? Let's find out. Let's go back to this video.
Alaska being in play really boosts the probabilities for Democrats. And to show you that, I've pulled up our what if board. This is where I can sort of play with the map a little bit and show you how it works. Now, I want to clean this picture up a bit. Everything that's in red means it's likely to be Republican. Everything that's in blue means it's likely to be Democrat. Those things in white, by the way, there's no Senate election there. And the ones in yellow are the ones we can make some decisions about. So I'm just prognosticating here. This is nothing official. But let's suggest that New Hampshire, for instance, goes goes to the Democrats. Let's say that Iowa stays Republican, and let's say that Texas stays Republican. Then let's say Democrats are successful in two tough races that they have to defend right now. John Ossoff wins in Georgia, and Abdul El-Sayed wins in Michigan. Now they've got to flip 4 seats. And each of these races we have rated as either a toss-up or as a lean Democrat, which means it's possible. That lean Democrat seat, one of them is North Carolina. Roy Cooper, who has never lost an election in his life, so let's make that a Democratic seat. We've also got Maine. Tough one to call, but right now let's call it a Democratic seat. Ohio, John Husted, running at the moment behind Sherrod Brown. So let's make this, let's say Sherrod Brown gets his seat back. Now we're at 49 Republicans to 50 Democrats. That's not a win for Democrats, remember, because the way this works is that the vice president is the tiebreaker in the House. So the Democrats actually need 51 seats to win. That's why Alaska becomes really important. If after today's change, this becomes a toss-up, and if Democrats are having a very strong night on November 3rd, and you put Alaska into the Democratic column, then you have 51 to 49. If Democrats can win those 3 coin tosses in a row, gets them to 51 Senate seats, and it gets them to control of the Senate. To win...
It is going to be almost impossible for Democrats to win the Senate. I think it's going to be equally as impossible for them to win the House of Representatives, to be honest with you. But I think it's so difficult for them to win it all. I'm going to continue to say what I've said for the last 8 months. And I'm not saying this to try to make you feel better or try to inspire you to go vote. You don't go vote, that's your own issue. Do what you want to do. What I'm saying is, based on the Democrats' low approval, lower than Trump's, by the way, for you Democrats, based on their internal civil war, based on the real possibility that socialism is going to destroy and take over their party, based on the redistricting, and based on the last election and the primaries, I firmly believe, wholeheartedly, that the Democrats are not going to win either the House or the Senate, and you are going to see history in the making. It's only been done a few times that the incumbent president has held on to both houses of the government in a midterm election. I think it's only been done a few times. Eli, can you look that up for me? That's just something I personally want to know. How many times, here's the question, how many times in our history has the incumbent administration held both the Senate and the House in the following midterm? Guess that's the best question, the best way to ask it. I think it's only happened like 3 times in our entire history as a nation. I mean, I could be wrong, but just going based off what I've read before, I think it's only like 2 to 4 times, right?
Didn't give me a specific answer under just Googling it, so I'm going to...
All right, well, let me know when you actually get the answer, because I believe it's only like 2 or 3 times. But long story short, if it's even 5 times, it's still history made. It's still absolute history made. Here's another thing I want to talk about. Eli, you got the answer?
In modern U.S. history, since World War II, an incumbent presidential administration has managed to maintain or gain control of both the House and the Senate in a midterm election only twice.
I guess that's not true either, because I said it, according to the people on the left. Everything he says is a lie. We're gonna show the world how you make history. Check this out, folks. Since we were talking about Zach Lane here in Iowa, out-of-state foreign students are crowding out Iowa kids. A clip of Zach Lane during an ABC 6 KAAL news interview has been circulating online in which he argues Iowa's own medical schools are passing over the state's best students. In the video, he says graduates of Iowa colleges with a 4.0 GPAs are losing seats to out-of-state and foreign applicants. And that Iowa kids should get first shot because they are the more likely to stay and practice here. I'm going to see if I can grab this. Let me see if I can find this clip here. Because this is seriously important, actually, because this happens so much. And in a state like Iowa, where you're trying to keep your youth in Iowa, and you've educated them in your state, in your schools, the best thing to do is keep them here. You've invested into them, right? And now out-of-state and foreign kids are getting these positions over the kids that grew up here, were educated here, and call this place home.
What is the actual issue we're facing? And part of the issue we're facing is, again, we have low to no growth in our rural communities, and then also we're not incentivizing people to stay after they're trained in those professions. So they might get trained at the University of Iowa or somewhere else, but we need to put incentives to say, if you will go to this rural community and serve for this amount of years, we can give you tuition forgiveness on part of your residency or something like that. But right now, I'm actually talking to many parents of Iowa high school graduates and graduates of Iowa colleges who have 4.0s who are getting beat out at Iowa's own medical schools. And because they're bringing in students from out of state or foreign students, listen, my belief is that Iowa kids should have first say and first opportunity for those spots because they're more likely to stay in our communities. That's part of my Iowa First campaign. What is the actual issue we're facing?
So that's pretty bad, folks. Are these H-1Bs? Are they... not all of them. Some of them are out of state. Some of them are foreign, which would be the H-1B stuff. A lot of them are coming from out of state as well, and they're getting these positions. Zach Lane has promised to take care of that. He's promised that he wants to do whatever he can with the legislation to ban flock cameras. He's talking about the data centers, not having as many of them come in and take over, and the ones that do come in and take over, they have to sign a contract that says that when these data centers run their course and when they're outdated, that these companies that are responsible for them have to do the decommissioning of these in every way, shape, or form so that they leave the land the same way they got it. The problem with the data centers, folks, are two things. Number one, actually three things. Number one, the amount of water they use. You're pulling from aquifers. If you have aquifers that are in danger in any way, shape, or form, you should not be running data centers. The second one is the amount of power they use. So there's a data center that's supposed to be going in Clinton, Iowa. Okay? They're talking about putting this data center into Clinton, Iowa. And a lot of these data centers are coming to Iowa, Nebraska, and the Midwest because of the land, because of how easy it is to put one up, the flatness of the land, and the access to water, and all of that. So there's one supposed to be going in Clinton, Iowa. Alliant Energy is working with this data center. I think it's called QTC, I think is the name of the data center, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody might want to fact check me on that. QTC data center, okay? These are all AI data centers. Flock cameras are attached to these and everything. So it's the water issue and not the surface water. You're talking the underground water. It's the power issue. And of course, the power companies want to, oh yeah, we want them in here because they're going to be, do you understand that how much water and power would be used for these data centers, the sizes that they're putting them in? It would be equal to or greater than the entire city's usage. Now, Clinton, Iowa, I believe is a city of maybe 30,000 people, okay? Some of you wouldn't call that a city, but they're called a city. I believe it's of 30,000 people. The water usage and the energy usage is going to be equal to or greater than the entire city's consumption of all households and businesses. Okay. What next? The lights, the sounds, the eyesore, the risk of nitrates in your water, the carbon, the entire footprint of it alone. Like, look, I understand data centers are necessary for AI, but maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't be putting communities at risk by buying up the land, leaving them there for 10 to 20 years, and then walking away from them. S. Sly says Clinton isn't far from Davenport. No, it's not. You're talking about 30, 40 minutes. So the reason why Zach Lane won in the primary, even though his opponent in the primary was Trump endorsed, was because he's saying the things that the people resonate with. And he's going to try to do them as much as he can. And I applaud that. Of course, they're trying to put them in vast deserts of Arizona as well. Water problems, electricity. Well, those are the problems. Those are the big problems. So he's going to be fighting that. He's going to be fighting the out-of-state tuition and stuff too. There's a saying called "Don't Illinois my Iowa," right? I was born over the river in Illinois. Big, huge, lefty, liberal state. Really, actually, outside of Cook County, if you take Cook County, if Cook County floats into Lake Michigan, then Illinois is pretty conservative. But the people that run the state, very, very liberal. And the guy that they're spending millions of dollars behind here in Iowa to face Zach Lane is Rob Sand. Rob Sand is the epitome and the definition of trying to Iowa my Illinois. Or trying to Illinois my Iowa, excuse me. And that saying, don't Illinois my Iowa, it's a real saying here. Everybody here can't stand the other side of the river. And the other side of the river comes over here for cheap gas, and they come over here when COVID hits.
As an Iowan, I'm also really proud of our merit-based judicial selection system. They have been tinkering with that over the last few years, haven't they? Yes. Right? To weaken it and make it more political. I'd like to reverse those changes as well. But here's the thing. I want them to send me that bill reversing those changes, and it will have an effective date of the end of my first term as governor. Because they need to take their medicine on that one, don't they? Yes. You want to have a governor who has more impact on how the judges get appointed in Iowa? Well, we're going to have that for a little while then, because that's what you asked for, isn't it? You can send me a bill and I'll sign it, but the effective date is going to be after you've taken your medicine.
That guy's he thinks he's a smooth talker, but he got booed out of the Iowa State Fair. So he was at the Iowa State Fair. So was Zach Lane. So was Marinette Miller-Meeks. So was Ashley Hinson. So was Josh Turek. All of the people were at the Iowa State Fair. Do you know who else was at the Iowa State Fair? Mark Kelly. Now, you might ask yourself, why would Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona be going to the Iowa Fair other than just going to the Iowa Fair because it's the biggest country's fair? I'll tell you why. Feelers. When you have when you have elected officials from other states, 1,000 miles away, 2,000 miles, whatever it is, from Iowa, coming to the Iowa State Fair, and they've got their people with them, and they've got their photographers with them, and they've got their assistants with them and their staff with them, and they're not there on a private capacity, then they're there as an official capacity. Why would Senator Mark Kelly, come to the Iowa State Fair? Test the waters. To dip his toes into the waters if he were to run for President of the United States. It's the only reason he'd be here. Do you know who got booed out of the Iowa State Fair? Rob Sand, who's running for governor, and Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona. Booed. To the point where the Democratic Party here in Iowa started complaining about it, saying, this should never be the case. Iowans, this is not good. We should accept all people for all reasons, no matter what. We should never boo somebody and make them feel unwelcome. I disagree. You know what that's called, Eli? That's called the people are speaking. And right now, the people of Iowa are speaking very loud because this state is being targeted by the left and by these big AI data centers and by these flock cameras, so much to where the people of Iowa are speaking out, Eli. This is what I love about this state. I'm so glad I moved here.
F&A, Cotton. F&A.
Flock cameras in Iowa communities are being destroyed at a record rate. Do you know what they have planned for Halloween here in Iowa? Flock purge night. In every city in Iowa, in every town, in every village, both Democrats and Republicans are banding together for a flock purge night. Every day in the last, I think, 10 days, we've seen another flock camera cut down with a Sawzall here in Iowa. The people of Iowa do not want this. They don't want flock cameras. They don't want kill switches. They don't want massive amounts of data centers, and they don't want people trying to Illinois their Iowa. And so now they're being destroyed and vandalized everywhere in the state. And I've got to say, not all heroes wear capes. I am not sitting here, Eli, at all. I'm not sitting here and condoning destruction of property. What I'm saying is, it doesn't bother me to see these flock cameras being cut down and destroyed by Sawzalls. And Iowans are stepping up at a phenomenal rate. It seems Iowans, this is the story, aren't taking too kindly to Big Brother-style government surveillance, as the ACLU of Iowa calls for flock safety's automated license plate readers to be put out of commission. Hey, this might be the one time I agree with the ACLU. Cities across the country, including Coralville, have been ending their contracts with the companies, with the flock company, in response to the national backlash. That means that the people of Iowa are speaking, and the towns in Iowa are listening. I love it. And they have it planned for Halloween, and they're calling it Flock Camera Purge Night. All Hallows Eve to go out there and get rid of the rest of them. Hey, I am not, I'm not saying go do that. At all. But what I am saying to the sight of flock cameras being on the ground rather than up in the air, I understand we need data centers to keep up with AI and to keep staying ahead of China. I get that 100%. But I'm more of the, here's my idea of what I think we should have. I just drove by yesterday. I was going out to my sister's house yesterday, and I was driving by hundreds of acres of land that had been filled with solar panels. Used to be farmland, now lined with solar panels. Ugliest thing you've ever seen. You guys have seen them, right? These solar fields. Ugly as sin. Can't stand to look at them. But farmers are now harvesting energy because they can't harvest crops anymore and make a good living. So the farmers are saying, okay, I'm going to sell my land and we're going to cover it with solar panels. Here's what I'm thinking. How many Walmart parking lots are there? How many Target parking lots are there? How many Hy-Vee parking lots are there? How many malls and outlet mall parking lots are there across Iowa? How many stretches of asphalt are there where people are just parking? How many manufacturing plants and factories have nothing but acres and acres and acres, hundreds of acres of asphalt for parking? Why can't we build these solar panel fields to cover them, which would not only give you shade, but give you a little bit of guard from the weather, whether it be snowing or raining? Why don't we line these Walmart parking lots and these factory parking lots with them instead of covering the soil and the ground with them? I never understood that. Look, I'm all for things if they're put in the right places for the right reasons. I'm all for data centers if you're not literally covering them, the farmland with them. Why not put them out in the ocean? Eli, what do you got there? Eli, you just pulled that up as soon as I said that. What do you got there?
That's actually an example and representation of something that Samsung came up with, of a floating data center out in the middle of the ocean that would not take up, it says, just unveiled the world's first floating data center designed to sit on the ocean and use seawater for cooling, eliminating the need for billions of gallons of fresh water on dry land. So, Great idea.
Yeah,
there.
and again, there's risks to that, right? There's risks of storms or waves or whatever, tsunamis, depending on where you have it. But you put it in a low-risk area. You put it in a place where people aren't fishing, and you do it. Look, but the problem is the risk. It's the risk of these things leaking out the contaminants, because even the water that goes in has to be contaminated with some kind of anti-rust and anti-corrosion chemicals. So even the water that's used to cool these things is not regular water. It's got to be contaminated with anti-rust or anti-corrosion material. So I've been doing a lot of research on this stuff. And look, I'm all for data centers, and I'm all for solar. What I'm not all for is when you're taking beautiful, wonderful, great land that makes Iowa to do it. I think that's irresponsible. I think that's outrageous. 100%. Do you know that this state gets 60% of its energy from the wind? From those big, stupid wind propellers? Might look stupid, might look dumb. I'm all for it, though, because our energy here in Iowa is cheap compared to what it was in New Hampshire. But again, it's where you put them. Patriot says, do not put data centers in the ocean. I'm not saying put them in the ocean. I'm just saying there are places that you can put them that don't directly affect people as much as they are. That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a perfect answer for it. I just don't think the answer that what we're doing now works. Eli.
Patriot 8989 said something before that too, saying data centers are already on the ocean floor killing the whales. Doesn't it blow your mind? It's 2026. It's 2026, and the powers that be just won't do things the right. It's possible. It's possible to have these data centers. It's possible to have the solar panels over parking lots, but they don't do it. And they want to. We're supposed to think we're evolved. You know, we're at the peak of our civilization right now. We're horrible. All these things could be done without torturing or killing wildlife.
No, I'm right there with you. I really am right there with you. It's really a rock and a hard place thing, right? Do you want your country to stay advanced with technology? If you do, you're going to have these things. The question is where and how. And you know what? If it costs an extra $1 billion to make it happen, then make the companies like QTC pay for it. They're the ones that want it. Don't make it fall on the citizens, and don't take away the water and the energy and put a strain on the grids. That's the smart thing to do. So, anyway, we'll move on from that. We can talk about that all day. Let's go to woke Disney, who just sued the Trump administration, just sued the FCC to protect ABC's public airwaves. Let's talk about that. The Walt Disney Company and its ABC television operation ran to federal court on Tuesday, asking a judge to stop the FCC from reviewing the broadcast licenses of 8 ABC-owned stations years ahead of schedule. So, this is good news, folks. This means that the taking away or the revocation of the FCC licenses for some of these major companies like ABC is actually in the works. Disney, ABC, and the station licensees filed the lawsuit in federal court in Washington, D.C., accusing the Trump administration and FCC Chairman Brendan Carr of using regulatory authority to punish a network over programming and editorial decisions. Disney called the proceeding an extraordinary assault on free speech. I actually disagree. I disagree. You cannot be out there lying as much as you do, misrepresenting as much as you do, and having a one-sided view and a one-sided outlook for your viewers on the way this country should be, tipping the scales of elections and tipping the scales of people's perception of what's really going on. You can't do that as long as you have an FCC license anyway. Now, if you want to be on cable, you want to go do your own thing, go do your own thing. But why are you getting these FCC licenses that bring you into the homes of millions of people worth billions of dollars for absolutely nothing if you're going to continue to be what's wrong with this world? I disagree with that. I don't think that... Look, you want free speech? Give up your FCC license and go have your free speech on Rumble. We do. We have to. Give up your front seats at the White House press conference rooms and go sit in the back. Disney called it an extraordinary assault on free speech and asked the U.S. District Judge Lauren Aiken for a temporary restraining order and a preliminary injunction before the FCC can move the matter towards an actual hearing. The company claims that the agency is retaliating against ABC because President Donald Trump and the administration officials have repeatedly blasted the network's news coverage, its daytime political program, The View, and late-night host Jimmy Kimmel. No. When you have an FCC license, you're supposed to give equal time to both. You give 1% to the opposition, which in your case is the Republicans. So don't give me that. And when they do come on, you jump on them. The audience claps over them based on some stupid something that The View said, and they don't get their point across anyway. So you're not following the rules right now. The agency said its review grows out of an investigation into whether Disney and ABC used unlawful race or sex-based employment practices under the banner of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Disney denies violating federal anti-discrimination rules. WABC-TV in New York, KABC-TV in Los Angeles, WLS-TV in Chicago, WPVI in Philly, KTRK in Houston, KGO in San Francisco, KFSN in Fresno, and WTVD in Durham, North Carolina. The FCC has ordered the stations to file early on their renewal applications. The ABC submitted those applications on May 28th under protest. An official FCC notice says broadcast licenses generally run for 8 years, and that none of these licenses would ordinarily have come up for renewal until 2028. However, FCC rules allow the agency to call licensees in early when essential to an ongoing investigation. In this case, the investigation centers on whether Disney and ABC engaged in illegal discrimination through their DEI practices, their hiring, their promoting, their compensating, and creating racially and identity-based preferences in violation of the Communications Act and FCC Equal Employment Opportunity rules. So, I want to give a big Smarty Award of the Day to Brendan Carr and the FCC for actually doing what we've asked them to do. Steve Crow said, wow, amazing this is not on the news. First time hearing it, and that is horrible. You know, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Somebody said this morning, this is the first time hearing of this Eric Swalwell stuff. I put out the short clip of it, and about an hour later, the rest of the world caught up. Not saying that they saw my video. I'm little old me. I'm nothing. I'm just a child of God trying to go through each day. I'm a squirrel trying to get a nut, as they say. But the fact of the matter is, independent media is light years ahead of mainstream media right now. The stuff that you're hearing right now, you'll hear tonight on Fox News, if not tomorrow or the next day. Eli?
I was going to say, well, to be fair, it is on the news, because we're the news.
Well, there you go. Stephen Miller says CBS, ABC, NBC, New York Times, and other fake news media should be forced to register as Democrat PACs and super PACs because they're the arm of the Democratic Party. Ladies and gentlemen, Eli, you know what we need? I know you've been making a lot of the segment videos, you know, the Rhino video. You're making some new Dum Dum Award and Smarty Award of the Day. I think we need to make a Miller Time one for when Stephen Miller talks. That way, when we play a video of Stephen Miller, we can be like, in our next segment, it's Miller Time, right? So add that to the segment videos that you're making. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Miller Time.
Democrat Party. Honestly, Sean, the media, the legacy media like CBS and ABC and NBC and every other legacy outlet exists to serve and advance the interests of the Democrat Party. Throw in New York Times, throw in Washington Post, throw in The Atlantic. They should all be required to register as a Democrat political action committee. I mean, let's just think through some of the things that you mentioned. President Trump has been in office in his second term for a year and a half and has solved problems that plagued this nation for decades, generations, or even longer. I mean, just go through the foreign policy piece here. He's completely rebalanced our trading relationship with Canada. He has protected American manufacturing and essential supply chains from China. He has completely rebalanced NATO and ensure that other nations pay their fair share.
Miller time, folks. He's absolutely right. They should be called PACs, not news, because that's what they are. They're PACs. Hey, guys, we got about 15 minutes left of the show. We still got a great audience in here. I want to remind you about tonight, 4 p.m. Have you signed up yet? If you've not signed up yet, sign up right now. There's already over 100 LFA TV audience members have signed up for the seminar today at 4. Now, if you miss it today at 4, there's also one Saturday at noon. Okay? Oh, excuse me, 11 a.m. My fault. 11 a.m. on Saturday. But today it's at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. What are you going to be doing? Are you do you want to come in and you want to learn a little bit about how easy it is to actually start getting yourself involved in the market? How easy it is to be able to tap into your 401k and be able to invest in things that you want to also invest in for that 401k and not give it only over to BlackRock, who's got access to it now? We had a great interview yesterday with Mark. If you want to learn more about that today, if you want to learn about how you, just like him, can have a 78% return on all of your investments, if you want to learn how to read those abbreviations, and if you want to walk away going, wow, that's not as hard as they've made it out to believe, then I want you to click that QR code right now. Or I want you to go to freelfaticket.com. That's freelfaticket.com. Freelfaticket.com. There'll be a green button there that says claim your seat now. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring it up here for you on the side. Reserve your seat. There it is right there. Go to freelfaticket.com. Freelfaticket.com. Reserve your seat. It doesn't matter if you're blue or red. If you want to learn how people do this, if you want to learn that it's not as hard as the world makes you believe that it is, it's a free seminar. And anybody who actually attends, you can't just reserve your seat. You actually have to attend. If you attend and you show proof of your attendance, then you get a free shirt from LFA TV, and you also get a free downloadable book on how you do all of what you're going to learn in the seminar. And you'll be able to watch the seminar over and over and over and over again. So if that sounds like something that you want to do, go to free LFA Ticket right now. That's free LFA Ticket. Click that reserve seat button and claim your seat. And I will see you there today at 4 and Saturday at 11. All right. How many people signed up for that? A lot, actually. A lot of people. So it's good to see you guys all in there. Appreciate it. Boy, Eli, we still got a hell of a crowd in here ready for Will when he comes on. So we got some good news here to round out the rest of the day. And that good news is, here's one of them. The Department of Homeland Security just reported 3,600 illegals per day are being apprehended and or deported, totaling 27,000. And several more Democratic jurisdictions have quietly given into DHS by letting their police officers step in and help because of the enormous political pressure that's happening. At this rate, over 1 million could be deported by year end this year alone. I need that to be 3 million a year to make a dent, but those numbers do not include the self-deportations that are already taking place, which are usually have been showing to be double that. This is just unwanted apprehensions by the illegal anyway, and forced deportations. That's 3,600 per day, not including now the voluntary. So even if you just double that for voluntary, it's 7,200 a day. Let's do some math real quick. Let's do some quick math here. 7,200 a day times, let's say 365. That's 2.628 million a year. We need that to be higher. We need that to be higher. We need that number to be about 4 million to 5 million a year if you're going to make a true dent in bringing costs down and getting the people out that shouldn't be here. But still, a lot better than what was going on under Kristi Noem's watch. I will say that. A lot better than what was going on under Kristi Noem's watch. I now want to get to this. This is John Fredericks. He says, President Trump is teasing the revival of the Keystone X-Line pipeline deal XL pipeline deal, which would be great news as well. Remember what Joe Biden did as soon as he became president with the Keystone Pipeline.
What the big news of the day is we could see a revival, according to President Trump yesterday, of the Keystone Pipeline. Now, the Keystone Pipeline was the key to U.S. energy independence. All this oil flowing in to the United States. Remember, when Biden came in, he canceled it. They were selling the pipe for scrap metal, cost all those jobs. It was too expensive and too hard to get back. Now what the president's trying to do is revitalize this. He knows he's only got a 2-year period to do this. But if he can get the Keystone Pipeline back, here's what it means. More oil coming to the United States, less oil going to China. More oil flowing down through these pipes, right down through the country, where it can get refined and refinished and turned into gas. Gas prices go down. Let me tell you the other thing about the Keystone Pipeline. It is the key to revitalizing energy independence in the United States. Never should have gotten canceled. Biden didn't want it. Obviously, they thought, windmills or something would supplant it. The whole left wing of the party was opposed to it, so he caved. But that's then, this is now. We get this Keystone Pipeline back. This is really what matters. And what this means to you is lower gas prices, abundant energy, exporting of energy. That's what the Keystone Pipeline means. What President Trump did is he put the tariffs out there, and now he negotiates something back. And what he's negotiating back for us is getting this Keystone Pipeline up and running ASAP. This is going to be another thing that President Trump has done, which is going to change America forever. Hey, follow me on social media, @JF Radio Show, @JF Radio Show. Don't forget, we're not messing around here. You want the truth and clarity? You got it right here. Share this with your friends. Keystone Pipeline, baby. Let's go. Let me tell you what the big news.
I'm actually a friend of John Fredericks. We've done many events together. Ran into each other many times at different places that we weren't at the same event. I spent a lot of time talking to John. John's actually a pretty intelligent man. Not always right on his predictions for who's going to win, but I mean, who can, right? Here's the thing. Somebody said, why didn't President Trump do that on day one? Because Canada's involved. And with this relationship with Canada in the gutter, and not because of our fault, because we're not going to let them screw us over anymore and get the better end of the trade deal. And with the tariffs, this is all in negotiation. You know what this does mean, though? If it happens, jobs, 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 jobs. And it could also be the beginning of a newly sparked relationship with us in Canada, okay? Tim Pool finally caught on. I don't watch Tim Pool. I'm actually not a fan of Tim Pool's show so much. I know some people are. I'm not saying anything bad about the guy. I'm just personally not a fan of the Tim Pool show. It doesn't get me inspired or encouraged, and I don't get a lot out of it. But it's about time that he finally caught up with what President Trump has been doing with all of this energy and what he's done in Venezuela and what he did over in Iran and what he continues to do. It's about time that somebody with a big platform caught up.
This failure. Sorry, it just is. This prolonged war, I understand China is being strangled out. And this is why Trump's never going to tell you the truth. And this is why, look, I'm going to go and say stupid people who don't pay attention and don't read have little idea what's actually going on. And they're going to say something dumb like, Israel did it. Israel's got their interests. That we've already been over. The U.S. is doing this. If you look at everything Trump has done, I've gone over this a million times, to destabilize global oil production and center new oil distribution through the United States. It's why he renamed it the Gulf of America. You may be saying, what a stupid thing to do. Why call it? Because when that is where all the oil of the world is flowing from, he doesn't want people to say the Gulf of Mexico. No, the United States will be the largest distributor. I believe it at this point.
It is now. No, it is now, Tim.
This is why he pacified the Caribbean, blowing up these cartel ships. This is why they surrounded Cuba. No resistance. It's why they moved on Venezuela. It's why Trump wanted the Panama Canal. You can see the chess pieces on the board. It's why he wants Greenland. He wants control of the Northwest and potentially Northeast passages. Now you look at the Strait of Hormuz, and he's strangling out China. The point being this. Trump ain't going to come out and say, we are driving gas prices and destroying everything because we want to damage the economy of the BRICS nations and wipe them off the map economically. You're not going to say that. I mean, China would be between a rock and a hard place at that point, where they have to tell their people, yeah, we're losing this. Now, the reality is China is losing this. And the question is, how long until they join the fray, or could they? This is failure. Sorry, it just is. This prolonged...
So it's nice to see that somebody else is starting to formulate what's really going on here. And it goes all the way back to when President Trump renamed it the Gulf of America. It's been a purposeful destabilization of energy, which is why he said it's going to hurt for a bit. But in order for us to make sure that we're never on the receiving end or on the waiting for the Gulf states and the Arab states to do whatever they're going to do, and we're just like, can we get our oil? Can we get our oil? We're going to own it all. We're not only going to own it all, we're going to own all the passages in which it goes through. Venezuela to the other side of the world, the Strait of Hormuz, Greenland, that whole region. Once we own and run and operate all of that, it is almost impossible to hold America hostage with energy ever again. But it wasn't going to be done with the flip of a switch. And that's why these people just don't get it. Why is the GOP still latching on to Trump? This is pathetic.
Perpetual question I have. You brought up Republicans a moment ago who are still on his side. These numbers are so bad. The midterms look like they could be so bad for Republicans. We just,
really?
We saw some numbers out of Ohio. You have Sherrod Brown leading by 8 points. They're clearly worried about Iowa, sending all of these administration officials up to try and boost the Republican candidates out there. Right. Governor Abbott is neck and neck in a statistical tie with Gina Hinojosa
is he really?
in Texas. Ossoff appears to be running away with it in Georgia. There's all of this data out there that is telling Republicans Donald Trump is dragging them down. We are away from the primaries now. Why have they not made a break from him? Why are they still lashing themselves so tightly to him?
I think I saw an interesting...
Stop right there. If that were true, then you wouldn't be begging people like you're doing right now to get away from him. I just don't understand it. With all this data out there, Eli, why do they keep latching onto him? Why do they do that? They're going to lose the midterms. You want them to lose the midterms. Don't you think you'd be happy? Why are they doing this? All the data out there shows that these guys are neck and neck. Don't they know? I just don't get it. You got Governor Abbott in a neck-to-neck race in Texas. I just don't get it. Why do they keep latching onto him? If that were true, if you thought that for 1 second, you wouldn't even have made the video. Eli.
I just love how she just went off on some weird little tangent there, but presented nothing. I mean, things are so bad, and everyone's mad at what's bad. Ooh, everyone's so mad at it. Who's mad at him? It's just that everything's going wrong. What's going wrong? You're just saying things and hoping people, oh yeah, things are bad. Nobody likes him.
The data out there says that he's bad. Why do you guys still support him? Here's some good news. The United States just confiscated all Venezuela's gold from the UK bank. I remember lefties going, you idiot, Donald Trump isn't running Venezuela right now. Well, all of Venezuela's gold reserves, totaling 31 tons, which are held at the Bank of England, will be transferred to the United States per El Nacional. The value amount is $4 billion, resulting in a loss of Venezuela's sovereignty over the resources. And the source for this, El Nacional, El País, and Goldseek. That, ladies and gentlemen, gives President Trump the Smarty Award of the day here on LFA TV. Let's get that gold, baby. Whoa. Hey, on that note, for producer Eli, for me, and for everybody here at LFA TV's Live from America, we say thank you very much. We say please do not forget to hit that thumbs up. Please do not forget to share, and stay for Will. Will is a valued member of LFA TV, and me and Will go way back like 4 flats on a Cadillac. So stay tuned for Will Johnson. He's next with Culture Wars. There are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. And no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. And whatever you do, never stop spreading the gospel, never stop fighting for this constitutional republic, and never, ever turn that dial from LFA TV. Will Johnson next. Peace out, Girl Scout.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Free birth of America. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing, I'm keeping.
What's up, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. I think I might have had my foot on my switch down here to prevent my audio from going through a minute ago. Could y'all hear me? I'm like, wait a minute. I got a foot switch down here. See, I can be saying whatever, right? But I hit the button and then you can't hear me. But anyways, okay, let's go on. What's going on, everybody? Hey, if you haven't already, please bless us by hitting that thumbs up. Share this video. Share the video. Please bless us by sharing the video. Hit the thumbs up no matter how you're watching this. Now, I got to get right into this. You know, the Democrats for years have been trying to figure out how to get the black vote and to, for the most part, after LBJ, they were able to control the black vote. Can we be honest about this? LBJ said, we'll give these little N-words a little something so they feel like they have something, because they're getting a little uppity. This is when black people were having the father and the mother in the household and the LBJ, and then they didn't like it, But anyways, the socialists are kind of doing a similar thing. And let me share with you, our great producer, Eli. Let me disclaimer here. Sometimes I try to get Eli to go extremely hard. And he go, Will, I can't do it. Not going to do it. He's a good guy. Eli's a really good guy, So I have to, when I ask him to create the thumbnail for me, he creates the thumbnail in such a way to where the AI won't even complain about it. Because sometimes the AI will fight him on it because of the way Will Johnson thinks about things. The AI doesn't like it. But anyways, I got to share this with you. Look at this. Socialists target the black vote. That's what we're talking about today. The socialists target the black vote. And we're seeing that across the board. Yesterday, I was talking about how these Islamists, the socialist Islamists, they're trying to convince people, actually, I was talking about it yesterday and the day before that, they're trying to convince people that black people and these Islamists have something in common, which we don't. We have nothing in common. If you look on the planet right now, if you go through the historical data, and if you look at the data as of today, there's people still being enslaved. Did you know that? There's people still being enslaved on the planet. Now, I wonder, will El Sayed talk about who's enslaving black people on the planet today? Will he talk about it? Of course he won't. You know why? Because it's the Islamists. The Islamists are doing it. This is something that the mainstream media won't talk about. I remember a couple of years ago when it started hitting the news cycle quite a bit, and they're talking about, wow, look at all these black people getting enslaved still, and they're still selling people. And who's doing it? The Islamists. And then the media cut it. Nope, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that, because during that time, Obama was in office. They wanted the Islamists to come to the United States of America. Look at Somalia, right? Look at Somalia, North America, Somalia. They started bringing all these people in there. And they started bringing in the darkest people they can. So try to get the media to not talk about it to black people. And look at all the fraud that's been taking place. Look at how they have destroyed the city of the state of Michigan and Detroit, the city of Detroit. Look how they destroyed it. It used to be one of the major hubs in the United States of America, and they destroyed it. Billions of dollars was going in. Why? Because they were producing stuff, manufacturing stuff. And then now $1 billion are going out and they don't even know where it's going. But El Sayed, he's having to answer these questions. He's having to answer these questions about him being racist. And he's trying to convince everybody that he's not racist towards black people. Here's somebody in the press asking him this very question. Look, I'm sorry to have to ask you this, El Sayed. Don't say my name. Put my name in my mouth, whatever. Listen to someone in the press corps asking him about him being racist toward black people. And I want y'all to pay attention to something. You see this dude right here? This dude standing with El Sayed. The older black people are saying, don't trust El Sayed because he's racist towards black people. This dude, watch what this dude does when that question pops up. Some things you can't make up.
I mean, why don't you just make it just happen there? The guy saying you're an Arab, you don't care about black folks. You know, I hate to say this, but I continue to hear it from older black folks, people like some of Denzel's colleagues telling me that they're...
Oh, he's nodding his head. Yeah. Why are you standing with him then? Somebody answer that question for me. He's nodding his head. Yes. Yep. The black folks. We black folks. We saying this about you. We saying this about you, El Sayeds. But yet they're standing there with him. You know what? See, this is the problem I have with black people. They know who the racists are. They know that they're being discriminated against, but yet they still turn around and they still support the same stupid ideology that enslaved them. I don't understand. But I'm not going to stop it. Listen to them. Oh my goodness, they're trying to divide us. They want people to believe that these Islamists are on the same side of black people. We're not on the same side. I don't even know how they fix their mouths to say that, but he says it nonetheless.
I mean, why don't you just make it just happen there? The guy saying you're an Arab, you don't care about black folks. You know, I hate to say this, but I continue to hear it from older black folks, people like some of Denzel's colleagues telling me that they're uncommitted for you.
You know, there's been an effort, I think, to divide people against each other. And unfortunately, you see that the consequence of that, to tell us that some group or another group have to be counterposed because there's not enough for all of us. I am Arab. I'm also African. My family immigrated to this country from Egypt. Yeah. I'm proud of my African heritage.
Yeah. I'm Arab, but I'm also African. Right? So that's him saying, look, I'm African American. I'm telling you, that's what he's telling everybody. No, he's one of us. Oh, by golly. Hey, bub, he's one of us. No, he's not. I don't care that he was born in Michigan. He is not one of us. He is claiming to be Arab. I don't even claim, you know what I claim? I claim to be an American. That's what I claim. If you want to put my color in there, that's entirely up to you. But I claim to be an American. I was born in the United States of America. And I had the great opportunity of living outside of the United States of America to have a broader view of the world. Most people have never experienced living outside of the United States of America that's in America, that was born here. A lot of people have never experienced that. But I've had the privilege of living outside of the United States of America to have a bigger view. This dude is not one of us. He's not one of black people. He's not one of white people. He's not an American that loves America. He was born here and indoctrinated to hate this country, and is showing. And he's a straight up socialist, and he's lying to everybody because, again, in their culture, they're completely fine with lying to people. Now, here's another one. James Tallarico. James Tallarico, which we already established, he hates black people too. He told black people that they're too dumb to find out how to get an ID so they can vote in the up and coming election. Oh my goodness, the SAVE Act is going to prevent black people from voting. Knowing good and well, it's not going to do that. That's just him fear mongering. That's all that is. But anyways, he goes on here pandering to black people, trying to convince black people that he's for them. In this case, they're bringing up the case what happened here in the state of Texas about the young black male that took the life of the other male, Stephen Austin, took the life of the white male. But of course, the black male, in this case, even James Tallarico, the black male is the victim in all of this. No one, he didn't have to do it. Let me show you what I'm talking about.
Texas, we see what happened with Carmelo Anthony, and you said it was a tragedy.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
Well, I've done a lot of work in the State House on justice reform, and right now we've got a system that doesn't serve all Americans equally, and we know that black Texans have been have not gotten the justice they deserve in many cases. And you know, I'm not an expert on this particular case, but I know that there were no black members of the jury, and to me, that's the only evidence you need to really prove that this system is not working for black Texans.
Oh my goodness. Do you know why? Is there anybody watching right now that doesn't understand why there were no black people on the jury pool during that case? Is there anybody watching that doesn't understand? Anybody? I'm going to tell you. The reason why there were no black people on the jury pool during that case is because the black people said, nope, he's just innocent regardless of seeing anything. They showed their colors. They could not look at this objectively. They couldn't say, well, present the evidence and let me decide. They couldn't do that. All they saw is that a black male took the life of a white male, and they wanted the black male to be set free. That's the reason why. Why are they leaving that key detail out? They should know that on there. They supposedly look at all the information. They want to get to the facts. Why don't they bring that point up? Of course, I wouldn't want them on there either. No, you look at the facts, and whatever the facts present, then you need to base your decision off of that. They didn't care about the facts. But see, that's where, look, James Tallarico is saying that black people are too incompetent to look at facts, to look at the truth of the matter. So just go whatever their feelings are. This is what he's saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm perceiving out of all of this. Because if he could have brought it up himself, he could have said, look, you know, a lot of black people, they feel like they're getting disenfranchised in different locations. And in this case, when it came to that one, people are looking at it that because there were no black people on the jury pool, that it appears to be a racist thing, a racist state. He's also saying Texas is a racist state, but he's the one to change it, right? But he couldn't even say any of that. He could have said that, look, they said something in the jury pool that got them booted off, but he left the detail out. But a lot of black people looking at James Tallarico and trying to act like he's the black voice in America for black people here in Texas. He's the black voice. And again, I've yet to see anybody in the liberal media ask James Tallarico his stance on socialism. Why are they not asking him? Why are they making sure they keep him away from the whole socialist talk? You know why? Because James Tallarico is a socialist. He's an Islamist socialist. 100%. That's the reason why. Because look, in the state of Texas, we got this major issue going on with these Muslims building these mosques, which, you know, freedom of religion allows them to do it. No one is hating on someone, at least I'm not, because they're Muslim. But if you're trying to implement this whole Islamic agenda, we have a problem. We have a problem because Islam cannot coexist with capitalism. Islam is the exact thing of socialism. And Islam is what's been taking over. I've been drilling this down for the past 3 months. Well, not 3 months, 3 weeks at least. I've been drilling it. When you have Islam, it is socialism. And they're calling it socialism because people will get with socialism. No one's really going to get with the whole Islam because there's a lot of black people that call themselves Christians that happen to vote for the Democrats. So they can't just come out and say, yeah, we're supporting the Islamic movement. They can't do that. So they have to say socialism. And the mainstream media is ignoring it. Mainstream, even conservative, other than LFA TV, the mainstream media is ignoring that fact. It's like they can't put two and two together. I think Will Johnson is the only one who's bringing that up. Y'all let me know in the chat. Am I the only one that you've heard? Because I know y'all seen other stuff. Am I the only one that's making that connection? That Islam is the socialism? And the socialism is Islam? Am I the only one making that connection? Y'all let me know in the chat. Yeah, Will Johnson, you're loco. You're loco. You're the only one saying that. By all means, show it to me. Show it to me. You know this dude, El Sayed, you know how sick of an individual he is? Listen to him here. He's actually saying that, well, Jesus was radical. He's comparing himself to Jesus. This dude hates Christ. They're commanded to lie. Listen to what he says about Christ here in the beginning. And then he's saying Jesus was radical because we all say that he's radical. All of the stuff that he's doing is not going to benefit the United States of America. It's a socialist agenda. Christ was not a socialist. They even try to say that. But listen closely.
Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, was considered radical in his time too. And there is a radical.
Look at all of them. Did you see all of them? It's a really short clip. Did you see them all shaking their head? Oh, yeah, Jesus. Like any of these people care about Christ. I go on a limb here and every single person you see on here rejects Christ. And look, he says, Jesus, peace be beyond him. Let me play it again.
Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, was considered radical in his time too. And
look at all of them. Look at them.
There is a radical.
So he's comparing himself to Christ. Christ was radical and I'm radical. It's okay to be radical. There's no comparisons. This is a total episode of the Islamists trying to take over here in the United States of America. They're trying to take over. And of course, he's trying to appeal to black people. A lot of black people in this country that haven't been brainwashed by the left, they're still Christians. They're still Christians. They still believe in Christ. That's why they go to these black churches. Because the black churches still, for the most part, they still believe in Christ. There's quite a few of them that have perverted the whole situation, but there's still some that believe in Christ. If you watch Rise Up this Wednesday, I actually showed you one with this black pastor talking about it. On fire. On fire. But I guarantee these liberals will never go into one of those churches because they don't want to be called out for their sickness, for their illness. Now, down in Florida, here's another prime example of the socialists targeting the black vote. They want the black vote. Because see, if they can get the black vote, because the Democrats have always thought of the black vote being the backbone of the Democrat Party, because the black vote has been something that they have been deceived for the longest. They've been able to convince black people to support the party that enslaved them all of these years. So of course, that's the backbone of the Democrat Party. Anytime you can convince a group of people after doing horrific things to them to support you, you're going to continue to get their support because they're too bitter, they're too naive, they're too ignorant to figure it out. But listen how she's talking to him. This is the woman, the socialist that won the primary in Florida. Now, I didn't even realize this when I was talking about her a little bit yesterday. But the guy that she was running up against was, I think it was the colonel, the one that was in the whole Russia collusion delusion. She was running against him. I didn't see any videos on him. I didn't see nothing on him. The media didn't even, I don't even recall any of the liberal media even interviewing him, but they were happy to talk to her because all the liberal media, they're a bunch of socialists themselves.
If wanting your neighbor to avoid their insulin is radical, then call me a radical.
Hold on really quick. Now, President Trump has already made it to where insulin is going to be cheaper. President Trump has already done that. Listen to me. He's already done that. Why is she trying to run on it? It's like Kamala Harris saying, oh my goodness, I have a great idea. No taxes on tips. What? And everybody's, oh yes, this is a wonderful, great plan. We love the idea. Thank you for coming up with it. The socialist Democrats, nothing about them is original. Nothing about them is original. They're pushing a whole agenda of Karl Marx, pushing a whole agenda of every socialist you can think of in the past, even the Cuban socialists, communists. Nothing they're pushing is original. But listen to her.
Even a mother shouldn't have to work 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their heads is extreme. They call me extreme. But where I come from, okay, right here in Duval County, these things are not radical. That's right. They're not extreme. This is just basic human decency. It's caring for our neighbors. And I don't know about you, but I was taught to love my neighbors. That's what guides me. Some folks like Ashley Moody like to claim the mantle of morality, yet their actions tell a very different story. But we put actions behind our words. So Ashley Moody can call it whatever she wants. She can call us whatever she wants. But in November, she will call me senator.
So, of course, they get all these black people in there, and they're like, oh, yeah, cheer it on. Yes, yes, yes. Because they're appealing to black people's emotions. LBJ convinced black people that the Democrats were for them because he started to give them a little something. Just give them something. And now, oh, they're giving us something. They must care. It's the same tactic. Get black people to believe that they're going to get something. The Democrats show up every 2 to 4 years, tickle the ears of black people, and black people don't even question it when they're not even around any longer, but they just keep getting told that they're going to get something, and their circumstances constantly get worse. Constantly getting worse. And they keep falling for the okie doke every time. Now, because this socialist won in Florida, what is the Democrat establishment saying about it? Are they saying, okay, she won the primary. We're going to go ahead and get on board and support her, right? Because she's part of the Democrat Party now. We're talking about Florida, right? And they keep putting, and another thing, they keep putting these poll numbers out. You know, with James Tellerico, and now they got poll numbers with her and all these other different poll numbers saying, oh my goodness, look at this. It looked like the Democrats could actually win in red states, pushing the socialism. How? The only way that would happen if they do the okie doke. That's the only way. And that won't even necessarily be winning. Well, listen to this dude, this black dude. He's asked about her winning her primary. And watch what he says that the Democrats are going to do about her winning in this primary.
You watched the way Angie Nixon was campaigning there. You could hear the passion, and in many ways, what the governor was just addressing there. being willing to fight seems to be the primary criteria for Democratic voters these days. She clearly also had black support in Florida, which you could also see there. How would you look at...
see how they had to emphasize on that? She also had black support. The socialists getting black support.
The results out of Florida and apply them going forward.
I have to throw some cold water on your premise here, Casey. I mean, the simple fact is this isn't Florida's not some display that DSA is on the rise. The fact is we sent Debbie Wasserman Schultz back to Congress, Jared Moskowitz back to Congress, elected David Jolly. You saw a poor candidate lose a race because he ran poorly. This isn't some referendum on the far left or this left versus establishment narrative that people want to talk about. And I'm also just going to have a blunt message for Democrats. We won't be wasting money in Florida now. We were going to be spending tons of money on a Senate seat that we were not going to win in Vindman instead of spending money in North Carolina and Ohio and maybe even Iowa, Senate seats we can win. And now you're going to see that money not go to Florida. It's going to go to the places that are necessary, that we have a fighting chance, that we have an ability to win. And so the map has a funny way of realigning itself on primary night. And that's what happened last night.
He actually said that they're not going to waste any money. Now, did y'all catch that part? He said, we're not going to waste any money now. So before her winning her primary, they were going to waste money in Florida. Did anybody else catch that, or was it just me? Do I need to play it again? He actually said, well, we're not going to waste any money now. We were going to waste some money in Florida. But I'm kind of curious, what money is he talking about? Because the DNC is in the hole. There's actually, and I should have got the video, there's actually a clip of this dude who's a total Democrat saying that they've raised $15 million against the socialists. Not to help them, but against them. So $15 million, I mean, actually that $15 million could help the DNC and DC get out of the hole. But no, they're thinking that they need to focus all of their assets on removing these socialists. So the Democrats are fighting amongst each other right now. They're at each other's throats right now. And who brought it onto themselves? The Democrats. They knew Bernie Sanders was a problem. They knew Bernie Sanders was a problem. 100% they knew Bernie Sanders was a problem. They knew Bernie Sanders was a problem when he was going up against Hillary Rodham Clinton. They knew he was a problem, but they kept him around in the Big Tent. They kept him around in the Big Tent. Why would they keep somebody like that around in the Big Tent? It's almost like, hey, let the snake in. Poisonous snake, mind you. Oh, it's not going to bite anybody because we're taking care of it. Now that poisonous snake is biting everybody. And now they don't know what to do with it. But everybody's welcome in the Big Tent. Everybody's welcome. I want to show you something else that I'm actually kind of surprised that the socialist Islamists is actually even talking about it. They're talking about who they want to win in these elections. This is going to be and look, I hadn't seen this clip that I'm going to share with you until today. This is exactly what I've been talking about, how the Islamists are in the socialist agenda. And they want all of the socialists to win. They even want they wanted Tom Macy to win. They wanted Marjorie Taylor Greene to win. They love Tucker. They want someone like Tucker to beat out Ted Cruz. Why? Because the Islamists and the socialists have something in common. They're both the same. They both hate Israel. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid. that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
We don't have the luxury of doing purity tests. We want to get the thing done. And so if it's going to take Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens going off on their whatever, if they're leading a revolt on the right that we had nothing to do with and we cannot take any credit for whatsoever, let them cook. I was watching this right-wing youth influencer live on YouTube on the way over here. He AI'd himself onto like a horse for a Muslim army and had a nasheed going in the background. He's a right-wing guy from New Jersey. Yes, point. And if we can only think about Muslim progress through the Democratic Party, there's a big problem. There's a big problem with our political vision.
Did you hear what he just said? Did you hear what he just said? Look, I've been talking about this for the past 3 weeks, and he just said the quiet part out loud. I got to take it back a couple seconds because you might have missed it. Listen, they have infiltrated the Democrat Party, but he's saying, look, we just can't do it in the Democrat Party. We need to do it in the Republican Party. That's the reason why they wanted Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Listen closely.
Party. There's a big problem. There's a big problem with our political vision. Only think about Muslim progress through the Democratic Party.
Muslim progress through the Democrat Party. He said, we can only think about Muslim progress through the Democrat Party.
There's a big problem. There's a big problem with our political vision. We have to be able to exploit any possible situation that comes about. We need to have an agenda. Like history, unless there's going to be some crazy, like, I don't know, they're going to take turns, guys, right? The red party and the blue party, either at the state level or the national level, they're going to take turns. We have to have agendas for each, and we actually have a very important stake in the histories of each. We want Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene to win out over Ted Cruz and whoever else.
Dude.
It was a huge blow to us that Thomas Massie lost tonight.
Dude, this is exactly what I've been talking about. Exactly what I've been talking about. See, they've pretty much have taken control over the Democrat Party through socialism. That's what this is all about. The socialist is Islam. I don't know why people still cannot see it. And he just said it. I haven't had a conversation with this dude. Again, this is the first time I've seen this video. And he's blatantly saying it. We can't just have Islam in the Democrat Party. He's saying that they need to get it into the Republican Party to take over. Why are people not able to see it? It is just mind-blowing to me. Like, here's another example. This young man, he actually sees it, though. He's a representative out of Texas, and he's actually calling it out. He was on with Todd Stern. Listen to this.
So it is the crown jewel of the United States. We say all the time, as Texas goes, so goes the United States. And that's what we're looking at here. They are intentionally flooding it with mosques and Muslims that eventually, when they reach the tipping point, will start demanding more than just accommodation, intimidation, and then, frankly, control. We've got 1,400 years of history, Todd, When they move into a country, they replace the culture, they replace the laws with Sharia law, and eventually they control everything.
And that's the whole point. And then eventually they control everything. And that's the whole agenda here. I present this information and I talk about what I see that they're possibly going to do and what they want to do. And a lot of people hear me say it, but they're not seeing it. And then guess what? It comes along, and then I have a video to show you exactly what I'm talking about coming out the Islamic donkey mouth. And they're like, oh my goodness. I've had people go, Will, you were right. I didn't see it before. And I'm not knocking people for not seeing it. I think that's part of the job. Here at LFA TV, we're supposed to present the information to you and hope that you will see it too, and hope that you will go and research it. It is actually happening. The Islamists are trying to take over our country. Why, oh, why is the mainstream media not talking about it? Now, I asked a question a second ago. I was asking y'all a second ago, have y'all seen the mainstream media talk about the Islamist takeover of the Democrat Party, or saying that the socialists are actually Islamists? Or am I the only one that you've seen say that? Now, I have the comments on the screen. I'm looking in the comments right now. Please, somebody, have you seen anybody else say it, or have you only heard it here at LFA TV? It's a legit question, right? Have you heard it anywhere else? Or have you just heard it here at LFA TV? I'm going to go on a limb here and say that you haven't heard it anywhere else. It's straight up their agenda. And you know what? When the mainstream media finally figure it out and they start talking about it, none of them are going to say, well, you know, Will Johnson on LFA TV, he was actually the one to break it first. He was actually the one to actually call it out. None of them are going to say that because they'll never want to give me credit. Even some of the major conservative outlets, most definitely the liberal media outlets, they'll never say that connection. Oh, they'll go, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. I encourage everybody that has access to AI, or even just Google it, and ask, what are the similarities between socialists and the Islamists? What are the similarities? And it's if I don't know if Google will be accurate with it, right? Because some of the AIs have this left-leaning bias. But if they're truthful, they're going to show you everything that they've been saying in the media right now is the same thing that the Islamists have been pushing all of this time. It's the same thing. I mean, you can only reason why you know there's a difference because they're spelled differently. One starts with an I, one starts with an S. They're spelled differently, but they're both Islamist, socialist. That's the only difference. And I was asking you, and thank y'all so much. I see you in the comments. Yeah, no one else is saying it. No one else is saying it. Only here at LFA TV we're saying it. And it's not that the socialists are taking over. It is the Islamists. And the dude I just played for you just openly said it. That, you know, they've taken over the Democrat Party and now they got them doing their bidding. I mean, straight up. Why do you think Mamdani is in New York as mayor right now? Islam. Why do you think Al Sayed is so much in the news, especially in the liberal media news? They're so excited about him. Islam. The socialists trying to take over and get all the black people to vote for him. Islam. See, we're at each other's throats. Democrats and Republicans. And there used to be a time in this country where at least I thought it was, me being naive, thinking that Democrats and Republicans could get along for some part, for the most part, could get along. That's me being naive. The Democrats have always had this agenda, and they've always been against the Republicans because the Republicans released their property. So the Democrat Party's always had this personal vendetta against the Republicans. They did this whole facade to make people believe that they were working with the Republicans to, to help them out. That's all it was. Total facade. James Tallarico, again, this dude, James Tallarico, here in the state of Texas. No one, and y'all let me know this in the chat too. Y'all let me know in the chat. Because I could have missed it. Look, I don't claim to see everything. I'm not all seeing. But has the liberal media asked James Tallarico about the whole socialist agenda? Has there been any interviews with him being asked that question? Why are they protecting him when it comes to that? They've had plenty of opportunities to ask him to get his opinion about the whole socialist movement in the country. What do you think about the DSA, James Tallarico? What do you think about defunding the police? What do you think about the border? Do you think we should have open borders? What do you think about universal health care? Take from people who's working and give to people who's not doing anything. What do you think about the whole socialist agenda? Do you think we should keep the prisons open, or do you think we should close them? Because a prison just might be making money. What do you think, James Tallarico? They say nothing. I've yet to see them ask him a single thing about the whole socialist thing. Why not? They're protecting him. Listen to him here.
The theme of this session has been protecting children, and Republican politicians in this Capitol have banned books in the name of protecting children. Republican politicians in this Capitol have banned drag queens in the name of protecting children.
And why not? And what books? See, here's another example of them leaving out the key details. What books are they not wanting children to read? You as a sick adult, James Tallarico, you as a sick, perverted adult, you can read whatever book you want to. No one's stopping you. But why would you want to push this on the children? And why would you want to push dragon queens on the children? I'm a little confused. And this dude calls himself a Christian, but then at the same time, he hates Christianity. Now listen to this. Here's the key point, key detail.
Yet those same Republican politicians won't lift a finger to address the leading cause of death among children in the United States, which is gun violence.
Oh, really?
And so if you're not doing something about guns in this country or in this state, you don't really care about kids.
Oh, really? Really? So the socialists want to defund the police officers to get the criminals who's actually doing something, harming people with guns, but you don't want people to be able to own and bear arms to defend themselves from the actual criminals. So I went out there and I looked it up. The cause of the most deaths against children. Now, when you look at the CDC, you look at the statistics that they put out there, according to them, gun violence is the number one killer of children. Gun violence. But you know what they leave out? This information. They're claiming that abortion is not death. I couldn't believe it when I went up there and looked it up. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, how is that not death? You have something with a heartbeat that's alive. And then when they purposely take the life of it, it's not considered death. And I'm like, well, what's the numbers? What's the numbers? Let's take a look at the numbers here. In 2023, 1.05 to 1.606 million people lost their lives. Over 1 million people in 23. And then in 24, it even went up. 1.1, 1.11, 1.14 million people. Now, firearms in 23, 4,400 people lost their lives because of gun violence between the ages of 1 and 19. In 23, that was in 23. right? That was in 23. And then in 2024, 2,214 lost their lives because of gun violence. Now, let's look at that number and compare the number to the number of the innocent lives that they took. Now they're even doing it up to the date of birth. But they're still not calling that death. Somebody tell me what's going on here. Up to the day of birth, and they're still not calling it death. They don't want to put it down. It's the same thing with the crime statistics happening in the United States of America. They put it down that most of the right people on the right, they commit all the most violent crimes in the United States of America. Why? Because they don't want to write down the violent activities of those on the left. So then on paper, it looks like it's the right. It's the same thing here. You're talking about millions of innocent babies. Millions of innocent babies versus Chicago, where probably most of these gun violence crimes are happening with children. They don't want to address the violence that's happening in Chicago, and they don't even want to talk about where it's happening at, where it's happening in these blue cities where the most violence happening. They don't want to talk about why is it being caused. They don't want to talk about the criminals being apprehended, put in jail, and then they let them back out to the street. Why? So they can do more of the middle column there. And then they turn around and blame it on people who want to defend and protect themselves. There's something wrong with our society, people, where they're manipulating the numbers like this, millions of innocent babies. And they say, well, that's just by circumstance. That's by circumstance. There's actually nothing wrong here, nothing nefarious. This is what they're telling us. This is why they're reporting it. If you go and look it up and you say, what is the most cause for death of children in the country? Google will come back and tell you gun violence. Google will come back and tell you that it's gun violence. They don't, and then I said, well, because I asked AI this, and I had AI create this little chart for me. Because I asked AI, what's the most crime? And it came back and it said, oh, the most crime is due to gun violence. And I said, well, it's not due to abortion. And they go, no, absolutely not. This is AI, because AI can only go based on the information that it receives. It can only go based on the information that it receives. And when they receive that information from the people that's putting that information in there, that's the way it is. See, abortion is not counted as a cause of death for children in the official U.S. statistics. It's not even counted. Official leading cause of death for children, according to the CDC, National Statistics System, Wonder, and WISCAR, whatever that is, the analyst is sourced like the New England Journal of Medicine. So they put this information out there, and all of AI is looking at the information that they put out there. Kind of how they're looking at the information of what Fauci was putting out there as it was truth and if it was golden. They refer to the live-born individual, people who were born and later died. These statistics cover ages such as from 1 to 19, and basically under or either under 18. But they do not include abortions or fetal death. The child, the fetal, they call it a fetus. They don't want to call it a baby. A baby is a fetus is a baby. But because they use the term fetus, it's like, well, it's not even human. These people are sick. There's something truly wrong with our society, people. And it says the firearms have been the leading cause in that group since the recent years, around 4,000 plus deaths annually. 4,000 is a lot. Shouldn't be one. But they don't want to look at the number of abortions. Abortions are tracked separately because they don't want to include that. Something's living. It doesn't die on its own. Let me say it again. Something's living does not die on its own. So they count it separately as induced terminations of pregnancy. Well, induce is purposely doing it. So the recent estimates puts out an annual in the U.S. roughly 1 million or more innocent lives that they have taken. But they don't want to count that number. They don't want to count that number. Like, that's not the number. That's not the important number that we want to pay attention to. And I got that information just doing a quick research because James Tallarico said that. This dude is evil through all end. Okay, before we run out of time, I'm going to change the subject up really quick here. And here is this young man. You know, they're trying to create laws with his name because he's exposing the radical left. Now, disclaimer here. There's some language in here that I didn't have time to go out and, beep it out. But I want y'all to hear what he says about Nick. This guy over here. This is a assemblyman that's approaching him, essentially kind of attacking him. Again, language.
I can do the same thing, Nick. What does that do for you?
Mia Bonta, do you think her creating a bill that would make it basically illegal, give someone a $4,000 fine for looking into immigration support service providers?
Did you guys hear that Nick Shirley has a small penis, allegedly?
Wow, that's so adult of you.
Did you hear about this? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. Well, I don't know. This is what they're reporting. Have you seen this?
Well, the reports are wrong.
They're reporting. Well, we don't know. Prove me wrong.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
Prove me wrong. It was good enough for Charlie Kirk. Prove me wrong.
You don't want to do that.
Well, if you consent.
I mean, we are in California. They do support pedophiles.
I think you're over 18. So there are news reports happening that Nick Shirley has a small penis. Do you have any comment on Nick Shirley's allegedly small
comes
penis?
out here.
Alleged small penis.
It's risky for him to be out here. He could be banned or criminalized.
Exactly.
So,
I don't think there's having a small penis. Is that a criminal? Are you going to introduce that legislation, Assembly member?
Hey, sir, well, to look at your penis, you'd have to lift up your fat to even look at it. So
I'm out,
you should work on that before you allege somebody else about their own penis.
Hey, gentlemen, have you guys heard these public reports? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. There's an investigation going on. If you like, there you go. Thank you so much.
I'm doing just fine. To see yours, you have to literally lift up a flab of fat to look at yours.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nick.
You literally had to go like this to tuck your tummy and to look at your own
I
penis.
appreciate.
It's a grown man.
I mean, I don't have. I'm not. People aren't reporting on me having a small dick. Like I don't have any reports, but
I don't think anyone would ever make a report on you. Period.
I mean, and now, who is this man that would come out and put such a false statement on a paper to put all around Sacramento? Well, his name's actually Terry, and Terry is the chief of staff of the California State Assembly. So this man is the chief of staff of the entire Assembly of California, and this is what he's doing with his time.
Oh yeah, you can get a photo. See, people love me. People don't know who you are.
You want a flyer?
Do you want to take the photo?
No, I'm gonna.
This is a beautiful lady right here, sir.
Thank you.
See, we're not being hostile.
Okay.
You don't get to touch my things, sir.
Who has it now?
Steal my things. That actually is a crime. Nick.
Come on.
Thank you. You can't steal my stuff.
I'm making you work out so people can actually see your penis.
Nick, I know because all the blood's flowing into your arms. It's not flowing into your incredibly, allegedly small penis. Nick, you don't get to touch that. It's not yours.
Hey, she wants a photo.
I can do the same thing, Nick. What does that do for you?
You can't get it, though.
Come on, Nick. Sergeant, I need my...
Here, let's get a photo. You want your photo? Look at all of the papers this guy made. He's going to put these all around Sacramento. Look at this. Look at this.
Is it part of having an allegedly small penis that you feel the need to steal?
No. You just put it in my face, so I grabbed it. Look, you want to grab it back?
But no one's putting a small penis. I do want it back, please.
I know he is breathing cardio. This is California politics. This is hilarious. See? People love me. No way he gets in a Tesla. No way. No way you get in a Tesla. He probably doesn't like Elon Musk. Look at him. Absolute clown. He likes fraudsters.
That was really good. And this dude is a assemblyman and he's attacking him? Really? Why is it that when someone exposes the truth like this, they act like that? What is that about? That's happening so much. It's almost like what I'm still seeing, the censorship on social media, especially on Facebook, that Facebook, because you tell the truth, there's still people there censoring stuff. That's why a lot of people spend more time on Rumble, more people spending more time on X, Getter, True Social, Peel.net. Y'all ever go to Peel.net? More people are going to these other platforms. And Facebook is, if they keep it up, they're going to become a ghost town. I mean, what's the point? What's the point? But anyways, they get upset with him, and they're actually creating a bill because of what he said. These people they're lunatics, really. I got something else I want to share with you. This guy was asked a question about the DSA supporting Fidel Castro out of Cuba. Now, listen, he brings it up and said, Fidel Castro is not anybody that we should be supporting because himself, the guy on the Communist News Network, experienced Fidel Castro as a child, what he did to his father. And he brings up the question, this guy just completely deflects.
I get your criticism of foreign policy. As I said, it's not an uncommon one. But lauding Fidel Castro is a different story. You talk about what things were like before the revolution in Cuba. I'll give you a personal example. My grandfather was a revolutionary in Cuba during that time. He was affected by a previous dictator, Fulgencio Batista, having his friends disappeared in the street for speaking their minds. My grandfather found that revolution, hoping to bring democracy to Cuba. And then what happened? Fidel Castro locked my grandfather up, sentenced to 20 years for doing what you're doing now on live TV, for speaking his mind, for expressing himself freely, for trying to organize politically. So I wonder, again, how you think that lands with people who suffered under that dictatorship, who now you are trying to court as voters when your organization comes out and lauds 100 years of Castro. I don't think it would land well with them, Ashik.
Watch.
We're seeing many people in the United States who are seeing who are struggling under massive inequality in the United States.
What? That's not what he asked you. He's asked you about the casserole. Really? Not a tuna casserole either. This dude was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to answer it. What gets me is that these idiots on the Communist News Network, they're still pushing the socialism. They're still pushing it. At the end of the day, say, well, it's all bygones, let bygones be bygones. And, we know that you're communists. We'll just look the other way because they hate Trump more. That's what it's going to come down to, because they hate Trump more. Tell me I'm wrong. It's just like black people supporting the Democrats because they've been programmed and trained to hate Trump more. That's the only reason why they're still doing it. Can't bring themselves to do it. Can't bring themselves to do it. I'm like, why? Why do you continue to do it when you know how they are? Oh, but because, well, what about Trump? The whataboutism. I saw a thing with Bill O'Reilly and Chris Cuomo, and Bill O'Reilly said the whataboutism is like being a 5-year-old. And Chris Cuomo goes, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yes, it is. But what about? Whataboutism. Completely ridiculous. All right, everybody, that's it for me. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, if you haven't already, let me remind you, hit the thumbs up, share the live feed. Kevin Smith coming up on LFA TV. If you're watching elsewhere, you need to get to rumble.com/LFA TV. Tune in and watch the entire day because we got breaking news all day long. Coming up next here on LFA TV, again, Kevin Smith, and I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Thursday, August 20th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. A terror threat at the New York State Capitol as a woman tried to blow up the Capitol in an ISIS-inspired attack. There's an update going on right now. We'll be sure to bring you guys all the updates on that as they come in. Also, this is what most of the show is going to be about today. An incredibly sad story. A very, very sad story out of the UK, where a young guy, 41 years old, is dead after killing himself because of woke policies, because there are people out there who would prefer to obscure reality in order for feelings than to address the reality on the ground. And that's going to be what a lot of the show is about today, because this is so sad. Because look, anytime somebody kills themselves, it is it's tragic, and it doesn't have to happen. It doesn't have to happen. But this one was a lot of people telling white lies that got a very mentally ill person into a place where they felt like they had no other option. And it's sad. It really is. But before we get to all that, guys, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. We are rocking, we are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hourrumble.com/LFATV. Before we keep going, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That is loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. Make sure wherever you guys are watching from, you guys click that repost button. I really do appreciate it. Once again, guys, loudmajorityusa.com. So, Jason Arday. Who is Jason Arday? Well, Jason Arday was formerly the youngest black professor at Cambridge University. And obviously, as we know, Cambridge University is, this is him. Cambridge University is, on the sort of, it's like every other college on planet Earth, on the radical woke left. The DEI sort of feelings over facts sort of world. Now, why do I bring this story up? Well, this professor had been immersed in a bit of a controversy over the course of the last several weeks over plagiarism. Now, look, on an academic level, plagiarism is it is the deadliest of all sins. There's no doubt about it. Now, there's multiple kinds of plagiarism. There is taking the same idea as somebody else and, repurposing it and putting it off as your own. And then there's what this guy did. Apparently, for his PhD thesis, just legitimately copying and pasting paragraphs from other people in much of his work. So, a fellow academic who I assume worked his ass off to get to where he had to be, called for an inquiry into this man and his academic work. Now, to be clear, this is Cambridge University. This is the pinnacle of scientific research. The school that gave us people like Alan Turing and Isaac Newton and Darwin and Stephen Hawking, Robert Oppenheimer, some of the smartest people ever, the people who have literally changed the world. I mean, Alan Turing, I'm sure you guys have all seen the movie, The Imitation Game, even though that movie really wasn't remotely what happened, but that's not the point. You figured out what he did. Basically invented the concept of computers, which I'm sure many of you are watching this on right now. Isaac Newton and Darwin, do you really need an explanation? And I'm sure you all saw the movie Oppenheimer. I mean, some of the most landmark people have taught and attended Cambridge University. And this guy got a job as the professor, and at Cambridge was touting the fact that he was the youngest black professor. But nobody ever really looked into any of the actual academic work he ever did. And when they began to look into his academic work, they started to come across certain other things that didn't seem to make sense. So when fellow academics began looking into it, Nathan Kaufness was one of them. We'll get to him in a second. He's a professor in Belgium. When people began to look into Jason Arden, they started to have some very serious questions about him, mostly through his personal life. Now, this person, Jason Arden, was clearly mentally ill, very obviously mentally ill. He was a fabulist. He was a liar. He just invented stories about himself. And like I said, not if I were to overstate how good of a high school football player I was, I mean claiming that he was deaf until the age of 3, that he was nonverbal until the age of 11, that he couldn't read until the age of 18, that he got his PhD in 2 years, that he was a professor at Glasgow University. I wrote down some of them here. Some of the fallacies. He claimed that he ran 600 miles in 6 days, which would be pretty close to a world record. Claimed that he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, the last 6 of which he did with a broken leg, where he raised $5 million for over 80 different charities. He claimed that he did overseas charity work digging wells for a company called WaterAid, despite the fact that WaterAid does not send volunteers overseas. He claimed that he had brain cancer. He claimed that when he was 18, he couldn't read and then was attacked by 2 people in which he gained some sort of head injury, which gave him the ability to read. And then following that was able to get his PhD in 2 years. Just like insane stories about this guy. Well, being that it is Cambridge University, people began to look into, like I said, this is not your local community college. This is one of the most elite academic universities on planet Earth. So people began to look into it. Trinity College at Cambridge is it's world renowned. And it turns out almost all of his academic scholarship was completely fabricated. Now, Cambridge stood by him. Simon & Schuster, who had a book deal with him, stood by him until the story began to unravel. That this guy basically just faked it until he made it the entire time. Well, following this intense inquiry, he resigned his position at Cambridge University. And on Friday, he killed himself at his London apartment. Now, look, I don't care who it is, except for maybe Hitler. If you kill yourself, it is a tragedy. Hitler killing himself, we'll let that go. An absolute tragedy. But what got to this point? How did a person who invented basically all of their academic scholarship make it to the highest echelons of academia? Because Cambridge, the place that, as I said, Alan Turing, Isaac Newton, Stephen Hawking, became more concerned with the process than they did with academic results. It was more important to them to have the youngest black professor than it was to seek out the professoriate who would do the best job at one of these universities. So they found a guy that just made up his whole life and got him to the top of his particular field. And then when other academics began to question whether or not this guy really was who he said he was, it began to unravel. Now, it will not come as a shock to you what the response has been by the regular cast of characters who have come to his defense. Now, and look, as I said, the fact that this young man killed himself is an absolute tragedy. Absolute tragedy. And I wish he would have gotten the help he needed instead of just being passed along through the system so that Cambridge could hang their hat on having the youngest black professor in like the history of England or the history of Cambridge or whatever the first, you know how much they love firsts. The first woman in space and the first little person to climb a tree and the first this, and then nobody cares the first this. The natural cast of characters are on board with the natural excuses for what happened. So naturally, when we have to look to, aggressive race grifting, we have to look to, of course, the illustrious Ibram Kendi. That's right, Ibram X. Kendi, who very famously faked his way all the way through Boston University, securing millions of dollars for himself, despite never producing any academic scholarship, tweeted out, "To be a prominent anti-racist black scholar is to know you are a target, almost totally surrounded by resentments. You know that at any point the attacks can come like a lynch mob." Bananas. Now, of course, once again, that's Ibram Kendi, the guy who made millions of dollars writing one of the worst, I read it so you didn't have to, How to Be an Anti-Racist, one of the worst books ever written. Basically, if you're against racism, you're still racist because basically any through line you can come up with, like Tom Brady throws a pass to Rob Gronkowski that is racist because he didn't throw it to the black guy. Like every through line you can come up with comes back to racism for Ibram Kendi. So it shouldn't come as a shock to you that he proclaimed that the white media is responsible for the lynching of a black scholar. Of course, he wasn't lynched. One day after, this from Fox News, one day after British academic Jason Arday was found dead, controversial author and anti-racism activist Ibram X. Kendi ignited a social media firestorm by accusing the mainstream media of contributing to the death because of his skin color. In an article for The Emancipator, a publication Kendi co-founded, he titled a piece, "The Media Lynched Jason Arday." Kendi argued that the white-owned mainstream media contributed to Arday's death through waves of attacks over plagiarism allegations and inconsistencies in his personal biography. Well, Ibram Kendi, is it possible, and I'm just going to roll the dice here, is it possible that the reason why there were so many controversies about plagiarism and inconsistencies with his personal life is because he plagiarized all of his work and had inconsistencies with his personal life? The death of Jason Arday hit so close to home that there are no words, he said on X on Saturday. And look, as I'm going to continue to say, it is sad that this guy killed himself. That this didn't have to happen. But of course, Kendi had to take it to the natural place. As I said, to be a prominent anti-racist black scholar, bananas. And if you die from all the attacks, the media will still call the attacks on you accusations to wash their hands of the blood. Your lynchers will announce your death as if they had no role in your lynching. I mean, this is one of those things that drives me up a wall because I still have to hear people like AOC talk about how woke 1.0 is wild. It's still happening. It's still happening. Arday recently entered into the international spotlight amid doubts over his claims that he was, as I said it before, nonverbal till the age of 11, practically illiterate until he was 18, ran 30 marathons in 35 days. The comments sparked online uproar with critics pushing back on Kendi's response. Jack Posobiec put out, of course, Kendi blames Arday's death on white people. In another X post, Kimberly Ross, a writer for the Washington Examiner, wrote, "Our day died by his own hand. Suicide is tragic and exceedingly selfish. Those who wanted his claims to be true never cared whether they were true. Cambridge set him up to fail, and people like Kendi continue the false narrative because the truth is less comforting." And that's the part I want to highlight. That's the part I want to highlight. Cambridge set him up to fail. There's no doubt. This guy, look, he was a college professor on some level, probably would have done just fine at another institution, but because Cambridge was more concerned with that little note there, youngest black professor, they elevated somebody without doing any due diligence whatsoever. And because of that, they set this guy up for in a position to be criticized. They set him up for his work to be scrutinized. Now, look, this guy could have made it all the way through academia, could have taught at a lower level college, and nobody would have ever checked. But when you're at a level like that in academia, people are going to look into you. They're going to look into you. Matt Taibbi on the Megyn Kelly show said it best. Let me pull this up real quick because I think Matt does a really good job breaking this down. Give me 1 second. Matt Taibbi is absolutely brilliant. So I'm a huge, whatever people are going to think of Megyn Kelly's new show. Let's see here. Do I have it? Give me 1 second. I feel bad for the guy. I really do. Because as they said, Cambridge set the guy up to fail. Here's the clip.
Young white women, make sure we all stand by him. But the bloom is coming off this rose and fast.
This is an unbelievable story, Megan. I mean, this is so devastating, not just to this one professor, but to all of academia and frankly other industries as well. I mean, think about that Speakers Bureau. We all have public personas online now. In the internet age, everybody has to check what they say to make sure that it's true before you put it online. It's just a reflexive thing nowadays. You don't make a claim on social media or on Twitter without making sure that something's there. But you see all these institutions are willing to put their own names behind the claims of a professor like this without checking first. Clearly, someone didn't check with that charity. The Speakers Bureau didn't check with the charity before they put that up on their site. The university, Cambridge, has all kinds of things that they're now taking down, which means that they didn't check them in the first place, which is incredible, especially when you look at the writing of this person. When I first read about this plagiarism scandal, I always try to check it myself because you never know what people are calling plagiarism. Sometimes it's language that's close, and sometimes it's only a few instances, and sometimes it's a failure to cite or something like that. In this case, it's absolutely clear that there's no doubt whatsoever. His writing is filled with borrowed passages wholesale, so much that there's an error with a possessive apostrophe, like in the title of one of his papers, that he's,
many errors.
And by the way, that mistake by itself should be discrediting for a senior academic. I mean, if you put teachers with an apostrophe on it, and you, I guess, think that means that it's plural or something like that, you wouldn't get it past the high school.
Listen to this one, Matt. Chris Brunette, independent journalist who helped Chris Rufo expose Claudine Gay at Harvard. He says, okay, Jason Arday has published 34 academic publications. I'm too lazy to check them all, he writes. I picked 2 at random. Number 1, understanding race and educational leadership in higher education. Number 2, what are the issues for Black and ethnic minority students? And you're starting to get a feeling for why they love him so much at places like Cambridge. Okay, here are some funny mistakes I found. This is quoting Arday. Increasing diagnoses of mental illness. He was attempting to write diagnoses. Will enviably impact attainment outcomes. Of course, he meant inevitably, not enviably. Mental illness supposedly destabilizes individuals, apostrophe, mental facilities. He meant faculties, heightens feelings of sensibility and vulnerability. He meant sensitivity. And there are few opportunities available for them gain these types of opportunities. Them gain. Matt, it's that this guy just picked random two.
I mean, this guy had no business teaching, not only at Cambridge, but at pretty much any other university in the first place. But because he was pushed along, because he was elevated to a position that he did not deserve, and then was knocked down from that perch, someone who was very obviously, very clearly mentally ill is now dead and doesn't have to be. Didn't have to be. And it's incredibly sad. This is what woke policies do. This is what not caring about facts do. Absolutely wild. And it's tragic. It's absolutely tragic. And the wildest part about the whole thing is that the academic who raised the plagiarism allegations against Jason Arday has now been suspended from his university. That's right. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So the guy who raised the questions about this Jason Arday has now been suspended from his university following outrage over the fact that this guy who shouldn't have been there in the first place ended up killing himself. Nathan Koffnass, the U.S. academic who raised the plagiarism concerns over the late Cambridge professor, said on Thursday he had been suspended by Belgium's Ghent University. Yeah, I'm not saying that right. University in Belgium, and was under investigation for discrimination. He said he was suspended from the university. They almost will certainly fire me, he wrote on his X account in a post a few hours earlier. He said he was under investigation by the university for discriminating against Arday. So it turns out if you call out nonsense, there is just as likely a chance of you being fired as the nonsense-y, which is pretty wild, stuff. Also pretty wild, and we're going to throw it over to the press conference in just a minute on a separate topic and just as tragic. Well, not just as tragic, but could have been. Turns out somebody tried to blow up the U.S. Capitol. Somebody tried to blow up the New York State Capitol building. Now, maybe this one hits a little closer to home for me because I have like 100 friends who work in there, not only elected officials, but staffers and people I have drinks with all the time. An ISIS-inspired attack on the New York State Capitol building. Jessica Bowie, 35, allegedly told a confidential source that she was supporting ISIS and asked for help learning how to make explosives, according to a criminal complaint in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of New York. Bowie is expected to be in court today on a single count of attempting to provide material support to a designated terrorist organization. According to the complaint, she converted to Islam 5 years ago and created several social media accounts using an honorary Islamic name. She appeared to have created multiple accounts because they were frequently suspended by providers for violating terms of service. That's right. Here's the press conference going on right now about all of what has happened. We're going to check this out for a little bit, and then we'll throw it back to, we'll see what's what.
Of the required materials herself. She conducted surveillance at the Capitol at least 5 times, taking dozens of photos. She requested a gun she intended to use on any law enforcement officer who tried to stop her. More specifically, according to the complaint, she said, quote, something powerful, but easy enough to conceal, so if the cops do get towards me during the operation, I can shoot back. As alleged in the complaint, when she met up with the confidential human source to retrieve the materials she asked for, she paid the agreed upon price for the gun, and when asked to make a donation to the purported bomb maker, she provided another $200. And I want to be clear, she left that meeting with both items. Make no mistake about it, Miss Bowie's alleged plot was serious, it was dangerous, and thanks to the partnerships on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, it was foiled. This investigation started just over a month ago, and I'm incredibly proud of the work of our team who worked around the clock to accomplish this disruption and subsequent arrest. Now we begin the process of working backwards to determine what led to her actions. We will continue to dedicate every resource to ensure she's held accountable for her alleged actions. We are thankful to do it in concert with our outstanding partners at the Northern District of New York, who have matched our intensity and passion with this investigation since its inception. As we stand here today, we're just weeks away from commemorating the 25th anniversary of the attacks on 9/11. This investigation highlights the harsh reality that there are still adversaries intent on conducting terrorist attacks on American soil. As alleged in this complaint, Ms. Bowie is one of them. You'll see in the court documents that she once wrote, quote, praise be Allah for September 11th. Also in the court documents, she told the source that she went from a little girl waving an American flag after 9/11 to now having stickers of the fallen towers. Folks, let that sink in. Again, Ms. Bowie didn't just want to kill lawmakers. She wanted a complete disruption of our government. And after that, she planned to flee the country and one day come back to, quote, do more, such as New Year's Eve in Times Square. Even stating she would come back to attack the White House and the president, but only after she bombed the state capitol. I'm here with our partners to say, not on our watch. Let this be a message to any individual out there considering similar criminal acts. This FBI will find you. Under this leadership team, alongside our brilliant partners, we're moving more decisively than ever to identify, locate, arrest criminals before they can carry out their alleged plots. Since the beginning of 2026, this FBI has already prevented over 400 individuals from carrying out such alleged attacks here at home and abroad. This FBI is built to crush those threats and defend Americans, and we will. As I turn it back to First Assistant U.S. Attorney Sarcone for questions, I just want to be clear that we included an incredible amount of detail in this criminal complaint. But at this point of the investigation, we must stick to just those facts. We'll do our best to answer any questions you may have, but please understand this is a very active and ongoing investigation. turn over to First Assistant United States Attorney.
Thank you, Craig. At this time, as you know, it is an active investigation, but we'll try to answer as many questions as we can. So if you have a question, just stick your hand up, and when I call on you, identify the who you're representing. So, yes.
Kate Lisa with City and State. First wanted to know, how did you become aware of this? Does this signify there needs to be better security? Anywhere, the governor released a statement saying that security was recently bolstered in the state capitol and state agencies. Was this a result of that, or what would you say to that?
Well, I can't really get into that piece of the investigation, but I could say this. Okay, whoever is against having those cameras, what are they called, Chief? Block cameras. Think about this, of what just occurred, what we prevented. Okay, if you don't have flock cameras, how are law enforcement going to see somebody?
No. This is not. No, my friend.
Or commit terrorist acts. So I would urge everybody here to contact your local leaders, your city officials, and your county leaders to tell them to increase those flock cameras here around.
Don't do that.
Especially since I just found out.
Look, I'm sure
Albany Police Department is still 60 officers shy of where they should be. Okay? So talk about the funding to police. There you have it.
And is this person, how long has she lived in the city of Albany, and where is she being held?
Well, she's been, my understanding, she's been in the city of Albany for some time, maybe a couple years, but she's being held in the, I think, county jail. She's in your jail? Oh, Schenectady County Jail. Next, right to your right. Go ahead.
Samuel King of New York Public News Network. Is there any reason to believe that she acted alone in sort of this plot, or is that part of the investigation?
That is definitely part of the investigation. We're looking at all evidence that's coming in and to determine if there were other actors involved. So stay tuned for this side.
You mentioned that Alex Berger, News 10. You mentioned that there was a gun supplier and also a bomb maker. Have either of those people been apprehended at this time?
Well, we're going to stick to the four corners of the complaint. So the information about the bomb and the information about the gun are there in the complaint. So I would refer you back to that. Yes.
And Muhammad, CBS.
Absolutely wild. So that's we just do things differently here in New York. We're just different people. We're just who the hell knows? Who the hell knows what would make somebody want to blow up the New York State? First off, jackass. They're not even in session right now. So if you wanted to go after lawmakers, you're like 2 months too late. But, why would I assume that, ISIS terrorists would do any sort of background research before attempting to blow up the New York State Capitol? Wild. Wow. We got crazy people out there. People. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because speaking of crazy, we have to head on over to Sacramento, California, where Nick Shirley encountered, well, I don't know what you'd even say. The creepiest person I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. So, Nick Shirley is out on the prowl. Nick Shirley is out on the prowl following the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California. Of course, that would be the act that says it would be I think a Class A misdemeanor to reveal somebody's immigration status online, which of course is a violation of like, I don't know, 9 or 10 amendments for sure. Pretty wild. So Nick was out there just questioning people, and he encountered what I would have to assume is one of the strangest people I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, say what you will about Nick Shirley. Nice Mormon boy. Doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, doesn't have any vices, doesn't do anything like that. Just walks up to people on the street and inquires about random topics. That's all he does. That's all he does. Until he encountered this guy. Just, I don't even know what to really say about it.
What does that do for you?
Mia Bonta, do you think her creating a bill that would make it basically illegal, give someone a $4,000 fine for looking into immigration support service providers?
Did you guys hear that Nick Shirley has a small penis, allegedly?
Wow, that's so adult of you.
Did you hear about this? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. Well, I don't know. This is what they're reporting. Have you seen this?
Well, the reports are wrong.
They're reporting. Well, we don't know. Prove me wrong.
No, I'm not. I don't do that.
Prove me wrong. It was good enough for Charlie Kirk. Prove me wrong.
You don't want to do that.
Well, if you consent.
I mean, we are in California. They do support pedophiles.
I think you're over 18. So there are news reports happening that Nick Shirley has a small penis. Do you have any comment on Nick Shirley's allegedly small penis?
Out here,
alleged small penis.
It's risky for him to be out here. He could be banned or criminalized.
Exactly. So, I don't think having a small penis is that a criminal. Are you going to introduce that legislation, Assembly member?
Hey, sir, well, to look at your penis, you'd have to lift up your fat to even look at it. So I'm out, you should work on that before you allege somebody else about their own penis.
Hey, gentlemen, have you guys heard these public reports? Nick Shirley allegedly has a small penis. There's an investigation going on. If you like, there you go. Thank you so much.
I'm doing just fine. To see yours, you have to literally lift up a flab of fat to look at yours.
I don't know what you're talking about, Nick.
You literally had to go like this to tuck your tummy and look at your own penis.
I appreciate.
It's a grown man.
I mean, I don't have. Like I'm not. There are people aren't reporting on me having a small dick. Like I don't have any reports, but
I don't think anyone would ever make a report on you. Period. I mean, and now, who is this man that would come out and put such a false statement on a paper to put all around Sacramento? Well, his name's actually Terry, and Terry is the chief of staff of the California State Assembly. So this man is the chief of staff of the entire Assembly of California, and this is what he's doing with his time. Oh yeah, you can get a photo. See, people love me. People don't know who you are.
You want a flyer?
Do you want to take the photo?
No, I'm gonna.
This is a beautiful lady right here, sir.
Oh, thank you.
See, we're not being hostile.
Okay.
You don't get to touch my things, sir.
Who has it now?
Steal my things. That actually is a crime.
Come on.
Thank you. You can't steal
Come
my
on.
stuff.
I'm making you work out so people can actually see your penis.
Nick, I know because all the blood's flowing into your arms. It's not flowing into your incredibly, allegedly small penis. Nick, you don't get to touch that. It's not yours.
Hey, she wants.
I can do the same thing, Nick. What does that do for you?
You can't get it though.
Come on, Nick. Sergeant, I need my Sergeant.
Here, let's get a photo. You want your photo? Look at all of the papers this guy made. He's gonna put these all around Sacramento. Look at this. Look at this.
Is it part of having an allegedly small penis that you feel the need to steal?
No. You just put it in my face, so I grabbed it. Look, you want to grab it back?
But no one's putting a small penis. I do want it back, please.
I know he is breathing cardio. This is California politics. This is hilarious. See, people love me. No way he gets in a Tesla. No way. No way you get in a Tesla. He probably doesn't like Elon Musk.
Look at him. Absolute clown. He likes fraudsters.
Just a beautiful California politics at its finest. Firstly, the part of that I absolutely love is the fact that that guy's got a handicap sticker. I didn't know being definitely gay was a handicap, because apparently he seems to be obsessed with a 20-year-old's brajol, and the voice. That doesn't help either. But yeah, that's California politics, everybody. That is the chief of staff to the California State Assembly. It is entirely possible that guy, if he ran for office, he is in a position right now that he would probably get endorsed by the California Democratic Party while putting up signs all over Sacramento commenting on Nick Shirley's penis. That's Democratic politics for you guys. I on some level, I wonder to myself, like, who takes these people seriously still? Also, I gotta just cherry on top of the whole thing, that big pansy got into a Tesla afterwards, which is just funny. It's just funny. This is California politics. But let's get into politics that actually matters. I just had to show that to you guys because, quite frankly, it's just really funny. It's just really, really funny. Before we keep rocking and rolling here today, guys, do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. Head on over to lfatv.us. It's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFATV related. Check out the LFA TV store, and while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That is the best way to keep the lights on over here. Also, while you guys are over there, check out Jeremy's shop. That is a great way to support the network and all the good stuff we got going on over here. Rumble, LFA TV. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Rumble page. Most of you aren't. Statistically, most of you aren't. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button. So, well, cheers, everybody. It's water. I don't have a beer on me. Cheers. 40 trillion in debt. Oh, yeah. Boom. Here you go. Little cheers, babe. As the national debt passed $40 trillion yesterday, it might as well be a bajillion dollars. It might as well be a gazillion. 40 trillion here, 40 trillion there. After a while, this shit starts to add up. Of course, a Republican and Democrat issue. Everybody complains about it. Everybody talks about it. Nobody does a damn thing about it. Nobody does a damn thing. Democrats want to tax and then spend whatever it is. Republicans want to not tax and then spend whatever it is, because it turns out if you even attempt to run on anything remotely near fiscal responsibility, you end up losing.
I'm just reminded of the last person to run on any sort of fiscal austerity or entitlement reform, which when you look at the federal budget, about 70% is the interest on the debt and entitlements. The only person to acknowledge that was Mitt Romney, and he got crucified because he said essentially 47% of people wouldn't vote for him because they were getting more from the government than they were contributing. He obviously lost dramatically, and after that it became clear that you simply can't run and win a federal election on reforming the budget. But I will say, I think what Republicans are pushing and offering is sort of the Reaganomics and a pro-growth agenda, and at least unleashing capitalism, deregulating tax cuts that hopefully will grow the economy. And you juxtapose that with the DSA.
But how has that worked in the last,
I hate to agree with Abby Phillip, but how has that worked as we reach the 40 trillion mark? But hey, don't worry, guys. If there's a country out there that needs bombs, we'll be sure to give them away. Not make them pay for it. Just give them away. Yeah. You get a bomb, and you get a bomb, and you get a Patriot missile, and you get a THAAD system, and you get an Iron Dome, and you get just give it away. Not a big deal. Don't worry. Mortgage your children's future so we can protect the Donbass region. And I'm the bad guy for pointing it out. Allegedly. Wild stuff. 2028 news we got to make sure that we get to as polls are beginning to come out, which I hate when they start doing like presidential polls before the midterm cycle. It actually drives me crazy. But in a new one from Emerson College, Marco Rubio slightly outperforms J.D. Vance in multiple hypothetical 2028 presidential polls against multiple Democratic candidates. The new poll finds Emerson University tested 2 Republicans against 5 potential Democratic candidates and found Rubio outperforming Vance in 4 out of the 5 contests. The clearest difference came against former Vice President Kamala Harris. Harris led Vance 49-45, while Rubio reversed the result, leading Harris by 5. Rubio also narrowly advantaged a hypothetical contest against Gavin Newsom and John Ossoff. I don't know why we're even talking about John Ossoff in the presidential race. That's pretty odd. Newsom led Vance by 5 points, but only held a 2-point edge over Rubio. Ossoff, similarly had 5 points over Vance, while his advantage over Rubio went to 3. AOC was the only Democrat who trailed both Republicans. Love that. Love that. Of course, the irony of the whole thing is that at least 6% of the voters were undecided between each matchup, which is the margin of every election ever. So, good to know that we're already conducting these sorts of polls. They are virtually meaningless, but it is something to think about. And of course, that brings up John Ossoff, because John Ossoff is he's having himself a wee bit of trouble, just a little bit of trouble. He started the other day. With a new wild conspiracy theory. You see, Democrats have nothing to run on. They know that the DSA is mopping the floor with them. They're mopping the floor. So John Ossoff decided to come out with the tried and true strategy that will take down any male politician for any reason. I still don't know why it's able to happen this way, but it continues to happen. And of course, that is the ever popular sex scandal. That's right. John Ossoff is now reaching deep into the bag, baby, suggesting that Donald Trump may be having an affair with one of his staff members. Let's first off, the level of desperation is actually incredibly impressive, number one. Number two, and I think more important, if there's one thing that's not going to derail Donald Trump, it's a sex scandal. Let's just put that out there for what it is. The irony, of course, is that the majority of Democrats going on TV are now floating this nonsense about a sex scandal between the president and one of his staffers. Scott Jennings was having none of that.
Didn't you work for Bill Clinton? I mean, my God, we know how Democrats treat women in the workplace.
And do I defend Bill Clinton?
Honestly,
I have not defended him. You sit up. Scott Jennings is the master of deflection, the American people. He changed the subject here from Donald Trump to Bill Clinton because he doesn't want to talk about Donald Trump. He doesn't want to. It
was pretty bad.
He doesn't want to criticize his boss.
It's how Democrats think of women in politics.
He's so good at changing the subject,
women in politics.
But he will not criticize.
I will say, they're only there for one reason.
Yeah, the reason why Scott Jennings has decided to deflect to Bill Clinton is because John Ossoff makes a ridiculous claim about a White House staffer and the president having an affair that isn't true, that he just concocted one night in his dream, like Candace Owens. And Keith Boykin, who worked for Bill Clinton. I mean, come on, Keith. John Ossoff invents a story, and then Keith Boykin cuts the end off of a cigar. Moving on. As a wild scandal breaking in Portland right now, really, I love it. Oh, yeah, real quick for my New Yorkers out there. Where are we at here? Do I have it pulled up? Yeah, so this Saturday, guys. This Saturday, if you are a New Yorker, real quick before we get to the scandal in Portland, we're going to have a little bit of fun this weekend. Apparently, somebody is, why can't I get this off now? Apparently, somebody is coming to, where is it? Yeah, that's right, baby. That's right. Somebody is coming to New York. That's right. We're having a big Stand Up for Sophie rally outside of the Barclays Center on Saturday as the Indiana Fever come to play the New York Liberty. That's going to be on Saturday, August 22nd. I can't wait. It's hosted by a myriad of different organizations. The Turning Point USA kids are going to be doing it. We got Moms for Liberty coming out. All types of good stuff. So if you guys are in the New York area, Saturday, 5 p.m., Barclays Center, Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. Let's go. We're going to have ourselves a real good time because Democrats cannot get away from the complete and utter nonsense of their ridiculous ideology. So therefore, we will stand up for the people who are standing up for objective reality. Very good stuff. Speaking of lunatics who don't understand objective reality, hey, Portland, what's new?
5th grade graduation for speaking out against the school's gender curriculum. This allegedly included the school's decision to repaint their pride flag into something called an intersex inclusive progress version, whatever that means, and an identity flower assignment, which asked her 11-year-old to identify and discuss their gender identity. That Portland mother, Allison Roberts, and Timothy Snowball from the Liberty Justice Center both join me now. Allison, I'll start with you. Walk us through how this all escalated.
Thank you for having me. I'm a longtime Portlander. My kids have been going to Lewis Elementary for some time. When we started the school year this year, what was the pride flags or the rainbow flags that were on the benches last year had become the progressive flag this year. It was jarring to me, given the political climate we're in, and I saw it for what it was, a political symbol. When I pursued conversations with the school, as well as PTA, I was rebuffed or censored at every turn. So I did what I thought was my only avenue. I took things into my own hands and I passed out a letter hoping to find sympathetic ears and like-minded people that maybe were being censored as well. So that's kind of what started this. And then things escalated to the point that I got Liberty Justice involved.
Timothy, let's bring you in here. She was on a public sidewalk handing out flyers. School, as far as I know in Portland, is still a taxpayer-funded function. How are any of these punishments, these bans by the Portland schools legal?
Well, thanks again for having us. Yeah, I think that the main point here is there's no Portland exception to the U.S. Constitution, right? I mean, just because you're in Portland doesn't mean the First Amendment no longer applies. And I think that this really comes from a harassment policy that they put in place where school officials get to decide that anything they don't like, anything that they label hate speech, which of course, as we know, is not an actual category under the First Amendment, they can silence somebody. And apparently this policy reaches all the way out onto a public sidewalk, which is the height and the zenith of First Amendment protection in our society, going all the way back.
Literally like day one of law school. It's like public sidewalk, and then you get to like the professor's name. I mean, that's how ingrained it is in the law. Allison, there is a report that you had a heated interaction with another parent. The school accuses you of a pattern of, quote, their words, not mine, harassment, intimidation, and threatening behavior. How do you respond to those claims, Allison?
They're absolutely ludicrous. The school, I had nothing but either silence from them or nothing but polite things to say about me anytime I engaged with them when they would engage. The conversation I did have with the other parent was lamentable, regrettable, but it was mutual. And I was the only one that walked away with any punishment.
Pretty wild stuff that Portland is now attempting to ban a mother from her own kid's graduation because she doesn't want her 5-year-old to be included in gender nonsense. So it turns out, even though some people feel as though we still have won the culture war. Yeah, it's not over yet, people. It's absolutely not over yet. Because, as I continue to say, they're going to come after me and my friends if they were ever to take power. Need any proof of that? Well, it turns out an Islamic advocacy group has now demanded that James O'Keefe be prosecuted after he dressed up as a Muslim. That's right. I'll wait till these guys find out that James once dressed up as Osama bin Laden and swam across the Rio Grande. That's right, James did that. CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, which is basically the Muslim version of AIPAC, and full funders of people like Al-Said and Mamdani and the rest of these radical jihadists that for some reason Democrats keep electing, is now demanding a criminal investigation into James O'Keefe and Cam Higbee after they decided to dress up as Muslims to go vote in Minnesota. CARE has called on authorities to investigate O'Keefe. Yeah, well, we will see what happens with that, of course. As we know, Keith Ellison, the Attorney General of Minnesota, is, of course, in the Muslim Brotherhood. So, you know, not looking great for JOK. I still can't get over this damn picture of Cam Higbee in a full burqa. It's just really funny. Can I pull it up real quick? Just because I know it'll upset stupid people. Here you go. There's Cam drinking coffee like good Muslims do. These are my friends. Guys, it is 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys keep it locked in here, rumble.com/LFATV all day today, baby. Head on over to LFATV.us. It's LFATV.us. And I will catch you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
Everyone's an important piece of the puzzle and has a role to play. When you're on God's team, no one sits on the bench. On God's team, there is no bench. Yay, welcome! I am so excited to be with you today. Today's show is called Seismic Progression and the Kingdom Age, and I can tell that this show is going to be seismic because you would not believe what has come against us today in putting this together. So I know this is going to be huge. Thank you so much for all of your prayers. You guys are prayer warriors. Truly an honor linking arms with you as we are waking up, speaking up, and showing up. So exciting what is going on. I want to do a huge shout out to today's contributors to the Prophetic Report. We have Denise Brewer, Terry Strange, Tammy Wagner, my husband David Whited, Cheryl York, and Dawn Leonard. Thank you. I'm so excited to see how all of these pieces come together to create this beautiful puzzle of what God is doing in the earth. It's absolutely amazing. It's a mosaic of what God is doing. I absolutely love it. I also want to do a shout out to my parents. Today is August the 19th, which means it is their 64th 64th wedding anniversary. I am so honored to have them as my parents. What an incredible foundation they've created for my siblings, for myself, for our marriages, for our kids, for their great grandchildren. absolutely amazing. We were just there at my parents' house this weekend. We had a birthday party there for my niece who turned 3. It was so much fun having everyone come together. What a legacy they have created. I mean, I'm just so proud of them. 64-year love affair that they have had, and truly an honor to be their daughter. And talking about marriage and being prosperous and abundant, I wanted to talk to you guys about prosperous marriage. So last year, we actually came out with a book called The Ultimate Date Night Playbook. And this actually is free to you. All you have to do is go to prosperousmarriage.com. When you go there, you just put in your email and this will be sent directly to your email. This is really fun. This is a great way of spicing up your marriage. If you are dating someone, this is a really great way of just creating really fun date night ideas. If you're married and you are dating, which that is the goal, that's what you want to do. This is creating 1 year of date nights that you can have that are fun, creative, and they have even conversation starters, just really, really cool ideas. So again, when you go to prosperousmarriage.com, have it sent directly to your email. So we cover different things like at-home date nights, outdoor and adventurous date nights, foodie date nights, creative and cultural date nights, budget-friendly date nights, special occasion and splurge date nights, how to make your date night actually happen. So it's so much fun. And then while you're there, we do have a one-time offer that you can get courses that we put together. Dave and I have been married for 33 years. We have an incredible love affair. It's not 64 years like my parents, but 33 years of truly passionately in love with each other. We worked together most of our adult life, and we still are excited to see each other when we wake up in the morning. When one of us leaves and comes back and we hear the garage door, our heart skips a beat, like, oh my gosh, they're home, and how do you actually create that when people that work together and they're together all the time, how can they passionately still be in love with each other? We have a course that talks about how that's happened, and it's been very intentional. So you can get that all at prosperousmarriage.com.
Well, and I'm in charge of my date night this week with my husband. So I'm going to go through the book, and it's my turn to plan it. So I'm going to look through that and find some fun ideas.
I love that. Also, Avery, talk about the newsletter that you have been doing on Wednesdays, because that is really fun.
Yeah, so I started a Prosperous Marriage newsletter full of ideas. So each week there's a new idea. Some of it's like a spin of what's already in the book, and some of them are just new ideas for your date nights. So some ways that you can make it more different or interesting. Or this week was, it came out yesterday, it's becoming a tourist in your own town. So all the things that you think about, like, oh, we should try that new restaurant, or we should go there, like, take the time this week and do that. Like, become a tourist in your town. Thomas and I went to Branson a couple weeks ago, and we're like, let's try new places. And so we went to restaurants we've never been before, and that kind of made it new and exciting. Even though still going out to eat, it made it new and exciting together.
I love that. That is so, so cool. So fun. So if you're not getting that newsletter, just go to flyoverconservatives.com, register for the newsletter, and you will receive that. Also, I want to do a shout out to the other sponsor of the show, and that is Fern Valley Soap. Absolutely love Sandra Fry. And as you guys have heard about this new box that Sandra created, it's absolutely beautiful. So this is the box that you can order. It is huge. I'm going to open it up so you guys can see it as well. When you go to Fern Valley Soap, it's there. But it has the declarations in it that you get when you text in. And then it also has, oh my gosh, it smells so good, all of our favorite bars of soap, as well as the Flyover Conservative mug. So you guys, this smells so, so good. And when you go to Flyover, or when you go to Fern Valley Soap and you use the promo code FLYOVER, you get 20% off on your purchase. They sent out a newsletter this week talking about this cool box that was created. And I wanted to read it for you because I thought it was kind of fun. So it says, get Stacey and David's favorite soaps plus the decrees before they sell out forever. Hey, Flyover family, we have something incredibly special for you today. We have officially partnered with the Flyover Conservatives team to bring you this limited edition USA 250 commemorative signature box. This exclusive collector's box features the exact farm fresh goat milk soaps you hear Stacey and David Whited talk about on the show every single week. From Stacey's must-have Humboldt Hands, I travel with that everywhere I go. I always bring Humboldt Hands with me, to David's favorite Double Down. This box is packed with pure, hardworking quality. Inside your VIP box, you will find 11, because that's my very favorite number, 11 handcrafted soaps, including our nostalgic limited edition American apple pie scent, which is fabulous. My very favorite pie is apple pie, and I love the sense of the fall. So, of course, we had to include that. Each box also comes packed with the official decrees, a custom Flyover Conservatives logo mug, a durable bamboo soap tray, and a hand-numbered collector's card. Whether you are giving this as a beautiful gift to someone you love or choosing it as a special treat for yourself, this box stands as a powerful testament to faith, family, and freedom. There are only 100 of these beautiful boxes in existence. Use code FLYOVER at checkout to take 20% off and get yours for just $119.20. Once those 100 collectors items are claimed, they are gone forever. So go to fernvalleysoap.com. Make sure you use the promo code FLYOVER. Check out this box. It is so cool. It smells absolutely amazing. These are all of our favorite scents, and I think I've pretty well tried them all, and they are absolutely incredible. Not the ones in the box. I'm on all of them at Fern Valley Soap because I absolutely love their products.
One of my new favorites is the Caribbean Island one they just came out with. It's currently in our shower. It makes our whole bathroom smell really good. Like,
Isn't it
I don't know what
amazing?
they put in there that's still like good and good for your body and healthy, but our whole bathroom smells so good. Like, I'm excited to go in there because it's gonna smell like a Caribbean. I'm like, oh, I should go to the Caribbean. But I just love, like, even the room smells good. They're so fragrant.
I love it. And I just added the watermelon and lavender this morning to mine. Mine was down to nothing on my soap. So I pulled out of my stash that
Nothing
I
better
keep.
than a fresh bar.
Exactly. I have a brand new fresh bar of the watermelon and lavender. It smells so good. It's so, so good. All right. So don't forget today at 3 p.m. to join Ginger Ziegler for prophetic intercession. I am learning so much from Ginger. Ginger has been in ministry for over 40 years. God called her in 1991 to pray for our nation. She's been able to hold off hundreds of things like 9/11, and she's teaching us how to do that right now by asking God to put in our words, his words. Can this be stopped? Can this be changed? Can this be altered? You can find Ginger on YouTube, or you can also find her on Rumble. GingerZiegler.com is her website. Make sure you grab her book when you're there as well. She's got two of them, one on the prophetic and then one on the blood of Jesus, that both of them are excellent books. All right, are you ready? What are the prophets saying? I'm going to set this here down so I can have a little space because we are going to do some serious reading for a while. I want to first start with over the last 2 weeks, the last two shows before the prophetic report have been very significant. And you guys, as you know, if you receive the written prophetic report, by getting that, you just go to flyoverconservatives.com, register for the newsletter. It comes out on Mondays. I have two contributors for that. Don Leonard and Shannon Hopstad steps in often to help with that as well. And in the newsletter, let's go first to the 5th of August. The show is called Suddenly, Swiftly, and Unexpectedly. And the Holy Spirit has really been speaking through Dawn Leonard. She actually said that when she is writing it out, she could feel the Holy Spirit speaking through her, and it is so profound. I wanted to share with you because I really believe that this is significant. Both weeks, the number of categories have been doubles, and let me explain that to you. So here's what the newsletter said on the 5th. Hello, Flyover family. After finishing this week's written prophetic report, Dawn Leonard shared some of her thoughts with me, and I felt it was worth sharing with all of you. She said, there are 22 categories and 22 pages in this week's written prophetic report, double 22. According to Troy Brewer, the number 22 speaks of personal revelation. It also speaks of the light of truth going out into the midst of terrible darkness. The storm is brewing around the world. I think we are going to see a sudden flash of God's glorious light soon, very soon. All the prophetic words are pointing to this fact, and we know that God moves suddenly, swiftly, and unexpectedly. At that time, she also gave Isaiah 22:22. She gave several scriptures, but this one here in particular is what really stood out that I wanted to share this morning. It says, and the key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open and none shall shut, and he shall shut and none shall open. And then the next week, which was this last week, August the 12th, 2026 prophetic report, was called Earthquake, Eclipse, and Fire. And this was the prophetic report newsletter. Hello, Flyover family. We found 11 categories this week, and Don pointed out again that there was something significant about double numbers that showed up in this week's report. I want to highlight what Don shared because I think it's worth taking a moment to read and consider. So 11 categories, 11 pages, double 11. God keeps speaking in doubles to emphasize himself and maybe to have us realize there is a positive and a negative attached to what is happening in the earth right now. Just like the great and terrible day is great for believers, terrible for the wicked one, Troy Brewer in Numbers That Preach puts it like this. In the negative, 11 represents judgment, disorder, things falling apart. In the positive, God is recognizing heroes rising and the faithfulness of people. Both good and bad stuff is happening right now. As David Jeremiah often said, it is growing gloriously dark, and we get to watch it all unfold. I want to take you now to a prophetic word that came out on the 12th, which is interesting because that was last week's prophetic report. It came out that day, but it's all about what was going on during that time, the eclipse and earthquakes. So check this out. This is from Veronica West, and it's called A Powerful Dream, the Beginning of Sorrows. And you can find this by going to flyoverconservatives.com under prophetic words. Here we go. A dream with prophetic interpretation for the watchman. Yes, it's a long post, but if you want to understand the times and the seasons of what God is doing, take time. Here's the dream. In the early hours of this morning, August the 12th, 2026, I had a very powerful dream. Please bear with me as I try my best to articulate what I heard and saw. As the dream came to me, the first thing I heard were these words. The time is 24/7. Then suddenly I could hear the loud sound of ticking, like the ticking of a very loud clock. But the sound was strange because within what sounded like the ticking of a clock, I could hear what seemed to be many sounds converging together. By revelation, I knew in the dream that I was hearing a convergence of sounds, the sounds of the ages. Yet the sound, and we're going to be hearing more about sound. In fact, it's the last thing we talk about. I love how this all ties together in the prophetic report. Carried within it the frequencies of a heavenly realm, and the sound penetrated deeply into my spirit. And as I listened, it was as if the sound itself was realigning and recalibrating my entire being, body, soul, and spirit. I'm going to highlight sound because I did not realize that went right along with Hank Kuhneman. That's absolutely amazing. I felt like a divine resetting was taking place within me. Then suddenly I heard again, the time is 24/7. And immediately I knew by the Spirit that I was being shown something concerning Kairos time and Chronos time. And then I heard these words, watch, for the Kairos invades the Chronos. Suddenly, Matthew 24 was quickened to me in a dream. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. Matthew 24:7. And as I heard these words, suddenly I saw an hourglass come up before me. As I looked at the grains of sand within the glass, the sound of the ticking became louder and louder, and I watched as the grains of sand began to move with greater and greater acceleration. The sand in the upper chamber of the hourglass was almost finished when suddenly a great urgency filled my heart, and I saw a double door come up before me. At first, the door was closed. But as the ticking became louder, I'm going to do a double here. I'll highlight that so I can find it later. At first, the door was closed, but as the ticking became louder and the grains of sand fell faster, I saw that the ticking and the door were somehow divinely aligned. Then suddenly the door began to open at the sound of the accelerated ticking, and I heard time sensitive. and then appointed time. Suddenly, then the double door opened fully, and I saw nations standing before the door, and then these words appeared before me: Kingdom, Reformation. By revelation, I knew I was looking at the door of kingdom reformation. Then suddenly I saw a large and very heavy crown descend and hover before the double door, as I heard the crowning of a new kingdom age. And we're going to be hearing about kingdom age from Carolyn Dennis. And also we talked a lot about doors. That was part of last week's show. As a crown hovered above the door, suddenly I saw a sword descend and come to rest at the center of the crown. Then as I watched, the crown became like the face of a clock, and the sword suddenly became as a key. We also talked about a key last week in the prophetic report. That was one of the categories. The key was positioned at the very center of the clock, and the key began to turn. Suddenly I saw the numbers 22:22. Just read the scripture, Isaiah 22:22. And I heard the key of the house of David. Immediately then, Isaiah 22:22 came before me. And the key of the house of David, and I lay upon his shoulder. So he shall open, and none shall shut, and he shall shut, and none shall open. Isaiah 22:22. What did I say? God was really speaking through Don Leonard. I knew that was significant. Then my eyes were drawn towards the threshold of the double door. Then suddenly the vision shifted, and the double door became a double gate. As I watched, the sword that had been a key suddenly fell to the ground, and as it fell, the sword key became a sharpened stake. Then suddenly I saw the head of a snake rise up upon the threshold of the gate, and immediately I heard again the words that I have been hearing again and again over these last 3 months. It's time to drive the stake into the head of the snake at the gate. I knew by revelation that the power and authority of the key of the house of David was being released through the sons, kings, upon the threshold of the gate to deal with a death blow to Leviathan, who has occupied the gate. The key of David would bring a divine turning and a divine reversal at the gate, and the sons carrying the sword and the authority of the key of the house of David upon their shoulders would take possession at this Kairos time of divine transition, such that nations may be reformed and restored. But then suddenly the dream shifted again, and I saw a crossing over of the threshold, and I heard these words, "Watch as Judah goes first." Suddenly I then heard the loud and thunderous sound of the roar of the Lion of Judah, which is on my shirt today, into divine alignment. As those words echoed loudly into the dream, suddenly I heard the beginning of sorrows, and immediately Matthew 24:8 came before me. All these are the beginning of sorrows, and the words "the beginning" were highlighted to me in the dream. As those words echoed loudly in the dream, suddenly the dream shifted again, and I saw the nations in the valley of decision come up before me, and watched as the sound of the roar of the lions of Judah, a mighty whirlwind of the Spirit, was released from the deeper realm of glory. I watched. I'm going to do glory here because we're going to be hearing more about that from Hank Kuhneman. I watched as the whirlwind moved through the double door and through the gates and towards the great valley of nations. And I heard the whirlwind of my 7 spirits shall come to scatter and to gather up. Watch for the whirlwind of my word, the Spirit, shall come in the spirit and the power of Elijah to judge the altars of Baal and to turn the hearts of the children back to the heart of the Father. As I heard those words, I saw the great and mighty whirlwind of the 7 spirits moving powerfully through the deep valleys of the nation, and I watched as a greater shaking was taking place. I could hear the thundering sound of the mighty roar of the Lion of Judah within the mighty whirlwind, and as the nations were being violently shaken, suddenly I saw great light rise and begin to break forth across the deep valley of nations, and I heard, At the sound of the roar of the lion, the light of my glory shall arise, and the scales shall fall from the eyes of prodigal nations. Yes, Lord. And a great shaking will bring to birth a great spiritual awakening. And the whirlwind of my spirit shall bring forth a divine distinction in the coming days. For these days will be known as the beginning of sorrows, for nations on the threshing floor shall be sifted and separated. I suddenly woke up. Now I woke early from the dream and immediately looked at the clock beside my bed, which read 3:33. And immediately the Spirit quickened me to Jeremiah 33:3. Call upon me, and I will answer thee, and shew thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. Jeremiah 33:3. Now the dream had ended, but as I began to pray fervently concerning what I had seen and heard, the Holy Spirit began to unpack the dream and once again began to speak to me through the numbers. The first words I had heard were, the time is 24/7. Excuse me. We know that there were 24 hours in a day and 7 days in a week. So immediately we see that God is speaking concerning time. 2 plus 4 plus 7 equals 13. When you add 1 plus 3 from 13, you get 4, the fourth day, 4 winds, 4 faces. 24 times 7 equals 168. When you add the 1 plus 6 plus 8 of 168, you get 15. And then when you add the 1 and 5 equals 6, which is the sixth day. As I looked at these numbers, the Holy Spirit immediately took me back to the beginning, to creation, to the creation of time itself. On the fourth day, God created the sun, the moon, and stars to divide the light from the darkness, separating day from night. Time, let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. Genesis 1:14. The greater light, the sun, to rule the day, and the lesser light, the moon, along with the stars to govern the night. So again, the number 4 brings us directly back to time, signs, seasons, days, and years. Then the number 6, on the 6th day, God created man. And then on the 7th day, the work of creation was completed, and he rested. I submit we have entered the 6th day. Whether one follows the traditional Hebrew count, currently 5786, or certain Zadok reconstructions that place year 6000 near 2075, we are clearly in the latter portion of the 6th millennium. Note, we are in a Gregorian year, 2026, and 5786 on the Hebrew calendar. And according to the Hebrew calendar, we are about to cross the threshold into a new Hebrew year, 5787. In the new Hebrew year, 5787, a year of double sevens, but a year of 8 new beginnings. And again, I am taken back to the word that was powerfully highlighted to me in the dream, the beginning, Matthew 24:7. Note, Matthew 24:8, 2 plus 4 plus 8 equals 14, 1 plus 4 equals 5. 5 new Hebrew year, grace 5787, 5-fold ecclesia, kingdom reformers rising. I submit prophetically, we are not just crossing a threshold into a new Hebrew year, we are crossing over and entering into a kingdom reformation age. We're going to be hearing more about that from Carolyn Dennis. The double door in the dream was not simply opening upon another year, double portion, mantle, double in spirit, new move, supernatural multiplication increase. I believe it speaks prophetically to a divine threshold in time. We are crossing over into a Kairos time of great awakening and harvest like never before. A Kairos time of the rising and shining of the sons, kings and priests, wearing the crown of kingship and carrying the authority of the key of the house of David upon their shoulders. Sons, kings, and priests who will carry the sword of the word in their mouths and advancing in the spirit and power of the dimensions of Elijah, excuse me, taking possession of the glory at the gate that will bring a divine turning and reformation of the hearts of nations that have now entered into days that will be known as the beginning of sorrows. Now, in the dream, the word beginning, as I shared, was suddenly and powerfully highlighted to me, but in the first thing I heard in the dream was concerning time, which I submit speaks to both the kairos and chronos of time, to the urgency of time, to the appointed time and seasons we are coming into. The time is 24/7. Then Matthew 24/7, don't forget this. In fact, maybe write it down. Matthew 24/7, we're going to be hearing more about that, had been quickened to me. Now, as I sat here praying and listening concerning the stream, the Holy Spirit is speaking to me concerning the signs of the times. And again, he highlights to me these words in Matthew 24/7. Earthquakes, remember that one, in diverse places. And then immediately in Matthew 24:8, all these things are the beginning. And suddenly I see again that there is a clear prophetic sequence of dreams. Time, acceleration, appointed time, the opening door, the threshold, the gate, sword, key, crown, stake, Leviathan, and the shaking of nations and the beginning of sorrows. And I submit earthquakes and the increase and frequency of earthquakes are signs of the divine transition, signs that nations are now crossing over and entering into a new beginning of time, a new order and a new age in the earth, a new world order and a new kingdom age is being birthed. The earthquakes, I'm going to highlight that. We've got a lot about earthquakes. The earthquakes in the natural are literally a spiritual reflection of the spiritual contractions taking place in the glory realms. I hear these words, the waters are breaking. Get ready for a greater intensity of shaking. Watch, for the frequency of contractions is increasing. The cervix of the womb is fully dilating. Watch, the head will soon be crowning. In the dream, I also heard, watch as Kairos invades the Chronos. I see nations standing at a diving intersection of the appointed time of God with the chronological time of nations. And it was here that the Holy Spirit began to draw my attention to the earthquakes that have already taken place since the beginning of 2026. There have been to date 10 earthquakes, and all the earthquakes have been reported with magnitudes within the sevens. Now, as I looked at the 10 major earthquakes reported so far this year, following the words I heard in the dream, the time is 24/7, I saw a striking numerical pattern begin to emerge. All the earthquakes are over a magnitude of 7. So February the 22nd, Malaysia, 7.1. March the 24th, Tonga, 7.5. March the 30th, Vanuatu, 7.3. April the 1st, Indonesia, 7.4. April the 20th, Japan, 7.4. June the 7th, Philippines, 7.8. June 24th, Venezuela, 7.2. June the 24th, Venezuela, 7.5. July the 17th, Mexico, 7.3. August the 10th, Colombia, 7.4. Now watch the 24/7 prophetic pattern emerging. 22:2, so 22 plus 2 equals 24, magnitude 7.1. The third 24, so 324 occurs on the 24th, a magnitude of 7.5. 420, so 20 plus 4 equals 24, magnitude 7.4. 624 occurs on the 24th, and remarkably, there are 2 earthquakes in the sevens on this day, 7.2, 7.5. 717, so 17 plus 7 equals 24. All of them equal 24, magnitude 7.3. That either happen on the 24th or you add the numbers and they're 24. So 6 of the 10 earthquakes carry a clear 24 prophetic marker, and all are in the Richter sevens range. The Richter sevens range, and carry a prophetic marker of 7, 24/7. Then suddenly the words I heard at the very beginning of the dream now begin to take an even greater prophetic significance for prayer. The time is 24/7. And again, we see Matthew 24/7, which says, "And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places." But then another significant number from the dream appears. 22:22, the key of the house of David, Isaiah 22:22. The first earthquake falls on 2/22. Then 2 twin Venezuela earthquakes happen on the June the 6th, 2026. 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 6 equals 22. The two major earthquakes occurred on that same date. 24/6/226 equals 22. So when you add all those numbers together, 2 plus 4 plus 6 plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 6 equals 22. Then comes the 10th earthquake, the latest to date, on 10th of August in Colombia, 7/4. It's the 10th earthquake that occurred on the 10th day of August, and the 10th of August 2026 is also day 222 of the year, 222nd day of the year. Wow. 10th earthquake, 10th day equals day 222 of the year. And again, I am taken straight back to what I saw in the dream. 22:22, the key of the house of David. The clock, the key, the appointed time, the opening door, the threshold, and the gate. But perhaps most significant of all is what follows Matthew 24:7 to Matthew 24:8. For immediately after the warnings of earthquakes in diverse places come these words: all these are the beginning of sorrows. The beginning. The word that the Holy Spirit had already powerfully highlighted to me in the dream. Watchmen, I submit there's a great urgency upon this hour. Even through the timing of the dream, in the dream, the fourth day is highlighted, the sun and moon and stars. Watch, for the signs of the times shall be seen in the skies and shall speak to a divine and great reset, realignment, and a recalibration of the nations. Nations in the valley of decisions now begin being shaken, sifted. We're going to be hearing about that too from Hank Kuhneman. And separated. Listen, the sound of the clock is getting louder. The grains of sand are moving with great acceleration. The double door is opening, the battle unfolding at the gate, a war unto divine restore. Nations are standing at the threshold, standing on the threshing floor, and the whirlwind of the seven spirits is moving towards the valley of the nations. The time is 24/7. Watch as the Kairos invades the Chronos. And listen, for the sound of the roar of the Lion of Judah at the gate shall bring a divine alignment to covenant. We're going to be hearing more about covenant. Oh my gosh, this is so awesome. Nations now moving through the birthing canal. Look at each magnitude of sevens. Thus, for this year, again, the number 10 is significant prophetic marker. Throughout Scripture, the number 10 carries the prophetic language of divine order, completeness, law, time of testing, and accountability. 10 earthquakes so far this year speaks to the prophetic timeline, and then the magnitudes of all 10 are added together. So the 7.1 plus 7.5 plus 7.3 plus 7.4 plus 7.4 plus 7.8 plus 7.2 plus 7.5 plus 7.3 plus 7.4 equals 73.9. 7 plus 3 plus 9 equals 19. When you add the 1 plus the 9, you get 10. Certainly not a coincidence. Wow, is that absolutely amazing? All right, so we're going to be talking about this Matthew 24:7 and the earthquakes that are happening. I received this from David this morning when I got up. He sent it last night, and I was so excited. This came from Josh Howerton and Carlos Erazo when they were doing a reel on Live Free podcast. Check this out.
Something pretty significant happened in Colombia, South America last week or so.
So Colombia, some days ago, had this like massive earthquake. If you've ever been in an earthquake, I have, it's really scary. Obviously, there's like buildings falling, ground literally shaking. Like if you've ever been in one, it's like apocalyptic. What a lot of people are asking right now is, why does it seem like there's so many different earthquakes happening like literally all over the world? Like you see this in like Venezuela, obviously this happened in last month. There's like 2 earthquakes happening, Mexico, Japan, Indonesia. These are like massive earthquakes. And what I want to do is I want to help you think biblically about this. So it's interesting when you look at scripture, there's only one time that Jesus actually specifically, explicitly addresses earthquakes. It happens in the context of the end times and the return of Jesus. And so let me just read it, Matthew 24:7-8. This is Jesus speaking in the context of the end times and his return. He says, "For nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom, and there will be famines and there will be earthquakes in various places. All these are but the beginning of the birth pains." This photo right here, it is an image showing the 10 earthquakes that have been over 7.0 and above in magnitude, which is like devastating. That's Mexico, Japan, Venezuela, Indonesia. Again, more than just numbers. These is like literally people dying, buildings falling apart. A lot of these countries are not even ready to sustain that damage. This is literally what Jesus said 2,000 years ago would happen. Like there would be earthquakes literally in a bunch of different places. And somebody might be hearing this and be like, yeah, okay, but there's always been earthquakes. And that's true, but we haven't always had these amount of earthquakes in the context of literally everything else that we're seeing right now happening and unfolding in our world. And so let me just give you another one real quick. Wars and rumors of wars. This is what the Bible says. So studies show today that in the last 4 to 5 years, there's been an increasing number in, quote, active armed conflicts involving governments. 2025 set an all-time record high since World War II. In 2026, the amount of countries that were involved as well in conflicts outside of their own borders nearly doubled in the last 20 years. And according to the same report, it says, quote, global peace is at its lowest level since 2007. When you see stuff like that, earthquakes, wars, persecution, this is literally what Jesus said would happen before he said, hey, I'm going to be back soon. I'm going to return soon. Now, if you're not a Christian, what you need to understand is like this should scare you. Yes. Jesus spoke about birth pains, and this is just the beginning of something that's going to get worse. But what's interesting, and a lot of people don't know this, that if you are a Christian, in the same verse where Jesus is speaking about the end times and what's going to happen, he literally says this, Matthew 24:6, and you will hear of wars and rumors of wars, but see that you are not alarmed. And so if you are a Christian and you are seeing all this chaos, what you need to understand is Jesus is saying, hey, you believer, you should not be afraid because this is actually a divine plan that is unfolding. And so again, the world is expecting catastrophe, but Christians are expecting Christ to return. The world is expecting tragedy, but Christians know that Jesus is still on the throne. We don't put our faith in possibilities. We put our faith in a person, and his name is Jesus. So Lord Jesus, please come soon.
Man, so powerful seeing how those things line up. This is so much fun to watch all these puzzle pieces come together. I can't remember the exact words of Dawn, but when she sent that prophetic word from Veronica West over the weekend, I think it was something like, have fun as you watch these puzzle pieces come together. It's so cool over these last few weeks how these things are coming to fruition. Last week in the prophetic report, Julie Green had talked about earthquakes, and she had said, you've already seen earthquakes. This is from August the 2nd, prophetic word. You've already seen earthquakes one after another, and you will hear of more and more earthquakes and volcanoes. Judgment will strike not only Iran, hold on to that because we're going to be talking about that, but China. She said China will be hit with an extremely large earthquake that will cause catastrophic damage. So Avery has it there under earthquakes. Amanda Grace also talked about earthquakes as well. I want to now take you, so if you guys heard that, China will be hit by an extremely large earthquake. All right, this guy's name is Dutch Sense. I don't know him. He's got a huge channel, and he's not in the prophetic at all. He follows earthquakes, and he's got like over 500,000, I think it's like 600,000 followers that follow him as he talks about earthquakes that are happening in the world. This actually came out on the 18th of August, talking about a large earthquake strikes China. Check this out.
Hello, everyone. It is 8:20 p.m. Central Time on the 18th of August, 2026. And we're going to jump over to the earthquake app because China has been hit in the expected area, in the expected time, with the exact expected magnitude. 5.9 earthquake. Pretty significant for the location, enough to definitely cause damage. It's in a mountainous area in central northeast China. This is right here again. You see it on the screen.
Okay, so I want to point out that was actually called, if Avery will show the thumbnail, earthquake in China, seismic progression is what it said. Earthquake in China, seismic progression. Can you go to the next one then, Avery? There you go. Earthquake in China, seismic progression. And again, this was done by, his name is Dutch Sense. It's actually not his name, but what he goes by on YouTube, Dutch Sense. Okay. So then this was pretty cool because this was sent to me by Dawn Leonard. She then sends me Dutch Sheets, same name as far as Dutch and Dutch. And his today that came out on the 19th is called Seismic Significance. So both of them are named Dutch, doubles. So we got double Dutch, double, 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 double. I don't know what Dutch means, but we should probably look that up. But then it also is talking about seismic significance. He is talking about praying for Iran and what happened last week on the 14th when they had the prayer. There was over 1,000 churches that joined, by the way. So seismic significance that happened in praying over Iran. And I look up the word seismic, and it says seismic is an adjective that describes something related to or caused by a characteristic of an earthquake or other earth vibrations. Figuratively, it describes a massive, dramatic, or far-reaching impact. So what's going on right now on the earth is far-reaching, and it has a major impact. So what happened with praying for Iran last week? Seismic significance is going on right now in the earth. All right, so we're talking about earthquakes. Now we also heard about kingdom age. So we were hearing about that from Veronica West. Well, we're going to stay with earthquakes and kingdom age. I'm going to now take you to Carolyn Dennis. This was received on August the 14th, 2026, and she delivered it on August the 17th, 2026, and it's called The Kingdom Age. Check this out.
This message, I received it August 14th, 2026. It's called The Kingdom Age. These are the words of the Heavenly Father. Stop what you are doing and turn around and look at what I am doing, what I have done. The exposures are being made. The planets aligned again. The earthquakes, the eclipse, the signs are everywhere that I am moving. Yet, some of you are still murmuring and complaining. When will you be satisfied, my child? Doubt and unbelief is not faith. My hand is moving, and I am bringing all that I have spoken through my anointed ones, the prophets. So, start looking at what you see that I am doing and not at what you don't see. Walk by faith, my kids. I did not build Rome in a day, but I could have. But the day is upon you, the day that the world will change, and we will move from the church age to the kingdom age. Peace on earth, goodwill towards men. The kingdom age is the time that my son's kingdom will build and expand rapidly. So rapidly that you might not be able to keep up. The kingdom age will be the time that my son's church prepares to be the bride of Christ. The kingdom age is coming. Oh, it is coming. And we have been excited for such a time as this. The kingdom age will bring peace throughout my world. we will be past the rumors of wars, the chaos and confusion in the streets, the lawlessness, peace throughout the world with man and one another. The kingdom age is like a seventh day, a day of rest for my saints and for my earth. The kingdom age will be like my King Solomon's reign, peace and prosperity. 7 years is my number, and 7 years it shall be. The earth will rest during my kingdom age. The violent storms and destruction will cease, and there will be peace throughout my earth. Calm and gentleness on my planet. So fear not the storms, the quakes, and the cyclones. They will soon be gone as we are moving into the sweetest time on my earth since the Garden of Eden. It will be a time of preparation, a time of refreshing, and a time of getting ready to meet your King, my son, Yeshua. My son's bride will be getting ready to meet her bridegroom. So, you think you have been getting ready and that you are prepared. My son's church is not ready. We have many in my son's church in leadership, leading double secret agent lives. We have many in my son's church with doubt and unbelief. We have many in my son's church just checking the box of showing up. That is not a relationship. Oh, I am shaking my world, and then it will be still. This shaking, of my world will remove the evil Nephilim spirit and leave my world at rest. This time of rest, the kingdom era, will be like no other time in history. The evil will be gone. Gone as in gone, and billions will feel my presence, want more of my presence, and come to know my son as their Lord and their Savior, and start a relationship that they never knew they desired but have always wanted. The person you have always wanted to meet and have in your life, he is my son. The kingdom age is the glory age. Do not get confused, my kids. My words are true, and you must pay attention and not put your thoughts into what I say. Don't dice up my words and do not add to them. If you have, it is time to repent because everything is going down like Donkey Kong. Yes, it is on, baby. So, what will you be doing in the kingdom era? You say. Will we have to work? What about our bills? Child, debt cancellation is right on top of you. So fear not the bills. And yes, most of you will be working. Idle hands are the devil's workshop. And for many of you who desire, I have kingdom building projects designed just for you. You see, my kids, the fields are white, the workers are few, and it is time to reap the greatest soul harvest in all of history. My son cannot and will not return for his bride until the last lost one is found. And you, my kids, my precious remnant in crowd, are the generation that will reap the harvest. So yes, you will be working, some in your own industry, but you, my in crowd, will own the great wealth transfer. Therefore, many of you will have a different mission, and all for my son. Whether in the industry you are currently in or in a new direction that me and my precious Holy Spirit send and direct you. So look up, my kids. Your redemption draws nigh. You only have one day to get through. I shall cleanse my earth on the great and the terrible day, and the new day will dawn. So be ready. You have been warned. You are prepared, and now it will come. Oh, be excited, for the glory days are upon you, and it will be like heaven on earth for you, my loves, my remnant in crowd church. I love you more than you could ever ask or think. Adonai, woohoo!
So what do we do now? First thing is God's calling us to pray. Second thing, worship. And then the third thing, declare and decree what we do want to see happen. And we're going to decree from Patricia King's book, Decree a Thing and It Shall Be Established. This is 12 decrees for your nation. If you would like these decrees, just simply text the phone number 40509. Text the word decrees. Let's do this together. In Jesus' name, I decree that my nation is turning to God and is embracing the truth of His word. In Jesus' name, I decree that the active, holy, and powerful conviction of the Holy Spirit is visiting every individual in my nation, drawing souls into true encounter with Christ. In Jesus' name, I decree that all who serve the nation in government positions are visited by the righteousness, truth, and justice of God, and they live in the fullness of Christ's wisdom in all they do. I decree that any corruption in government will be exposed and dealt with in wisdom and righteousness in order for the nation to be cleansed. In Jesus' name, I decree that the education leaders, systems, and institutions in my nation are being filled with kingdom values, wisdom, conviction, and truth. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ in my nation is actively walking with and serving the Lord with fullness of focus, sincerity of faith, and in the demonstration of the power of the Spirit. In Jesus' name, I decree that those who live in my nation are kept in good health and are offered excellent health services and care. I decree that all will live in the health and strength of the Lord. In Jesus' name, I decree that the media in my nation communicates godly morals and values, and the gospel is favored in media. In Jesus' name, I decree that every godly business and enterprise flourishes in my nation, and every corrupt business and enterprise is exposed and falls. I decree prosperity and fruitfulness in my nation as a result of godliness, in order for every individual to have all they need. In Jesus' name, I decree that the marriages and families in my nation are blessed with love, joy, and peace, and that every home is filled with the goodness of God. In Jesus' name, I decree that the body of Christ is mobilized into the harvest fields of my nation to bring forth much fruit. In Jesus' name, I decree that righteousness thrives in my nation in every realm of life, and that lawlessness and corruption have no place. Jesus is Lord over my nation. Hallelujah. We receive it in Jesus' name. Now we're going to blow our shofars together. If you have your shofar, grab it. This is a spiritual weapon. We see it with Gideon. We see it when they went around the walls of Jericho. They blew their shofars, they yelled, and the walls supernaturally fell down. I believe that as we are blowing our shofars together, I believe that as we are yelling, that the angels are going out and they are making toast of our enemy. So on the count of 3, we're going to blow our shofars, we're going to yell and send out the angels. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. Woo! Go host, make toast. Thank you so much for joining me today. I bless you. I bless you to realize you were born for such a time as this. I bless you to realize your future is brighter than your past. And I bless you to wake up, speak up, and show up. Thanks again for joining me today. Make sure you jump on with Ginger at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here next week. We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everybody, Jeremy Herrell here. Look, I want to talk to you a little bit about gold and silver. When I was a kid, I always wondered what Fort Knox must look like. And when I was a kid, I always envisioned that when you would walk into Fort Knox, you would see just gold everywhere, literally raining gold, kind of like what you see behind me right now. Unfortunately, as a grown-up, I don't have that kind of imagination anymore, and I don't even have that much trust that Fort Knox has the 5,000 tons of gold that we're supposed to have there. Meaning that decades ago, we went off the gold standard in this country, which took the value of our dollar down to just mere pennies. And since our federal government doesn't want to go back to a gold standard currency, then it's time to us to take matters into our own hands. Have you ever thought about buying gold and silver? Have you ever thought about taking portions of your IRA or your 401k or your nest egg or your savings and putting it into gold and silver, either all or a portion of it? Have you ever wanted to purchase silver like this in bullion or premium? I know I do. And I know I wanted to take matters back into my own hands, which is why I have worked with Golden Crest Metals to do that. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA is going to be your go-to, absolutely transparent and trusted partner. Now, you can go to that website or you can call 888-308-4202. And what the good thing about this is they're going to guide you. They're going to talk to you. They're going to guide you. They're going to give you all the answers to your questions. And there's going to be no hidden fees. It's completely transparent. No hidden fees, no pressure, no surprise markups whatsoever. Clients get to see everything before they purchase. They've even agreed to lower the minimum investment to the LFA audience in order to make sure that everybody has access to this. Free IRA storage, free insured shipping, and a full range of precious metals from gold, silver, palladium, and platinum. And if it's easier for you to just maybe click a QR code, well, guess what? We've got that available for you too. Right here, ladies and gentlemen. Click this QR code on your screen and it'll take you right there. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Again, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA, or call 888-308-4202 today to reach these guys. They're going to be a great partner for you, just as they have been for me, and we absolutely recommend here at LFA TV, GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA.